William James Ghent less than. The Next Step. A Benevolent Feudalism, * 1902. Ghent, born in Indiana in 1866, was a reform socialist and was always identified with the right wing of the party. He served as Victor Berger's secretary for a while. Ghent was an original thinker, as this essay, later a book, The Benevolent Feudalism, amply demonstrates. The next distinct stage in the socio-economic evolution of America may be something entirely different from any of the forms usually predicted. Anarchist prophecies are, of course, futile, and the Tolstoyan utopia of a return to primitive production, with its prodigal waste of effort and consequent impoverishment of the race, allures but few minds. The Kropotkianian dream of a communistic union of shop industry and agriculture is of a like type, and well nigh as barren are the neo-Jeffersonian visions of a general revival of small farm and small shop production and the dominance of a middle-class democracy. The orthodox economists, with their notions of a slightly modified individualism, wherein each unit secures the just reward of his capacity and service, are but worshipping an image which they have created out of their books and which has no real counterpart in life. And finally, the Marxists, who predict the establishment of a cooperative commonwealth, are, to say the least, too sanguine in foreshortening the time of its triumph. Whatever the more distant future may bring to pass, there is but little evidence to prove that collectivism will be the next status of society. Rather, that coming status, of which the contributing forces are now energetically at work and of which the first phases are already plainly observable, will be something in the nature of a benevolent feudalism. That the concentration of capital and the increase of individual holdings of wealth will continue is almost unanimously conceded. 40 years ago Marx laid down the formula of capitalist accumula the independent, April 3, 1902. On which has ever since been a fixed article of creed with the orthodox socialists. One capitalist always kills many, is its central maxim. The tendencies thus make, on the one hand, toward the centralization of vast power in the hands of a few men, the organization of industry, as it were, and on the other, toward a vast increase in the number of those who compose the economically dependent classes. The latter number is already stupendous. The laborers and mechanics were long ago brought under the yoke through their divorcement from the land and the application of steam to factory operation. They are economically unfree except in so far as their organizations make possible a collective bargaining for wages and hours. The growth of commerce raised up an enormous class of clerks and helpers, perhaps the most dependent class in the community. The growth and partial diffusion of wealth in America has in 50 years largely altered the character of domestic service and increased the number of servants many-fold. Railroad pools and farm implement trusts have drawn a tightening cordon about the farmers. The professions, too, have felt the change. Behind many of our important newspapers are private commercial interests which dictate their general policy, if not, as is frequently the case, their particular attitude upon every public question. While the race for endowments made by the greater number of the churches and by all colleges except a few state-supported ones, compels a cautious regard on the part of synod and faculty for the wishes, the views and prejudices of men of great wealth. To this growing deference of preacher, teacher and editor is added that of two yet more important classes, the makers and the interpreters of law. The record of legislation and judicial interpretation regarding slavery previous to the Civil War has been paralleled in recent years by the record of legislatures and courts in matters relating to the lives and health of manual workers, especially in such cases as employers' liability and factory inspection. Thus, with a great addition to the number of subordinate classes, with a tremendous increase of their individual components, and with a corresponding growth of power in the hands of a few score magnates, there is needed little further to make up a socio-economic status that contains all the essentials of a renascent feudalism. It is, at least in its beginning, less a personal than a class feudalism. History may repeat itself, as the adage runs, but not by identical forms and events. The great spirals of evolutionary progress carry us for a time back to the general direction of older journeyings, but not to the well-worn pathways themselves. The old feudalism exacted faithful service, industrial and martial, from the underling, protection and justice from the overlord. It is not likely that personal fidelity, as once known, can ever be restored. The long period of dislodgement from the land, the diffusion of learning, the exercise of the franchise, and the training in individual effort have left a seemingly unbridgeable chasm between the past and the present forms. But the personal fidelity, in the old sense, is improbable. Group fidelity, founded upon the conscious dependence of a class, is already observable, and it grows apace. Out of the sense of class dependence arises the extreme deference which we yield, the rapt homage which we pay, not as individuals, but as units of a class, to the men of wealth. We do not know them personally, and we have no sense of personal attachment. But in most things we grant them priority. We send them or their legates to the Senate to make our laws. We permit them to name our administrators and our judiciary. We listen with eager attention to their utterances and we abide by their judgment. Not always, indeed, for some of us grumble at times and ask angrily where it will all end. We talk threateningly of instituting referendums to curb excessive power, of levying income taxes, or of compelling the government to acquire the railroads and the telegraphs. We subscribe to newspapers and other publications which criticize the acts of the great corporations, and we hail as a new Gracchus the ardent reformer who occasionally comes forth for a season to do battle for the popular cause. But this revolt is, for the most part, sentimental. It is a mental attitude but rarely transmutable into terms of action. It is, moreover, sporadic and flickering. It dies out after a time, and we revert to our usual moods, concerning ourselves with our particular interests and letting the rest of the world wag as it will. The new feudalism is thus characterized by a class dependence rather than by a personal dependence. But it differs in still other respects from the old. It is qualified and restricted, and by agencies hardly operative in medieval times. Democracy tends to restrain it, and ethics to moralize it. Though it has its birth and nurture out of the rough and unsocialized barbarians of wealth, in Mr. Henry D. Lloyd's phrase, its youth and maturity promise a modification of character. More and more it tends to become a benevolent feudalism. On the ethical side it is qualified by a growing and diffusive sense of responsibility and of kinship. The principle of the trusteeship of great wealth, having found lodgment, like a seed, in the erstwhile barren soil of mammonism, has become a flourishing growth. The enormous benefactions for social purposes, which have been common of late years, and which in 1901 reached a total of $107 million, could come only from men and women who have been taught to feel an ethical duty to society. It is a duty, true enough, which is but dimly seen and imperfectly fulfilled. The greater part of these benefactions is directed to purposes which have but a slight or indirect bearing upon the relief of social distress, the restraint of injustice, or the mitigation of remediable hardships. The giving is even often economically false, and if carried to an extreme would prove disastrous to the community, for in many cases it is a transmutation of wealth from a status of active capital, wherein it makes possible a greater diffusion of comfort, to a status of comparative sterility. But, though often mistaken as is the conception and futile the fulfillment of this duty, the fact that it is apprehended at all is one of far-reaching importance. The limitation which democracy puts upon the new feudalism is also important. For democracy will endure, in spite of the new order. Like death, said Disraeli, it gives back nothing, something of its substance it gives back, it must be confessed, for it permits the most serious encroachments upon its rights. But of its outer forms it yields nothing, and thus it retains the potentiality of exerting its will in whatever direction it may see fit. And this fact, though now but feebly recognized by the feudal barons, will be better understood by them as time runs on, and they will bear in mind the limit of popular patience. It is an elastic limit, of a truth, for the mass of mankind, as both Hamlet and Thomas Jefferson observed, are more ready to endure known ills than to fly to others that they know not. It is a limit which, to be heeded, needs only to be carefully studied. Macaulay's famous dictum, that the privileged classes, when their tule is threatened, always bring about their own ruin by making further exactions, is likely, in this case, to prove untrue. A wiser forethought begins to prevail among the autocrats of today, a forethought destined to grow and expand and to prove of inestimable value when bequeathed to their successors. Our nobility will thus temper their exactions to an endurable limit, and they will distribute benefits to a degree that makes a tolerant, if not a satisfied people. They may even make a working principle of Bentham's maxim, and after, of course, appropriating the first and choicest fruits of industry to themselves, may seek to promote the greatest happiness of the greatest number, for therein will lie their greater security. Of the three underclasses of the old feudalism, subtenants, cotters and villains, the first two are already on the ground, and the last is in process of restoration. But the vast complexity of modern society specializes functions, and for the new feudalism still other classes are required. It is a difficult task properly to differentiate these classes. They shade off almost imperceptibly into one another, and the dynamic processes of modern industry often hurl, in one mighty convulsion, great bodies of individuals from a higher to a lower class, blurring or obscuring the lines of demarcation. Nevertheless, to take a figure from geology, these convulsions become less and less frequent as the substratum of industrial processes becomes more fixed and regular. The classes become more stable and show more distinct differences, and they will tend, under the new regime, to the formal institution of graded caste. At the bottom are the wastrels, at the top the barons, and the gradation, when the new regime shall have become fully developed, whole and perfect in its parts, will be about as follows. I. The barons, graded on the basis of possessions. 2. The courtiers and court agents. 3. The workers in pure and applied science, artists and physicians. The new feudalism, like most autocracies, will foster not only the arts, but also certain kinds of learning, particularly the kinds which are unlikely to disturb the minds of the multitude. A future Marsh or Cope or Leconte will be liberally patronized and left free to discover what he will, and so, too, an Edison or a Marconi. Only they must not meddle with anything relating to social science. For obvious reasons, also, physicians will occupy a position of honor and comparative freedom under the new regime. IV. The entrepreneurs, the managers of the great industries, transformed into a salaried class. V. The foremen and superintendents. This class has heretofore been recruited largely from the skilled workers, but with the growth of technical education in schools and colleges and the development of fixed caste, it is likely to become entirely differentiated. V. The villains of the cities and towns, more or less regularly employed, who do skilled work and are partially protected by organization. 7. The villains of the cities and towns who do unskilled work and are unprotected by organization. They will comprise the laborers, domestics and clerks. VIIL. The villains of the manorial estates, of the great farms, the mines and the forests. X. The small unit farmers, land-owning, the petty tradesmen and manufacturers. X. The sub-tenants on the manorial estates and great farms, corresponding to the class of free tenants in the old feudalism. 11. The cotters, living in isolated places and on the margin of cultivation. 12. The tramps, the occasionally employed and unemployed, the wastrels of city and country. This, then, is the table of socio-industrial rank leading down from the feudatory barons. It is a classification open, of course, to amendment. The minor shareholders, it may be suggested, are not provided for, and certain other omissions might be named. But it is not possible to anticipate every detail, and, as for the small shareholders, who now occupy a wide range, from comparative poverty to comparative affluence, it seems likely that the complete development of the new regime will practically eliminate them. Other critics, furthermore, will object to the basis of gradation. The basis employed is not relative wealth, a test which 9 out of 10 persons would unhesitatingly apply in social classification. It is not comparative earning capacity, economic freedom, nor intellectual ability. Rather, it is the relative degree of comfort, material, moral and intellectual, which each class contributes to the nobility. The wastrels contribute least, and they are the lowest. The foremen, superintendents and entrepreneurs contribute most of the purely material comfort, and their place is correspondingly high. But higher yet is the rank of the courtiers and court agents, the legates and nuncios. This class will include the editors of respectable and safe newspapers, the pastors of conservative and wealthy churches, the professors and teachers in endowed colleges and schools, lawyers generally, and most judges and politicians. During the transition period there will be a gradual elimination of the more unserviceable of these persons, with the result that in the end, this class will be largely transformed. The individual security of place and livelihood of its members will then depend on the harmony of their utterances and acts with the wishes of the great nobles, and so long as they rightly fulfill their functions their recompense will be generous. They will be at once the assuagers of popular suspicion and discontent and the providers of moral and intellectual anodynes for the barons. Such of them, however, as have not the tact or fidelity to do or say what is expected of them will be promptly forced into class 11 or 12, or, in extreme cases, banished from all classes, to become the wretched pariahs of society. A general view of the new society will present little of startling novelty. A person leaving this planet today and revisiting the pale glimpses of the moon, when the new order is in full swing, will from superficial observation see but few changes. Alter et idem, another, yet the same, he will say. Only by closer view will he mark the deepening and widening of channels along which the powerful currents of present tendencies are borne. Only so will he note the effect of the more complete development of the mighty forces now at work. So comprehensive and so exact will be the social and political control that it will be exercised in a constantly widening scope and over a growing multiplicity of details. The distribution of wages and dividends will be nicely balanced with a watchful regard for possible dissatisfaction, old age pensions to the more faithful employees, such as those granted by the Illinois Central, the Pennsylvania, the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, the Metropolitan Traction Company, or the Lackawanna, will be generally distributed, for the hard work will be done only by the most vigorous, and a large class of destitute unemployed will be a needless menace to the regime. Peace will be the main desideratum, and its cultivation will be the most honored science of the age. A happy blending of generosity and firmness will characterize all dealings with open discontent. But the prevention of discontent will be the prior study, to which the intellect and the energies of the nobles and their legates will be ever bent. To that end the teachings of the schools and colleges, the sermons, the editorials, the stump orations, and even the plays at the theaters will be skillfully and persuasively molded, and the questioning heart of the poor, which perpetually seeks some answer to the painful riddle of the earth, will meet with a multitude of mollifying responses. These will be, from the churches, that discontent is the fruit of atheism, and that religion alone is a solace for earthly woe. From the colleges, that discontent is ignorant and irrational, since conditions have certainly bettered in the last 100 years. From the newspapers, that discontent is anarchy. And from the stump orators that it is unpatriotic, since this nation is the greatest and most glorious that ever the sun shone upon. As of old, these reasons will for the time suffice, and against the possibility of recurrent questionings new apologetics will be skillfully formulated, to be put forth as occasion requires. On all sides will be observed a greater respect for power, and the former tendency toward rash and bitter criticism of the upper classes will decline. The arts, too, will be modified. Literature will take on the hues and tones of the good-natured days of Charles II. Instead of poetry, however, the innocuous novel will flourish best. Every flowery courtier will write romance, and the literary darling of the Renaissance will be an Edmund Waller of fiction. A lineal descendant of the famous Lely, who, on animated canvas stole the sleepy eye that spoke the melting soul, will be the Laurel Ed chief of our painters, and sculpture, architecture and the lesser arts, under the spell of changed influences, will undergo a like transformation. This, then, in the rough, is our benevolent feudalism to be. It is not precisely a utopia, not an island valley of Avilion, and yet it has its commendable, even its fascinating features. The empire is peace, shouted the partisans of Louis Napoleon. And a like cry, with an equal ardency of enthusiasm, will be uttered by the supporters of the new regime. Peace and stability will be its defensive arguments, and peace and stability it will probably bring. But tranquil or unquiet, whatever it may be, its triumph is assured, and existent forces are carrying us toward it with an ever-accelerating speed. One power alone might prevent it, the collective popular will that it shall not be. But of this there is no fear on the part of the barons, and but little expectation on the part of the underlings. Jack London. What Life Means to Me, * 1906. London had been a socialist since 1895, when he read the Communist Manifesto and joined the Oakland branch of the Socialist Labour Party. A great admirer of Debs, he went over to the Socialist Party in 1901. For several years he was a very active member of the party. He ran for mayor of Oakland twice and lectured and debated extensively for the Intercollegiate Socialist Society. London wrote, What Life Means to Me, for the Society, which originally published it as a pamphlet. I was born in the working class. Early I discovered enthusiasm, ambition, and ideals, and to satisfy these became the problem of my child life. My environment was crude and rough and raw. I had no outlook, but an uplook rather. My place in society was at the bottom. Here life offered nothing but sordidness and wretchedness, both of the flesh and the spirit, for here flesh and spirit were alike starved and tormented. Above me towered the colossal edifice of society, and to my mind the only way out was up. Into this edifice I early resolved to climb. Up above, men wore black clothes and boiled shirts, and women dressed in beautiful gowns. Also, there were good things to eat, and there was plenty to eat. This much for the flesh. Then there were the things of the spirit. Up above me, I knew, were unselfishnesses of the spirit, clean and noble thinking, keen intellectual living. I knew all this because I read, seaside, library, novels, in which, with the exception of the villains and adventuresses, all men and women thought beautiful thoughts, spoke a beautiful tongue, and performed glorious deeds. In short, as I accepted the rising of the sun, I accepted that up above me was all that was fine and noble and gracious, all that gave decency and dignity to life, all that made life worth living and that remunerated one for his travail and misery. Cosmopolitan, March 1906. But it is not particularly easy for one to climb up out of the working class, especially if he is handicapped by the possession of ideals and illusions. I lived on a ranch in California, and I was hard put to find the ladder whereby to climb. I early inquired the rate of interest on invested money, and worried my child's brain into an understanding of the virtues and excellencies of that remarkable invention of man, compound interest. Further, I ascertained the current rates of wages for workers of all ages and the cost of living. From all this data I concluded that if I began immediately and worked and saved until I was 50 years of age, I could then stop working and enter into participation in a fair portion of the delights and goodnesses that would then be open to me higher up in society. Of course, I resolutely determined not to marry, while I quite forgot to consider at all that great rock of disaster in the working-class world, sickness. But the life that was in me demanded more than a meager existence of scraping and scrimping. Also, at 10 years of age, I became a newsboy on the streets of a city, and found myself with a changed outlook. All about me were still the same sordidness and wretchedness, and up above me was still the same paradise waiting to be gained, but the ladder whereby to climb was a different one. It was now the ladder of business. Why save my earnings and invest in government bonds, when, by buying 2 newspapers for 5 cents, with a turn of the wrist I could sell them for 10 cents and double my capital? The business ladder was the ladder for me, and I had a vision of myself becoming a bald-headed and successful merchant prince. Alas for visions! When I was 16 I had already earned the title of prince, but this title was given me by a gang of cutthroats and thieves, by whom I was called the Prince of the Oyster Pirates, and at that time I had climbed the first rung of the business ladder. I was a capitalist. I owned a boat and a complete oyster parading outfit. I had begun to exploit my fellow creatures. I had a crew of 1 man. As captain and owner I took 2/3 of the spoils, and gave the crew 1/3, though the crew worked just as hard as I did and risked just as much his life and liberty. This one rung was the height I climbed up the business ladder. One night I went on a raid amongst the Chinese fishermen. Ropes and nets were worth dollars and cents. It was robbery, I grant, but it was precisely the spirit of capitalism. The capitalist takes away the possessions of his fellow creatures by means of a rebate, or of a betrayal of trust, or by the purchase of senators and Supreme Court judges. I was merely crude. That was the only difference. I used a gun. But my crew that night was one of those inefficients against whom the capitalist is wont to fulminate, because, forsooth, such inefficients increase expenses and reduce dividends. My crew did both. What of his carelessness? He set fire to the big mainsail and totally destroyed it. There weren't any dividends that night, and the Chinese fishermen were richer by the nets and ropes we did not get. I was bankrupt, unable just then to pay $65 for a new mainsail. I left my boat at anchor and went off on a bay pirate boat on a raid up the Sacramento River. While away on this trip, another gang of bay pirates raided my boat. They stole everything, even the anchors, and later on, when I recovered the drifting hulk, I sold it for $20. I had slipped back the one rung I had climbed, and never again did I attempt the business ladder. From then on I was mercilessly exploited by other capitalists. I had the muscle, and they made money out of it while I made but a very indifferent living out of it. I was a sailor before the mast, a longshoreman, a roustabout. I worked in canneries and factories and laundries. I mowed lawns, and cleaned carpets, and washed windows. And I never got the full product of my toil. I looked at the daughter of the cannery owner, in her carriage, and knew that it was my muscle, in part, that helped drag along that carriage on its rubber tires. I looked at the son of the factory owner, going to college, and knew that it was my muscle that helped, in part, to pay for the wine and good fellowship he enjoyed. But I did not resent this. It was all in the game. They were the strong. Very well, I was strong. I would carve my way to a place amongst them and make money out of the muscles of other men. I was not afraid of work. I loved hard work. I would pitch in and work harder than ever and eventually become a pillar of society. And just then, as luck would have it, I found an employer that was of the same mind. I was willing to work, and he was more than willing that I should work. I thought I was learning a trade. In reality, I had displaced 2 men. I thought he was making an electrician out of me. As a matter of fact, he was making $50 per month out of me. The 2 men had displaced had received $40 each per month. I was doing the work of both for $30 per month. This employer worked me nearly to death. A man may love oysters, but too many oysters will disincline him toward that particular diet. And so with me. Too much work sickened me. I did not wish ever to see work again. I fled from work. I became a tramp, begging my way from door to door, wandering over the United States and sweating bloody sweats in slums and Tilda prisons. I had been born in the working class, and I was now, at the age of 18, beneath the point at which I had started. I was down in the cellar of society, down in the subterranean depths of misery about which it is neither nice nor proper to speak. I was in the pit, the abyss, the human cesspool, the shambles and the charnel house of our civilization. This is the part of the edifice of society that society chooses to ignore. Lack of space compels me here to ignore it, and I shall say only that the things I there saw gave me a terrible scare. I was scared into thinking. I saw the naked simplicities of the complicated civilization in which I lived. Life was a matter of food and shelter. In order to get food and shelter, men sold things. The merchant sold shoes, the politician sold his manhood, and the representative of the people, with exceptions, of course, sold his trust, while nearly all sold their honor. Women, too, whether on the street or in the holy bond of wedlock, were prone to sell their flesh. All things were commodities, all people bought and sold. The one commodity that labor had to sell was muscle. The honor of labor had no price in the marketplace. Labor had muscle, and muscle alone, to sell. But there was a difference, a vital difference. Shoes and trust and honor had a way of renewing themselves. They were imperishable stocks. Muscle, on the other hand, did not renew. As the shoe merchant sold shoes, he continued to replenish his stock. But there was no way of replenishing the laborer's stock of muscle. The more he sold of his muscle, the less of it remained to him. It was his one commodity, and each day his stock of it diminished. In the end, if he did not die before, he sold out and put up his shutters. Remained to him but to go down into the cellar of society and perish miserably. I learned, further, that brain was likewise a commodity. It, too, was different from muscle. A brain seller was only at his prime when he was 50 or 60 years old, and his wares were fetching higher prices than ever. But a laborer was worked out or broken down at 45 or 50. I had been in the cellar of society, and I did not like the place as a habitation. The pipes and drains were unsanitary, and the air was bad to breathe. If I could not live on the parlor floor of society, I could, at any rate, have a try at the attic. It was true, the diet there was slim, but the air at least was pure. So I resolved to sell no more muscle and to become a vendor of brains. Then began a frantic pursuit of knowledge. I returned to California and opened the books. While thus equipping myself to become a brain merchant, it was inevitable that I should delve into sociology. There I found, in a certain class of books, scientifically formulated, the simple sociological concepts I had already worked out for myself. Other and greater minds, before I was born, had worked out all that I had thought and a vast deal more. I discovered that I was a socialist. The socialists were revolutionists, inasmuch as they struggled to overthrow the society of the present, and out of the material to build the society of the future. I, too, was a socialist and a revolutionist. I joined the groups of working-class and intellectual revolutionists, and for the first time came into intellectual living. Here I found keen flashing intellects and brilliant wits, for here I met strong and alert-brained, withal horny-handed, members of the working class, unfrocked preachers too wide in their Christianity for any congregation of mammon worshippers, professors broken on the wheel of university subservience to the ruling class and flung out because they were quick with knowledge which they strove to apply to the affairs of mankind. Here I found, also, warm faith in the human, glowing idealism, sweetnesses of unselfishness, renunciation, and martyrdom, all the splendid, stinging things of the spirit. Here life was clean, noble, and alive. Here life rehabilitated itself, became wonderful and glorious, and I was glad to be alive. I was in touch with great souls who exalted flesh and spirit over dollars and cents, and to whom the thin wail of the starved slum child meant more than all the pomp and circumstance of commercial expansion and world empire. All about me were nobleness of purpose and heroism of effort, and my days and nights were sunshine and starshine, all fire and dew, with before my eyes, ever burning and blazing, the Holy Grail, Christ's own Grail, the warm human, long-suffering and maltreated, but to be rescued and saved at the last. And I, poor foolish I, deemed all this to be a mere foretaste of the delights of living I should find higher above me in society. I had lost many illusions since the day I read Seaside Library novels on the California ranch. I was destined to lose many of the illusions I still retained. As a brain merchant I was a success. Society opened its portals to me. I entered right in on the parlor floor, and my disillusionment proceeded rapidly. I sat down to dinner with the masters of society, and with the wives and daughters of the masters of society. The women were gowned beautifully, I admit, but to my naive surprise I discovered that they were of the same clay as all the rest of the women I had known down below in the cellar. The Colonel's lady and Judy O'Grady were sisters under their skins, gowns. It was not this, however, so much as their materialism, that shocked me. It is true, these beautifully gowned, beautiful women prattled sweet little ideals and dear little moralities, but in spite of their prattle the dominant key of the life they lived was materialistic. And they were so sentimentally selfish. They assisted in all kinds of sweet little charities, and informed one of the fact, while all the time the food they ate and the beautiful clothes they wore were bought out of dividends stained with the blood of child labor, and sweated labor, and of prostitution itself. When I mentioned such facts, expecting in my innocence that these sisters of Judy O'Grady would at once strip off their blood-dyed silks and jewels, they became excited and angry, and read me preachments about the lack of thrift, the drink, and the innate depravity that caused all the misery in society's cellar. When I mentioned that I couldn't quite see that it was the lack of thrift, the intemperance, and the depravity of a half-starved child of 6 that made it work 12 hours every night in a southern cotton mill, these sisters of Judy O'Grady attacked my private life and called me an agitator, as though that, forsooth, settled the argument. Nor did I fare better with the masters themselves. Pected to find men who were clean, noble, and alive, whose ideals were clean, noble, and alive. I went about amongst the men who sat in the high places, the preachers, the politicians, the businessmen, the professors, and the editors. I ate meat with them, drank wine with them, automobile D with them, and studied them. It is true, I found many that were clean and noble, but with rare exceptions, they were not alive. I do verily believe I could count the exceptions on the fingers of my 2 hands. Where they were not alive with rottenness, quick with unclean life, they were merely the unburied dead, clean and noble, like well-preserved mummies, but not alive. In this connection I may especially mention the professors I met, the men who live up to that decadent university ideal, the passionless pursuit of passionless intelligence. I met men who invoked the name of the Prince of Peace in their diatribes against war, and who put rifles in the hands of Pinkertons with which to shoot down strikers in their own factories. I met men incoherent with indignation at the brutality of prizefighting, and who, at the same time, were parties to the adulteration of food that killed each year more babies than even red-handed Herod had killed. I talked in hotels and clubs and homes and Pullmans and steamer chairs with captains of industry, and marveled at how little traveled they were in the realm of intellect. On the other hand, I discovered that their intellect, in the business sense, was abnormally developed. Also, I discovered that their morality, where business was concerned, was nil. This delicate, aristocratic-featured gentleman was a dummy director and a tool of corporations that secretly robbed widows and orphans. This gentleman, who collected fine editions and was an especial patron of literature, paid blackmail to a heavy-jowled, black-browed boss of a municipal machine. This editor, who published patent medicine advertisements and did not dare print the truth in his paper about said patent medicines for fear of losing the advertising, called me a scoundrelly demagogue because I told him that his political economy was antiquated and that his biology was contemporaneous with Pliny. This senator was the tool and the slave, the little puppet of a gross, uneducated machine boss. So was this governor and this Supreme Court judge, and all three rode on railroad passes. This man, talking soberly and earnestly about the beauties of idealism and the goodness of God, had just betrayed his comrades in a business deal. This man, a pillar of the church and heavy contributor to foreign missions, worked his shop girls 10 hours a day on a starvation wage and thereby directly encouraged prostitution. This man, who endowed chairs in universities, perjured himself in courts of law over a matter of dollars and cents. And this railroad magnate broke his word as a gentleman and a Christian when he granted a secret rebate to one of two captains of industry locked together in a struggle to the death. It was the same everywhere, crime and betrayal, betrayal and crime. Men who were alive, but who were neither clean nor noble, men who were clean and noble but who were not alive. Then there was a great, hopeless mass, neither noble nor alive, but merely clean. It did not sin positively nor deliberately, but it did sin passively and ignorantly by acquiescing in the current immorality and profiting by it. Had it been noble and alive, it would not have been ignorant, and it would have refused to share in the profits of betrayal and crime. I discovered that I did not like to live on the parlor floor of society. Intellectually I was bored, morally and spiritually I was sickened. I remembered my intellectuals and idealists, my unfrocked preachers, broken professors, and clean-minded, class-conscious workingmen. I remembered my days and nights of sunshine and starshine, where life was all a wild sweet wonder, a spiritual paradise of unselfish adventure and ethical romance. And I saw before me, ever blazing and bumming, the Holy Grail. So I went back to the working class, in which I had been born and where I belonged. I care no longer to climb. The imposing edifice of society above my head holds no delights for me. It is the foundation of the edifice that interests me. There, I am content to labor, crowbar in hand, shoulder to shoulder with intellectuals, idealists, and class-conscious workingmen, getting a solid pry now and again and setting the whole edifice rocking. Someday, when we get a few more hands and crowbars to work, we'll topple it over, along with all its rotten life and unburied dead, its monstrous selfishness and sodden materialism. Then we'll cleanse the cellar and build a new habitation for mankind, in which there will be no parlor floor, in which all the rooms will be bright and airy, and where the air that is breathed will be clean, noble, and alive. Pay. MNIE. Such is my outlook. I look forward to a time when man shall progress upon something worthier and higher than his stomach, when there will be a finer incentive to impel men to action than the incentive of today, which is the incentive of the stomach. I retain my belief in the nobility and excellence of the human. I believe that spiritual sweetness and unselfishness will conquer the gross gluttony of today. And last of all, my faith is in the working class. As some Frenchman has said, the stairway of time is ever echoing with the wooden shoe going up, the polished boot descendings. Upton Sinclair. The Industrial Republic 10 et. Few who read The Jungle, which had vaulted Sinclair to world fame the year before, realized that he was a socialist, or, if they did, bothered to take it seriously. Now, with the publication of The Industrial Republic, he left no doubts. It is my belief that the student of a generation from now will look back upon the last 2 centuries of human history and interpret them as the final stage of a long process whereby man was transformed from a solitary and predatory individual to a social and peaceable member of a single world community. He will see that men, pressed by the struggle for existence, had united themselves into groups under the discipline of laws and conventions, and that the last 2 centuries represented the period when these laws and conventions, having done their unifying work, and secured the survival of the group, were set aside and replaced by free and voluntary social effort. The student will furthermore perceive that this evolutionary process had 2 manifestations, 2 waves, so to speak, the first political, and the second industrial, the first determined by man's struggle to protect his life, and the second by his struggle to amass wealth. The culmination of the first occurred successively in the English revolutions, the American and French revolutions, and the other various efforts after political freedom. After each of these achievements, the historian notices a period of bitterness and disillusionment, a sense of failure, it being discovered that the expected did not occur, that liberty, equality and fraternity did not become the rule of men's conduct. After that, however, succeeds a period of enlightenment, it having been realized that the work has only been half done, that man has been made only half free, the political sovereignty has been taken out of the possession of private individuals and made the property of the *PP. Vili Shi, 215 to 219, 238 to 239, 242 to 247. Whole community, to be shared in by all upon equal terms, but the industrial sovereignty still remains the property of a few. A man can no longer be put in jail or taxed by a king, but he can be starved and exploited by a master. His body is now his own, but his labor is another's, and there is very little difference between the two. So immediately there begins a new movement, the end of which is a new revolution, and the establishment of the Industrial Republic. What do I mean by an industrial republic? I mean an organization for the production and distribution of wealth, whose members are established upon a basis of equality, who elect representatives to govern the organization, and who receive the full value of what their labor produces. I mean an industrial government of the people, by the people, for the people, a community in which the means of production have been made the inalienable property of the state. My purpose in writing this book is to point out the forces which are now rapidly developing in America, and which, when they have attained to maturity, will usher in the Industrial Republic by a process as natural and as inevitable as that by which a chick breaks out of its shell or a child comes forth from the womb at the proper hour. I believe that the economic process is whirling us on with terrific momentum toward the crisis, and I look to see the most essential features of the great transformation accomplished in America within 1 year after the presidential election of 1912. If I had been a tactful person, I should have kept that last statement until far on in my argument. For I find many people who are interested in the idea of an industrial republic, and some few who are willing to think of it as a possibility, but I find none who do not balk when I presume to set the day. Yet the setting of the day is a vital part of my conviction, and I should play the reader false if I failed to mention it in this preliminary statement of my argument. It is a conviction to which I have come with the diligent use of the best faculties I possess, and after a preparation of a sort that is certainly unusual, and possibly even quite unique. The Industrial Republic. One of the first objections that you will run up against, if ever you start out to agitate socialism, is your lack of definiteness. Give us your program, people will say. We want to know what sort of a world you expect to make, and how you are going to make it. And they will grow angry when they find that you have not a cut and dried scheme of society in your pocket, that you have stirred them up all to no purpose. And yet that is just what you have to go on doing. There used to be utopian socialists. Plato was the first of them and Bellamy was the last, who knew the coming world from its presidents to its chimney sweeps, who could tell you the very color of its postage stamps. But nowadays all socialists are scientific. They say that social changes are the product of the interaction of innumerable forces, and cannot be definitely foretold. They say that the new organism will be the result of the strivings of millions of men, acted upon by various motives, ideals, prejudices and fears, and so they call themselves no longer builders of systems, but preachers of righteousness. Their answer to objectors is that I once heard given by Hanford, recent candidate for vice president on the socialist ticket, to a lawyer with whom he was debating. Do you ask for a map of heaven before you join the church? This much we may say, however. The Industrial Republic will be an industrial government of the people, by the people, for the people. Exactly as political sovereignty is the property of the community, so will it be with industrial sovereignty, that is, capital. It will be administered by elected officials and its equal benefits will be the elemental right of every citizen. The officials may be our presidents and governors and legislatures, or they may be an entirely separate governing body, corresponding to our present directors and presidents of corporations. In countries where the revolution is one of violence, they will probably be trade union committees. The governing power may be chosen separately in each trade and industry, by those who work in it, just as the officials of a party are now chosen by those who vote in it, or they may be appointed, as our postmasters and colonial governors are appointed, by some central authority, perhaps by the president. All of these things are for the collective wisdom of the country to decide when the time comes. Meanwhile, it is only safe to say that there will be as little change as possible in the business methods of the country, and so little that the man who should come back and look at it from the outside would not even know that any change had taken place. I have heard a distinguished Republican orator poking fun at socialism in a public address, picture women disputing in the public warehouses as to whether each had had her fair share of shoes and fish. In the Industrial Republic, the working man will go to the factory, will work under the direction of his superior officer, and will receive his wages at the end of the week in exactly the same way as today. He will spend his money exactly as he spends it today. He will go to a store, and if he gets a pair of shoes he will pay for them. The farmer will till his land exactly as he does today, and when he takes his grain to market he will be paid for it in money, and will put it in the bank and will draw a check upon it to pay for the suit of clothes he has ordered by express. The only difference in all these various operations will be that the factories will be public property and the wages the full value of the product, with no deductions for dividends on stock, and that the streetcars, the banks and the stores will be public utilities, managed exactly as our post office is managed, charging what the service costs and making no profits. In the year 1901 the U.S. Steel Corporation paid $125 million and employed 125,000 men. Under socialism, the wages of each employee of the U.S. Steel Corporation would therefore be increased $1,000 a year, which is 200 or 300%. In the same way, the wages of an employee of the Standard Oil Company would be increased $4,000, which is from 8 to 1,000%. The fare upon the government-owned street railroads in the city of Berlin is 2.5 cents, which would mean that our working man's car fare bill would be cut by 50%. The toll of the government-owned telephone of Sweden is 3 cents, which would mean that the working man's telephone bill would be cut 70%. The elimination of the speculator and the higher piracy of Wall Street would raise the price of the farmer's grain by 50%. The elimination of the miller's trust and the railroad trust would lower the price of bread by an equal sum. The elimination of the tariff on wool, of the sweater and the jobber, the department store and the express trust, would probably lower the price of the farmer's suit of clothes 60%. The elimination of the sweatshop and the slum might raise it to its original level, while decreasing the farmer's doctor's bills correspondingly. Of course, I do not mean to say that the gains from the abolition of exploitation will be distributed in exactly the ratios outlined above. They will be distributed so as to equalize the rewards of labor. The point is that there will be a saving at every point, because at every point there is exploitation. I have outlined the economic and political conditions which I believe will prevail in the industrial republic. There remains to consider what influences these will exert upon the moral and intellectual life of men. When people criticize the socialist program, they always think about government censors and red tape, and limitations upon free endeavor. And so they say that socialism would lead to a reign of tameness and mediocrity. They tell us that under the new regime we should all have to wear the same kind of coat and eat the same kind of pie. They argue that if all the means of production are owned by the government, there will be no way for you to get your own kind of pie. Failing to perceive that government control of the means of production no more implies government control of the product than government control of the post office means government control of the contents of your letters. Said a good clergyman friend of mine, "What possible place, for instance, would there be for me in your socialist society?" And I answered, "There would be just exactly the same place for you that there is at present. How is it that you get your living and your freedom? You are maintained by an association of people who want the work you can do. Every clergyman in the country is maintained in that way, and so are thousands upon thousands of editors, authors, artists, actors, so are all our clubs, societies, restaurants, theaters and orchestras. The government has absolutely nothing to do with them at present, and the government need have absolutely nothing to do with them under socialism. The people who want them subscribe and pay for them. Under our present system they pay the cost to private profit seekers. Under socialism they would pay the state. In the industrial republic a man will be able to order anything he wishes, from a flying machine to a 7-legged spider made of diamonds. And the only question that anyone will ever dream of asking him will be, "Have you got the money to pay for it?" There remains only to add that, the system of wealth distribution being now one of justice, that question will mean, "Have you performed for society the equivalent of the labor time of the article you desire society to furnish you?" The one point to be made absolutely clear in this matter is that the industrial republic will be an organization for the supplying of the material necessities of human life. With the moral and intellectual affairs of men it can have very little to do. What socialism proposes to organize and systematize is industry, not thought. The difference between the products of industry and those of thought is a fundamental one. The former are strictly limited in quantity, and the latter are infinite. No man can have more than his fair share of the former without depriving his neighbor, but to a thought there is no such limit. A single poem or symphony may do for 1,000,000 just as well as for one. With the former it is possible for one man to gain control and oppress others, but it is not possible to monopolize thought. And it is in consequence of this fact that laws and systems are necessary with the things of the body, which would be preposterous with the things of the mind. The bodily needs of men are pretty much all alike. Men need food, clothing, shelter, light, air, and heat, and they need these of pretty nearly the same quality and in pretty nearly the same quantity, so that they can be furnished methodically year in and year out, according to order. This is being done by our present industrial masters for profit. In the industrial republic it will be done by the state, for use. Quite otherwise is it with things in which men are not alike, their religions and their arts and their sciences. The only conditions under which the state can with any justice or efficiency have to do with production in these fields, is after men have come to agreement, when opinion has given place to knowledge. For instance, we have in certain fields of science, methods which we can consider as agreed upon. It would be perfectly possible for the state to endow astronomical investigators, and seekers of the North Pole, and inventors of flying machines, and pioneers in all the technical arts. In the same way we come to agree, within certain limits, what is a worthwhile play or book. In so far as we agree, we can have government theaters and publishing houses, government newspapers and magazines. If ever science should discover the rationale of the phenomenon of genius, so that we could analyze and judge it with precision, we should then have the whole problem solved. You are a writer, perhaps, and you say that you would not relish the idea of bringing your book to a government official to be judged. Ask yourself, however, if some of your prejudice may not be due to your conception of a government official as the representative of a class, and of the interests of a class. In the Industrial Republic there will be no classes, and the officers of the cooperative publishing house will have no one to serve but the people. If they are not satisfactory to the people can get rid of them, something the people cannot do anywhere in the world today. You think, perhaps, that you choose your own governors in this country, but you do not. What you do is to go to the polls and choose between two sets of candidates, both of whom have been selected by your economic rulers as being satisfactory to them. While I do not profess to be certain, I imagine that an author who wanted his book published by the government would have to pay the expenses of the publication. This would not be any hardship, for wages in the Industrial Republic could not be less than $10 for a day of 6 hours work. With the rapid improvement in machinery and methods that would follow, they would probably soon be double that, and of course it would rest with the people who were doing the work to see that it was done in an attractive place, with plenty of fresh air and due safeguards against accidents. Under these conditions a man of refinement could go to a factory to work for pleasure and exercise, instead of pulling at ropes in a gymnasium, as he commonly does nowadays. And when a young author had earned the cost of making his book, he would have done all that he had to do. He would not have to enter into a race in vulgar advertising with exploiting private concerns. Nor would the public form its ideas of his work from criticisms in reviews which were run to secure advertisements, and which gave their space to the books that were advertised the most. Neither would his critics be employed by a class, to maintain the interests of a class, and to keep down the aspirations of some other class. Also, the book-reading public would no longer consist, as our present society so largely consists, of idle and unfeeling rich, and ignorant, debased and hunger-driven poor. And then, as I said, there is a second method, the method of the churches and clubs. Out in Chicago there was, 4 years ago, a man who thought there ought to be more socialist books published than there were. He had no money, but he drew up a program for a cooperative publishing house to furnish socialist literature at cost to those who wanted it. He got some $10,000 in $10 shares, and since then he has been turning out 500,000 pieces of socialist literature every year. It seems to me a perfect illustration of what would happen in the new society, the second way in which books would be published. Such concerns, free associations, as they are termed in the socialist vocabulary, would spring up literally by the thousands. They would cover every field that the liberated soul of man might be interested in, they would care for every type of thinker and artist, no matter how eccentric. They would offer encouragement to every man who showed the slightest sign of power in any field. The only reason we do not have many times as many of these associations as we have now, is simply that those people who really care about the higher things of life are almost invariably poor and helpless. One of the curious things which I have observed about those who pick flaws in the suggestions of the socialist, is how seldom it ever occurs to them to apply their own tests to the present system of things. How is it with art and literature production now? Are all the conditions quite free from objection? Is the man of genius always encouraged and protected, and set free to develop his powers? Morris Hillquit. Socialism in Theory and Practice. EASE 8. No single book so effectively set forth the philosophy of the Socialist Party of America as this one. Only half a century ago the labor movement was barely in its inception, weak in numbers, inefficient in organization and uncertain in its aims. Today the working men are organized in legions of powerful trade unions, trained and drilled in the everyday battles for the advancement of their conditions of life. In a large number of countries they have created immense cooperative establishments successfully competing with the capitalist enterprises in the same industries. In all civilized countries of the world they have developed a socialist movement, so uniform in its aims and methods, so persistent in its struggles, so inspiring in its propaganda and so irresistible in its spread, that with perhaps the single exception of early Christianity the movement stands unparalleled in the annals of written history. The trade unions fight the immediate and particular battles of the workers in the factories, mills, mines and shops, and educate their members to a sense of their economic rights. The cooperative labor enterprises train their members in the collective operation and democratic management of industries. The socialist parties emphasize the general and ultimate interests of the entire working class, and train their members in political action and in the administration of the affairs of government and state. Marching over different routes, operating with different methods and conscious or unconscious of the effects of their own activity, all these forms of the labor movement make for one inevitable goal: the building up of a new and regenerated society. And the working men are not alone in this movement. They receive large and ever larger accretions from all other classes, from the small businessmen displaced by the trust, the professionals pp. 9 to 12, 14 to 17, 22 to 24, 29 to 35. Reduced to the state of intellectual proletarians, the farmers, exploited less directly but not less effectively by trustified capital, and even from the ranks of the capitalist class itself. The number of men of the better classes, who embrace the cause of the people from motives of enlightened self-interest or from purely ethical motives grows as the evils of the decaying capitalist system become more apparent. These desertions from the ranks of the dominant classes into the camp of the subjugated class are an infallible sign of the approaching collapse of the rule of the former. The economic development which has thus furnished the conditions for a radical transformation of society and produced the forces to accomplish it is also building up the basis of that transformation. The great modern trust organizes industry on a national scale. It regulates the production and distribution of commodities, and brings all workers of the country under one administration. A trustified industry is in its essence a nationalized industry. It would be just as easy today for a governmental agency to run such an industry as it is for the individual trust magnates or their agents. And it would be much more just. Our highly effective system of industry is the achievement of many generations, the heritage of all mankind. Our marvelous tools of production and distribution are the fruit of the collective industry and intellect of the laboring population. They are operated collectively by the whole working class, and they are indispensable to the life of the entire nation. In equity and justice, the capitalist has no better title to the modern social tools than the slaveholder had to his chattel slaves. Socialism advocates the transfer of ownership in the social tools of production, the land, factories, machinery, railroads, mines, etc., from the individual capitalists to the people, to be operated for the benefit of all. This program has been denounced as confiscatory and revolutionary, but it is no more so than was the abolition of chattel slavery. It has been ridiculed as utopian and fantastic, but it is no more so than the demands of the 18th century capitalist for the abolition of the privileges of birth were to his contemporaries. Our social progress is a movement towards perfect democracy. The successive stages of our civilization mark the disappearance of one class privilege after another. Why should mankind halt in reverence and awe before the privilege of wealth? When an heir to millions is born today, he has the same exceptional position in society and the same power over thousands of his fellow men that the newborn duke or marquis had in times past, and the justice and logic of the situation are the same in both cases. A true democracy is one in which all babes are born alike, and all human beings enjoy the same rights and opportunities. The system of individualism, socialism and individualism are the two main contending principles underlying all modern social theories and movements. Both ideas are, comparatively speaking, new in the history of human thought, and the social philosophy based on individualism is the older of the two. The battles fought by the pre-revolutionary bourgeoisie in the name of individual liberty have given to civilization a few great acquisitions. They have to a large extent emancipated man in the purely individual sphere of his life, and rendered into his own keeping his beliefs, views and tastes, his individual mind and soul. The freedom of press, speech, conscience and person are such acquisitions, and they are of everlasting benefit to mankind. But the historical watchword had an altogether different fate in the field of politics and industry. In the revolutionary period of the career of our ruling classes, individual liberty, in those fields stood principally for freedom from arbitrary political, industrial and social restraint, but with the fall of feudalism and the removal of feudal restraints, the phrase lost its original significance. The manufacturing and trading classes, as the struggling and subjected bourgeois of the 17th and 18th centuries, appealed to the sacred right of individual freedom as a means to deliver them from the oppression of the ruling classes of their time. But the possessing classes of the 19th and 20th centuries, themselves in power and confronting a new dependent class, the class of wage workers, invoked the old god of their fathers only in order to strengthen their own rule. The individual liberty of the modern capitalist has come very largely to stand for the right to deal with his employees as he pleases, the unrestricted right to exploit men, women and children of the working class, and to be free from the interference of the state in his process of exploitation. An economic order based entirely on the principles of laissez-faire and a political organization of the type characterized by Huxley as administrative nihilism, are the ideals of the modern priests of the god, individual liberty. In the hands of the capitalist, individual liberty has degenerated into individual license. Its philosophy is that of short-sighted egoism. The most consistent and logical representative of that philosophy is probably Max Stirner, whose work, The Ego and His Own, has only recently, more than 60 years after its first appearance, been placed before the English reading bourgeois to be acclaimed by them with unbounded delight. The views of that philosopher of individualism may be summed up in the following two brief quotations from the work mentioned. Away then with every consumm that is not altogether my concern. You think at least, the good cause, must be my concern. What's good and what's bad? Why, I myself am my concern, and I am neither good nor bad. Neither has meaning for me. The divine is God's concern, the human man's. My concern is neither the divine nor the human, not the true, good, just, free, etc., but solely what is mine, and it is not a general one, but is unique, as I am unique. Nothing is more to me than myself. And again, every state is a despotism, be the despot one or, as one is likely to imagine about a republic. If all be the lords, I sent, despotize one over the other. And in this extreme view of individual freedom, the liberal capitalists find themselves entirely in accord with the radical anarchists. Both would rob society of all its social functions. Both base their philosophy on individual competition and the brutal struggle for existence rather than on the principle of human cooperation. Both make an idol of individual liberty. Both suffer from a morbid exaggeration of the ego, and both sanction all means to attain the end of individual happiness. The only difference between the conservative and patriotic capitalist and the violent anarchist is that the former represents the individualism of the rich, and the latter that of the poor. The philosophy of individualism supplies a moral and pseudoscientific sanction for the economic struggle between man and man, and appeals to the different classes of the population favorably. Or one Max Stirner, The Ego and His Own, New York, 1907, p. 6. 2 Ibid. p. 256. Unfavorably according to their chances and position in that strug_glay. The ruling classes with their overwhelming economic powers are best equipped for the uneven struggle of existence. They are bound to prevail in it and to reap all the advantages of the victory if not interfered with. They are, therefore, naturally inclined to individualism. The dependent and non-possessing classes, on the other hand, are powerless in the individual struggle for existence under prevailing conditions. They stand in need of social protection against the abuses of the dominant class, and thus their strength lies in concerted action and cooperation. To the intelligent workingmen, individualism is as repellent as it is hostile to their interests. They naturally lean towards the opposite philosophy. Socialism is the manifestation of the working class revolt against the excessive individualism of the capitalists, just as individualism appeared originally as the expression of the revolt of the bourgeoisie against the excessive centralization of the ancient regime. The historical and uniform course of the evolution of the state and its overwhelming importance as a factor in human civilization have led the school of thinkers of which Auguste Comte, Saint-Simon and Hegel are the typical representatives, to the opposite extreme, the conception of the state as an organism. The historical, or organic, school sees in the abstract phenomenon of the state a concrete and independent being with a life, interests and natural history of its own. To these thinkers, human society is a social organism very much like the biological organism. The social institutions are so many of its organs performing certain vital functions required for the life and well-being of the organism itself, while the individual members of society are but its cells. In short, the state is the end, the citizen is only the means. It is the old parable of the shrewd Mucius Scaevola presenting itself before us in the fashionable garb of modern science. And here again the two extremes meet. The extreme individualist deprecates all attempts on the part of the state to regulate the affairs of the citizens, on the plea that the state should not interfere with the liberty of the individual. The extreme sociocrat discountenances all attempts on the part of the citizens to model the state in their interest, on the ground that the individual cannot shape the life of the social organism. One bases his objections on the ground of expediency, the other on scientific necessity, but the practical results are the same in both cases, the separation of the state and the individual. Although the ultra-organic theory of the state has found some adherents among socialist writers, contemporary socialism has, on the whole, as little sympathy with the extreme sociocratic view as it has with that of the extreme individualist. It is always dangerous to engraft a ready-made principle of any branch of scientific research on an entirely different branch, notwithstanding apparent analogies between the two, and the fallacy of that method is probably best illustrated by the introduction of purely biological laws into the domain of sociology. The social organization of men is a phenomenon vastly different from the biological organism. In the case of the latter, it is the organism as such which is endowed with sensation, reflection and life. The individual cell has no conscious life of its own, and serves only to support the existence of the organism. In the case of the social organism, on the other hand, it is the individual members of it who are endowed with conscious life, and it is the so-called organism that serves to support their individual existences. The state is not the voluntary and arbitrary creation of man, but it is just as little a factor imposed on man by some power outside of him. The state is a product of logical historical development, but that only as an accompaniment of the logical historical development of man. The individual cannot dissociate himself from society, nor can society have any existence outside of the individuals composing it. The state represents the collective mind and attainments of all past generations, but also the collective intellect, will and powers of its present living, feeling and thinking members. The state has the power to regulate the conduct of its individual citizens, but its citizens have the power to determine the scope and nature of such regulations, and the higher mankind ascends in the scale of intellectual development, the more effective is its direction of the functions of the state. Man today is in a position to employ the state not merely for the good of the abstract, social organism as a whole, nor yet merely for the good of remote generations to come, but for his own present concrete good. This is the view from which all socialist political activity proceeds, and this view is steadily gaining practical recognition in all spheres of society, as is eloquently attested by the ever greater extensions of the social functions of the modern state. The individual under socialism. The commonest of all objections to the socialist ideal is that a state of socialism would endanger individual liberty. From such unimaginative novelists as Eugen Richter and David M. Perry, whose conceptions of the socialist commonwealth are those of the modern factory regulations extended to the scope of a national order, up to the thinker of the keenness of mind and universality of knowledge of Herbert Spencer, who asserts that all socialism implies slavery. Registered all-bourgeois philosophers seem to take it for granted that mankind is today enjoying a large measure of individual freedom and that socialism would greatly curtail if not entirely suppress it. The socialists deny both assertions with equal emphasis. Under our present system of economic dependence and struggles, individual liberty is but a fiction. The very small, leisure class, i.e., the class of persons enjoying a workless and ample income and entirely removed from active participation in the industrial, professional, commercial and financial strife, no doubt enjoy considerable individual liberty, but for all other strata of modern society the liberty does not exist. The working men, the largest class of the population, are anything but free. Their work and their pleasures, their dress and their dwellings, their mode of life and their habits, are forced on them by their economic condition. Not as an exception, but universally, says Mr. H. D. Lloyd, labor is doing what it does not want to do, and not getting what it wants or needs. Laborers want to work 8 hours a day. They must work 10, 14, 18. They want to send their children to school. They must send them to the factory. They want their wives to keep house for them, but they too must throw some shuttle or guide some wheel. They must work when they are sick. They must stop work at another's will. They must work life out to keep life in. The people have to ask for work and then do not get it. They have to take less than a fair share of the product. They have 8, Sozialdemokratische Zukunftsbilder. 4 inches The Scarlet Empire, Indianapolis, 1906. 5 inches The Coming Slavery. 6 quoted in Richard T. Ely's Socialism and Social Reform, pp. 209, 210. To risk life, limb or health, their own, their wives, their children's, for others' selfishness or whim. Nor is the working man alone deprived of individual liberty under present conditions. The toiling farmer burdened by mortgages and oppressed by the railroad companies, the professional man dependent on private and unregulated calls for his services, and the small businessman struggling against odds to maintain his independence, they are all tied to a routine of life and action not voluntarily chosen, but inexorably imposed on them by the economic exigencies of their business pursuits and callings. And even the powerful and wealthy, the heads of the modern industrial structure, are anything but free. Their wealth is live, active, investment-seeking capital, dominates them and suppresses their individual volition. They are the slaves of their wealth rather than its masters. All these purely economic checks on individual liberty must of necessity be greatly palliated, if not entirely removed, in a socialist community, for the system of socialism implies primarily a state of greater economic security and industrial equality. But, it is asked, assuming that socialism would remove some of the elements operating today against the full exercise of the freedom of the individual, would it not create new and more formidable restraints upon liberty? Under the present regime the individual has some say in the choice of his occupation and the mode of exercising his trade or calling. Under socialism, on the other hand, the state would be the sole employer, and would determine for every citizen what, where and how he should work. Would not the citizen thus become the slave of the state? This argument, so frequently urged against socialism, contains 2 fundamental errors. It assumes that a socialist state may be a power independent of and opposed to the body of individuals composing it, and that in a system of socialism, all industries must be concentrated in and controlled by the national government or state. The basic principle of every socialist community must be its democratic administration. The socialist state will assume such concrete form, powers and functions as the majority of citizens, unbiased by conflicting class interests, will freely choose to confer on it, and it is not at all reasonable to suppose that these citizens will deliberately encase themselves in an iron cage of rigid laws and rules of their own making. Much more likely the men who will have the framing of the political and industrial system of a socialist commonwealth will take ample care of their own individual freedom. Nor is there any reason to suppose that under socialism, the state would be the sole employer. Socialism implies the collective ownership of the social tools of production, and the collective management of industries based upon the use of social tools. Does that necessarily imply state ownership and management? By no means. Certain industries are even today organized on a national scale, and may be best managed or controlled as state functions. Others come more appropriately within the scope of the municipal administration. Others still may be most efficiently managed by voluntary cooperative associations with or without state control, while a variety of industries of an individual nature, such as the various arts and crafts, must of necessity remain purely individual pursuits. The phantom of the despotic state has taken such a strong hold of the minds of our social philosophers trained in the individualistic school of thought, that even writers like Professor Richard T. Ely, of whose candor and analytical powers there can be no doubt, and who is by no means unsympathetic to socialism, is not quite free from the fear of it. Even, says Professor Ely, if the functions of government should be reduced to the lowest forms compatible with socialism, those in whose hands were centered political and economic control would have tremendous power, however they might be selected or appointed. Nor can we forget the possibilities of combinations between different parties for certain purposes. It would, under socialism, be quite possible for 2 or 3 parties to act together as sometimes they do now. The frequent assertion that the Democratic and Republican parties have acted together in New York City to control the civil service seems to be well-founded, and it is quite conceivable that 2 or 3 parties might act together to promote the interests favorable to a few leaders, and to keep down, if not persecute, obnoxious persons. In voicing these apprehensions, Professor Ely unconsciously transfers present conditions into an order of things in which the very causes of such conditions are altogether lacking. Political parties are the creatures and tools of class interests, and the interests. 7 Richard T. Ely, Socialism and Social Reform, pp. 212-213. Favorable to a few leaders, which he mentions, are the economic interests of the class or group of men represented in politics by those leaders. Modern party politics is, as we shall attempt to show in a later chapter, a manifestation of the capitalist mode of production and of the economic struggle of the classes, and must disappear with the abolition of the present economic order. Under socialism there can be no party politics, in the present sense, and whatever abuses may develop in the administration of the state or the industries, can be only casual, based on inexperience or error of judgment of the community or on personal incompetence, malice or ambition of the responsible officers, and in either case they can be more readily remedied than in a state in which such abuses have their roots in the very foundation of the industrial organization of society. On a par with the assertion that socialism would be fatal to individual liberty is the kindred claim that socialism would destroy the individuality of man. The dead level of intellectual equality and homogeneity under socialism is a specter almost as terrifying to the good individualist as the phantom of socialist slavery. And it is fully as unreal. For if any industrial system tends to destroy the individuality of men, it is not the proposed system of socialism, but our present economic order. The aggregation of millions of working men in the modern industrial centers, employed under similar conditions, tied everlastingly to the same monotonous machine work, dwelling in the same uniform tenements and leading the same stereotyped bleak existence, tends to turn them into one undistinguishable, homogeneous mass, dressing, talking, looking and thinking substantially alike. The men of our active upper classes, all engaged in the same all-absorbing pursuit of wealth by the same methods and under the same conditions, and our leisure classes sorely tried by the rigid rules of conventional etiquette, and tied to a blasé life of uniform and tiring social functions, fashionable sports and prescribed recreations, develop a different but not less homogeneous nor more attractive type. This natural uniformity of type within the different social classes is accompanied by a sort of artificial uniformity produced by the present economic conditions operating in a more indirect manner. One has only to look on whilst the sons of the nouveau riches spend their money, remarks Mr. MacDonald, or whilst the crowds which our industrial quarters have disgorged enjoy themselves, to appreciate the meaningless monotony of our pleasure. From our furniture, made by the thousand pieces by machine, to our religion, stereotyped in set formulae and pursued by clockwork methods, individuality is an exceptional characteristic. Registered, our standard of decency in expenditure, observes Professor Veblen, as in other ends of emulation, is set by the usage of those next above us in reputability. Until, in this way, especially in any community where class distinctions are somewhat vague, all canons of respectability and decency, and all standards of consumption, are traced back by insensible gradations to the usages and habits of thought of the highest social and pecuniary class, the wealthy leisure class, registered. And Mr. Vail expresses the same idea when he says, the tendency toward uniformity is due to the lack of equality in economic conditions. The inferior classes strive to imitate the superior classes in order to avoid an apparent social inferiority. The result is, society is continually run in the same groove. On the other hand, any system which would tend to decrease economic inequality would tend to kill imitation. Just in proportion as men become equal, they cease to gain by imitating each other. It is always among equals that we find true independence. Degree 8J. Ramsay MacDonald, Socialism in Society, London, 1905, p. 7 Registered Thorstein Veblen, The Theory of the Leisure Class, New York, 195. pp. 104. 10 Charles H. Vail, Principles of Scientific Socialism, p. 227. William English Walling, The Larger Aspect of Socialism *1013. Walling, one of the millionaire socialists, was an interesting thinker who sought to reconcile Marx with the tradition of American pragmatism as embodied in the writings of James and Dewey. The tendency of the newer socialist thought is not to struggle against the old, nor to turn the movement to the right or to the left, but to enable it to go more rapidly ahead, in the same revolutionary direction in which it originally started and, on the whole, has been traveling ever since. And in order to go more rapidly ahead, the great need is not to patch up theories of 1850 for the purpose, but to employ such new principles and methods as most adequately express the present-day movement and the present period generally. The older theories, as I have said, may be taken not only as having been satisfactory for the time in which they were formulated, but as still having, beyond doubt, a very considerable value today. But it is not necessary, in order to save what is of value, to try to adapt these older theories to present need, for whatever was vital and of lasting worth has long ago been embodied in the movement itself, at least wherever it has reached an advanced state, as for example in Germany. By basing our theory henceforth on the movement, where it is mature, instead of following the opposite method of trying to base the movement on a theory, we not only have the best possible form of Marxism and a policy in accord with modern thought, but we are gaining from the movement something which is vastly more important than all its theories, namely its actual experience, in which is incorporated not only a whole phase of modern civilization and a large part of the history of our generation, but some of the deepest subconscious strivings, which are as yet not capable even of the most tentative formulation. If we study the socialist press and periodicals, the tactics underscore *pp. XVIIXX, 27-29. Of the leading socialist congresses and the writings of the most representative socialist writers, when they are not dealing with theoretical questions, we not only gain a more profound insight into socialism than by any other method, but we are laying the only possible authentic foundation for socialist political and economic policy as well as socialist culture and civilization. Nearly all the difficulties of socialism in the past have come from the efforts of this or that theorist or faction to narrow it to suit their purpose. But there is now an opposite and equally dangerous tendency, since the movement has begun to grow so rapidly, to make socialism too broad. I have given many reasons why we should take the broader view of socialism, but we cannot identify it with the universe or with all progress, for it would then have no definite meaning at all. We cannot agree with H.G. Wells, for example, that scientific progress, medical organization, the advancement of educational method, artistic production and literature are all aspects of socialism. This, to use a phrase employed by Wells himself in another connection, only a few lines below, is to do sheer violence to language. And what is worse, it confuses socialism with the stage of society which is preceding it, and against which socialism is undoubtedly chiefly to be directed, namely, state socialism. As we are now in a transition period between private or individualist capitalism and the so-called state socialism, much of the progress of the present must still be accredited to the first-mentioned form of capitalism, while another part of present progress, and undoubtedly the larger part of the progress of the immediate future, will have to be accredited to state socialism, which is clearly what Wells means by socialism in this passage. Because of this confusion with collectivism or state socialism, many of the efforts to define socialism, though of a purely practical character, and intended to be based on the movement, are as misleading as any dogma. The best-known example is the statement that socialism means democratic collectivism or industrial democracy, a formula that can easily be limited to the progressive reforms of individualist capitalism and of state socialism. The practical or political and economic problem of socialism is neither how much of industry the government controls, the problem of collectivism, nor the form of government, the problem of democracy, nor even how much of industry a democratic form of government controls, the problem of democratic collectivism, but this: does a class, or group of classes, control the government? It is evident that collectivism, government ownership of monopolies, the appropriation of the land rent by the state, and the placing of labor on the level of maximum efficiency, are not socialism. State socialism seeks merely to rearrange institutions. Socialism seeks to bring new social forces into a position of power, which is the same as to create new forces as far as practical results are concerned. One of the chief spokesmen of British state socialism, J.R. MacDonald, says that socialism is not a tour de force of the creative intelligence. This holds true only of that state socialism for which this writer speaks. Nor is genuine socialism the product of the creative intelligence of a single person or of any limited number of persons, but it certainly is the product of creative intelligence of humanity. MacDonald expresses the state socialist philosophy further when he says that society has not been and will not be created by human voluntary agency. While socialists would agree that humanity has been guided chiefly by involuntary forces in the past, the very essence of the great change that socialism is to inaugurate is that the new society is to be consciously organized, nor can that great revolution in civilization and culture be prepared for except by voluntary effort. This is the meaning of Marx's well-known phrase, "With socialism real history begins." In the early stages of the political and economic movement, socialists were accused of being destructive. They replied by proving that they not only favored and were ready and able to aid every constructive social movement, but had concrete plans for the complete reconstruction of society at every point, that is, for revolution. On its cultural side, socialism is more than constructive, it is creative. For it has sought, already with wonderful success, not merely to direct old forces into new channels, or to improve and accelerate good beginnings that have already been made, but to create new beginnings and new forces. And it has shown that in this creative function it is limited neither by abstract definitions, by political and economic programs, nor by historical precedents which we now call evolutionary laws. The work of the 19th century radicals, to abolish outworn institutions, though it may be viewed as a part of the process of construction, could scarcely satisfy the demand for a great creative social principle, as Spencer and Morley both acknowledge, nor can the solution of merely material problems, the providing of material means for civilization, the more systematic organization of industry and the more scientific exploitation of labor, which is the kind of construction that capitalism has hitherto undertaken or proposes to undertake. The state socialism of the immediate future promises to leave the present class culture intact. It remains for the socialist movement to supply the principles and the forces required to create a new copyright type of man and society. The most positive result of the pragmatic philosophy for socialism, as far as its broader generalizations go, I discuss the applications of this philosophy throughout the remainder of the volume, lies in the fact that philosophy itself evolves and must continue to evolve. This means, of course, that both evolutionary and socialist philosophy must evolve. And just as the former has already advanced from the vague shape which it held in the minds of Darwin and Spencer, so the latter has also advanced from the form it had with Marx and Engels, and these currents are coming together in the far more subtle and at the same time more practical pragmatism of such men as Dewey. Not only do philosophies evolve, but the fact that they evolve must be made the basis of philosophy. The thoroughly vital question for us all, says James, is what is this world going to be? What is life going to make of itself? And one of the most vital questions as to the future of the world and life is, what is philosophy going to be? We can only hope to see ahead a few years, and even there our chief conclusions are negative, though none the less valuable for that. We can see, for example, that the philosophy of the future, like that which is forming today, is going to look ahead, and not backward, as a great deal of the philosophy of the past has done. To look ahead practically means for men to develop their power over their nature and themselves, and not to give their strength to abstract speculation. And underscored, this conclusion can seem negative only to those whose object is speculation and not life. The most valuable part of every philosophy has always been that intellectually negative and destructive criticism of the previous philosophies which serves as an introduction to the new dogma, at which the philosopher has aimed. For certain subconscious, involuntary, and unfelt assumptions that are too certain and matter of fact to be felt as being even worthy of expression underlie this criticism in large part and are at the bottom the most positive, social and lasting contributions of the philosophy. The so-called constructive ideas, on the other hand, have always been dogmatic, ultra-intellectual, unrelated to many important phases of life, largely individualistic, and destructive of the most vital impulses, of subconscious and semi-conscious strivings, and of new thought. Pragmatism is the first philosophy that has rested satisfied with this criticism and has attempted no purely intellectual construction. It is only when considered from a purely intellectual standpoint that it is negative, however. For underlying this criticism is the assumption, become conscious, willed and felt at last, that the intellect is of no value whatever in itself but exists purely for the service of life. Pragmatism therefore does not seek to show what the intellect in itself can accomplish for man, but what it can do to aid him in all his activities, natural science, sociology and psychology, education, literature and art. Pragmatism, in a word, teaches that the purpose of philosophy is merely to supply methods of investigation and thought. In itself it is only a spirit drawn from the practical needs and activities of men. In its application it is a revolution in all the higher fields of human effort, the great social revolution, as it appears in the world of thought. Chapter 8. Socialism and the Workers. I want to tell you socialists that I have studied your philosophy. Read your works upon economics, and not the meanest of them. I declare it to you, I am not only at variance with your doctrines, but with your philosophy. Economically you are unsound. Socially you are wrong. Industrially you are an impossibility. Samuel Gompers. American Federation of Labor Convention, 1903. The trade union and the Social Democratic Party are both a part of a labor movement, but they have different and separate functions. Every thinking trade union man is bound to join the Social Democratic Party sooner or later. Viker Berger. Social Democratic Herald, 1905. We are going down in the gutter to get at the mass of the workers and bring them up to a decent plane of living. Wittitism M.D. Haywoop. First Convention of the Industrial Workers of the World, 1905. The workers are developing their industrial consciousness, their economic and political power, and when the revolution comes, they will be prepared to take possession and assume control of every industry. With the education they will have received in the industrial workers they will be drilled and disciplined, trained and fitted for industrial mastery and social freedom. Usenar v. Dens. Speech at Chicago, 1905. I am opposed to any tactics which involve stealth, secrecy, intrigue, and necessitate acts of industrial violence for their execution. Ukraine v. Des. International Socialist Review, 1912. How should socialism deal with organized labor? This was the central issue that confronted the Socialist Party in its halcyon years before World War I. The issue would not have bulked so large or been so divisive if it had not been for the fact that the only union of consequence at the time was the American Federation of Labor. The AFL's remarkable success, its growth since 1886, when it was founded, from several thousand to nearly 1,500,000 members, was, on the face of it, a devastating refutation of the socialist argument. For the socialists had been predicting that as capitalism entered its final phase, labor would become increasingly anti-capitalist, increasingly class-conscious, increasingly committed to the ideal of the cooperative commonwealth. Such was the pattern in England and the continent, such would be the pattern in America. But organized labor in America heedlessly went its own way. The AFL rejected any ideology other than pure and simple unionism. If it had an ultimate goal, it was to secure the most pay and best working conditions possible for its members. It found nothing objectionable in capitalism as such. Officially, in fact, it applauded a system that allowed workers to organize their own autonomous unions. On the whole, its members, whose skills gave them some leverage in the free market, occupied a highly privileged stratum of the labor force. As such, they felt little solidarity with, and they certainly had no intention of trying to organize, the proletariat, immigrants, Negroes, and unskilled labor in general. The socialists feared that the leaders of the AFL, in particular its president, Samuel Gompers, were bent on driving the union even more deeply into the capitalist camp. Their fears were powerfully reinforced when, in 1901, Gompers joined Mark Hanna, August Belmont, George Perkins, and other high-ranking businessmen, as well as a host of public-spirited conservatives, St. G. Grover, Cleveland and William Howard Taft, in establishing the National Civic Federation. The stated purpose of the federation was to mediate disputes between management and labor in the hope of preventing a polarization on both sides. The socialists denounced it as a conspiracy between the labor aristocracy and the capitalists to keep the other workers from organizing. Yet, as we noted before, the leaders of the Socialist Party had to adopt a cautious, circumspect approach toward the AFL. Whatever they thought of Gompers, they dared not repeat De Leon's strategy of launching, or sanctioning, rival unions. They dared not do so for the compelling reason that the socialist movement was well entrenched in the AFL, controlling numerous international unions and city and state labor councils, and enjoying wide support from the rank and file. Just how wide was evident very early in the career of the party. In 1902, the AFL convention barely turned down a socialist-sponsored resolution demanding that the union advise workers to organize their economic and political power to secure for labor the full equivalent of its toil in the overthrow of the wage system and the establishment of an industrial cooperative democracy. The Socialist Party was confident that sooner or later a majority of the AFL would come over to its side. In the meantime, it would respect the union's independence and avoid any challenge to its authority. This was the party's fixed position. The policy did not, however, go uncontested. A small group within the party, led by Eugene Debs, opposed any kind of modus vivendi with the AFL. From his experiences as a union chief, Debs had come to regard Gompers as the Judas Iscariot of the working class. Between the pure and simple labor leaders and civic federationists, and the socialist agitators, Debs asserted in 1903, after the socialists had again been defeated at an AFL convention, there is war, and the place to fight it out is not in an Alamo where they outnumber us 12 to 1, but out in the hearing of the working class. Debs was implying that the socialists should cease attempting to convert the AFL, that they should take their case directly to the great unorganized mass of workers. He was implying, in short, that socialists should back a rival union, if one appeared. Soon one did appear. In January 1905, a band of dissident socialists met secretly in Chicago to discuss the creation of a revolutionary industrial union of miners, was prepared to challenge the AFL for the loyalty of the workers. The Western Federation of Miners was itself in the AFL at one time. That was back in the early 1890s, when the organizers of the Western Federation believed that labor and capital could live in peace. But the owners of the gold, silver, copper, and lead mines of the West refused to negotiate with the Union, and the mountain fastnesses of Montana, Idaho, and Colorado shook with violence. In a series of armed engagements, the miners, and sometimes their families, took on the company police, local posses, state militias, and occasionally federal troops as well. The battles of Coeur d'Alene, Cripple Creek, Leadville, and Telluride were among the bloodiest ever fought by American labor. They persuaded the Western Federation of Miners that the scales of justice were weighted in the capitalists' favor, and that the AFL, which rendered the Union no assistance, was as perfidious, self-serving, and cowardly as its enemies. The leaders of the Western Federation declared themselves socialists and industrial unionists, and they vowed to break the AFL's hegemony over American labor. So they consented to answer the call of the radical socialists to meet in Chicago in January 1905. 6 months after this meeting, a full-blown convention was held in Chicago. Revolutionists from all over the country descended on the city. Debs and his friends in the Socialist Party were there. So was De Leon, representing his minuscule labor organization, the Socialist Trades and Labor Alliance. So were the delegates of other unions, all of them, with the single exception of the Western Federation of Miners, quite small, and so were a goodly number of intellectuals, anarchists, and wayward radicals in general. Given its wildly heterogeneous composition, the convention could easily have degenerated into pandemonium. But, despite the acrimoniousness and length of the debates, the convention accomplished what it had set out to do. It created a new labor organization, appropriately titled Industrial Workers of the World, and it adopted a constitution that was reasonable, even moderate, in tone and objective. This was due mostly to the influence exerted by the Western Federation of Miners, which was able to dominate the proceedings because it controlled more than a third of the convention votes, roughly the proportion of its membership to that of the whole body. The famous preamble to the Constitution plangently announced to the world what kind of union the IWW would be. The working class and the employing class, it affirmed, have nothing in common. There can be no peace so long as hunger and want are found among millions of working people, and the few, who make up the employing class, have all the good things of life. The traditional craft-oriented unions, the AFL, the preamble continued, could not cope with the ever-growing power of the employing class, the centering of management of industries into fewer and fewer hands. The aim of the IWW, accordingly, was to bring together all the workers in a single organization operating, on the political as well as on the industrial field, so that they can take hold of that which they produce by their labor. The structure of the WW was a logical extension of this aim. The Constitution specified that 13 separate departments eventually would be established, each corresponding to an industry, transportation, mining, building, etc., each having jurisdiction over its multifarious subdivisions down to the most highly specialized craft. The union as a whole would be governed by a president, a secretary-treasurer, and a 5-man executive board. No longer would workers have to confront the dreadful alternatives imposed by the AFL. No longer, that is, would they have to struggle for privileges or engage in fratricidal war. Now, thanks to the emergent IWW, a dispute, however trivial, between any group of workers and their employers, would involve the entire industrial department, and if necessary the entire union. An injury to one would be an injury to all. The appearance of the industrial workers of the world embarrassed the leaders of the Socialist Party. If in their heart of hearts they wished its success because they believed in industrial unionism and labor class consciousness, they could not say so openly. They certainly did not like De Leon's association with it. His sole motive, in their view, was to bring it within the orbit of his political organization. Most of all they feared that the Socialist Party would suffer in a protracted conflict between rival unions. Gompers was bound to exploit the fact that Debs, the most prominent of the socialists, backed a union that wished to destroy the AFL. The Socialist Party thus emphatically dissociated itself from the IWW and stressed repeatedly that Debs spoke only for himself. But as it turned out, neither the party nor the AFL need have worried about the IWW. It proved to be too unstable an amalgam to be an effective rival. Soon after its founding, the IWW split into two contending groups. The Conservatives, consisting of most of the officials of the Western Federation of Miners, who were essentially militant unionists seeking to improve the lot of their men, and the Radicals, among them De Leon, who favored relentless class struggle whatever the immediate consequences and however adverse the effects on labor. The Radicals captured the 1906 convention, and De Leon emerged as the IWW's chief ideologue and tactician. But it was an organization suddenly void of members and revenue, for the Western Federation, which had supplied both, promptly pulled out. Several years later, in an amazing volte-face, the miners rejoined the AFL. The IWW continued to seethe. By 1907, De Leon found himself cast in the role of a conservative. The Radicals were now advocating a species of syndicalism similar to the one that had recently made its appearance in some of the French labor unions. These syndicalists maintained that each industrial department, or syndicate, must be sovereign over the lives of all the workers belonging to it, and that revolutionary unions must eschew politics, a meaningless bourgeois ritual, in favor of direct action in the streets and factories, the general strike. De Leon condemned the Radicals in the IWW as uncivilized, slum proletarians, who were determined to commit suicide. In the 1908 Chicago Convention, the syndicalists, bolstered by an overall brigade and a contingent of self-styled bums from the far west, they had come in via boxcar, peremptorily threw De Leon out of the IWW. Then they expunged from the preamble the brief, innocuous reference to political action. Thereafter the WW was an out-and-out syndicalist organization, even to the extent of espousing the doctrine of industrial sabotage. It thus embarked on a lonely and dangerous course. Apart from the logging and migratory camps of the West, it had very few friends. Debs had long since given up on it. But the diminutive size of the IWW was no measure of the amount of attention it received. IWW organizers created a stir wherever they showed up. It was as though a gang of bad men were suddenly to come to town. To make matters more tense, communities up and down the West Coast passed ordinances prohibiting speeches and meetings in the streets. These were promulgated expressly to keep union organizers from talking to the men who worked in the nearby camps, who could not be appealed to except in the streets. The IWW resisted these ordinances. Its tactic was the same in every community, and in nearly every community proved successful. Provoking arrest, members of the WW filled the jails, thereby taxing the community's resources to the breaking point. Soon the offending statute was repealed or modified. It was not the first time that an extremist group, for reasons of its own, had struck a blow for civil liberties. Between 1909 and 1913, while waging its free speech campaign in the West, the IWW became embroiled in a series of spectacular labor conflicts elsewhere in the country. The strikers who allowed themselves to be led by the IWW did so because they faced insuperable difficulties: poverty, ethnic and racial discrimination, the ruthlessness of the employers, the brutality of the police and the courts, and the animosity of the American Federation of Labor, and only the IWW volunteered to defend them. It was no surprise that the IWW, bumptiously moving in where others had feared to tread, lost all but one of these strikes. The surprise was that the strikes took place at all, even more that they lasted as long as they did. As a result of its heroic defeats, the ITWW acquired a romantic aureole which continued to glow, particularly in the eyes of Eastern radical intellectuals, until it was extinguished during World War I. The IWW, let it be noted, conducted its strikes as responsibly as any pure and simple union would have. The famous Lawrence, Massachusetts, strike, the only important strike it led to victory, was a case in point. Early in 1912, the IWW office in Chicago received a telegram from the representatives of the 25,000 or so employees of the American Woolen Company, asking it to take charge of the strike that had just broken out there. Some of the employees, about a tenth of the total, belonged to the United Textile Workers of the AFL. These were the more highly skilled Native Americans who, over the years, had shown no concern for their unskilled co-workers, all of them recent immigrants from Poland, Italy, Lithuania, Belgium, and French Canada. The strike had been called because the American Woolen Company had just cut wages in response to a new state law reducing from 56 to 54 the maximum number of hours a week that women and minors could work. The average weekly wage before the cut was $8.76 to 15 cents an hour. The IWW leaders displayed brilliant tactical ability throughout the strike. In the face of repeated police provocation, and despite their arrest on trumped-up charges, they kept violence down to a minimum. They saw to it that the ranks of the strikers held firm, that the discipline and solidarity were sustained. Just how difficult this was may be imagined. It was the middle of winter and there was no money available to tide over the 25,000 strikers and their families. Yet they were tided over, thanks to the ingenuity of the leaders. Help was procured from various ethnic organizations. From sympathetic labor unions. The AFL, however, opposed the strike and tried to break it, from the Socialist Party, and from liberal philanthropists. Also, hundreds of the strikers' children were sent to homes in other cities. The heavily publicized children's migration finally caused the authorities in Lawrence to do something quite stupid. On February 24, police and militiamen tried to prevent a group of children from boarding a train. A battle royal followed. The children and their parents were indiscriminately beaten, some of them badly, and thrown into jail. The ensuing court scene, the children and parents milling about waiting to be sentenced, was ludicrous. The charges against the victims were dismissed, and the children were permitted to leave town. Less than 3 weeks later, the company, smarting from the public's criticism, capitulated to the demands of the strike committee. The wage increase established a pattern for the industry as a whole. Though the Socialist Party supported the IWW-led strikes, it resolutely opposed the union's syndicalist ideology. The issue was not an abstract one. The party was becoming a formidable political force in America, and its hopes depended on the degree of trust it could expect to command from a skeptical public. The party, in short, could not allow itself to be identified with the syndicalist position, with disregard for laws and contracts, talk of sabotage, and direct action. In 1908, the year the syndicalists definitely took over the IWW, the Socialist Party convention passed a constitutional amendment specifying that any member of the party who opposes political action as a weapon of the working class to aid in its emancipation shall be expelled from membership. By 1912, the issue had come to a head. For the past 2 years, The party's strength had grown appreciably, and it looked forward to fresh advances in the coming presidential election. It had, therefore, to be especially careful about its image of respectability. This was all the more necessary since a pro-syndicalist faction had sprung up inside the party itself. This faction gathered around an outstanding socialist monthly, the International Socialist Review, and particularly around the person of William D. Haywood. In 1911 he had been elected to the party's executive committee by an overwhelming vote of the rank and file. Far from being repulsed, the enemy had penetrated the citadel of the movement. Debs accepted, no socialist was more popular and more notorious than Big Bill Haywood. Like Debs, he started out as a worker. He was a knockabout, itinerant laborer in the far west. He had been born in Utah in 1869, until becoming a miner. Very early in his life he learned that beneath the trappings of the law and the courts, beneath the honeyed words and good intentions, lay the violence that alone kept the workers in their place and gave the rich their advantages. He accepted the class struggle as a fact long before he knew anything about socialism. He was one of the leaders of the Western Federation of Miners, and as such was one of the prime movers in the formation of the IWW. He first came to the public's notice in 1906, when he and two other Union officers were arrested and then illegally spirited across state lines for their alleged complicity in the murder of a former Idaho governor. The case of Moyer, Pettibone, and Haywood became a national cause célèbre, with the forces of the left, including the AFL this time, ranged on one side and those of the right on the other. After a stay in jail, bail having been denied them, they were acquitted in a spectacular trial, thanks to a virtuoso performance by defense attorney Clarence Darrow. The prosecutor for Idaho was William Borah. By the completion of the trial, Haywood had broken with the miners' union in favor of the pro-syndicalist IWW. He went on to lead many of its strikes, notably the one at Lawrence. He was a celebrity then, a hero of the West, a survivor of real wars, not mere cerebral ones. Radical intellectuals lionized him. He was a favorite at the Fifth Avenue salon of Mabel Dodge Lujan, who was his mistress for a while. He cut an awesome figure. He was a huge, bluff man, whose whole manner and appearance, he had lost an eye and wore a patch over it, bespoke his virile working-class origins and ideology. Haywood left no doubt where he stood. He yielded not an inch in his syndicalist militancy. In January 1912, at Cooper Union, he held an extraordinary debate with Morris Hillquit on the question, "What shall the attitude of the Socialist Party be toward the economic organization of the workers?" To the audience that overflowed the hall, Haywood stoutly defended sabotage and direct action by labor, and ridiculed the ballot box among other formal democratic procedures. "I don't know of anything," he asserted, "that can be applied that will bring as much satisfaction to you, and as much anguish to the boss, as a little sabotage in the right place at the proper time. Find out what it means. It won't hurt you, and it will cripple the boss." From left to right, from Debs to Berger, party spokesmen condemned Haywood's justification of illegality as being both wrong and imprudent. And even though in his capacity as strike leader he conspicuously refrained from practicing what he preached, indeed, he repeatedly adjured the strikers to obey the law, the party hierarchs determined to silence him or drive him from its councils at the earliest opportunity. That opportunity arose at the Socialist Party convention of May 1912. The high point of the proceedings, Debs's nomination for the presidency having been a foregone conclusion, was the debate over a constitutional amendment to strengthen the section prohibiting opposition to political action. After bitter and protracted arguments, the convention, as expected, passed the amendment by a vote of better than 2-1. Now, under provisions of Article IJ, Section 6, the party could expel any member who opposes political action or advocates crime, sabotage, or other methods of violence as a weapon of the working class to aid in its emancipation. And political action, the amendment went on to say, meant participation in elections for public office and practical and administrative work along the lines of the Socialist Party platform. It was only a matter of time before Haywood would be punished. Shortly after the national election, the New York State chapter of the party charged Haywood with violating the Constitution at a recent public meeting. He advocated crime, sabotage, etc., and called upon the whole membership to dismiss him from the National Executive Committee. The party leaders intended this to underscore be a symbolic act. It would let the public know how democratic socialists felt about syndicalism. The referendum took place early in 1913. With about a third of the members voting, approximately 35,000, Haywood was thrown off the committee, again by a vote of more than 2-1. The voting pattern revealed two interesting things about the party. First, that Haywood received the bulk of his support from the populist-oriented South and West. Second, that the Eastern Bloc, which opposed him, could always muster enough votes to carry out the policies of Berger and Hillquit. After his recall, Haywood left the party altogether. By 1913, the Socialist Party, having purged itself of direct actionists, could present itself to organized labor and the electorate as a respectable political party, different from the bourgeois parties only in the ends it advocated, not the means. The socialists, in other words, chose to alienate the extreme left rather than destroy their chances of converting the AFL rank and file and the public at large. As it turned out, however, they did neither. The left wing remained in the party. This fact was borne out by the membership rolls, which, despite periodic fluctuations, were fairly constant between 1913 and 1917. But the socialists failed to make much headway within the AFL. For one thing, there had emerged since 1909 a powerful anti-socialist movement in the Union, the Catholic Militia of Christ. It had been founded to uphold the pillars of social order, church, family, and property. Just as important was the Wilson administration's effort to win the support of organized labor. No administration had ever gone as far as it went in befriending the unions, and Gompers reciprocated by tacitly sealing an alliance, which has endured down to the present, with the Democratic Party. Yet the effect of these moves was not so much to diminish the socialist appeal to labor as prevent it from growing more than it did. According to the best evidence available, see James Weinstein's illuminating study, The Decline of Socialism in America, 1912 to 1925, socialist activity and strength in the trade unions actually increased somewhat between 1912 and 1917. This was a remarkable feat when one considers the forces, progressive and conservative, arrayed against socialism at the time. If socialism and the unions did eventually go their separate ways, though they were briefly reunited in the 1930s, it was not because of any failure in the party's policy toward labor. It was because events supervened that proved too catastrophic for such a fragile movement to overcome. Manifesto on Organizing the Industrial Workers of the World * 1905. This is the statement put out by the delegates who met at Chicago in early January 1905 to lay the groundwork for the IWW convention later in the year. Social relations and groupings only reflect mechanical and industrial conditions. The great facts of present industry are the displacement of human skill by machines and the increase of capitalist power through concentration in the possession of the tools with which wealth is produced and distributed. Because of these facts, trade division among laborers and competition among capitalists are alike disappearing. Class divisions grow ever more fixed and class antagonisms more sharp. Trade lines have been swallowed up in a common servitude of all workers to the machines which they tend. New machines, ever replacing less productive ones, wipe out whole trades and plunge new bodies of workers into the ever-growing army of tradeless, hopeless unemployed. As human beings and human skill are displaced by mechanical progress, the capitalists need use the workers only during that brief period when muscles and nerves respond most intensely. The moment the laborer no longer yields the maximum of profits, he is thrown upon the scrap pile, to starve alongside the discarded machine. A deadline has been drawn, and an age limit established, to cross which, in this world of monopolized opportunities, means condemnation to industrial death. The worker, wholly separated from the land and the tools, with his skill of craftsmanship rendered useless, is sunk in the uniform mass of wage slaves. He sees his power of resistance broken by craft divisions, perpetuated from outgrown industrial stages. His asterisk report of the New York State Joint Legislative Committee investigating sedition, Lusk Committee, Volume I, pp. 903 to 906. Wages constantly grow less as his hours grow longer and monopolized prices grow higher. Shifted hither and thither by the demands of profit-takers, the laborer's home no longer exists. In this hopeless condition he is forced to accept whatever humiliating conditions his master may impose. He is subjected to a physical and intellectual examination more searching than was the chattel slave when sold from the auction block. Laborers are no longer classified by differences in trade skill, but the employer assigns them according to the machines to which they are attached. These divisions, far from representing differences in skill or interests among the copyright laborers, are imposed by the employers that workers may be pitted against one another and spurred to greater exertion in the shop, and that all resistance to capitalist tyranny may be weakened by artificial distinctions. While encouraging these outgrown divisions among the workers, the capitalists carefully adjust themselves to the new conditions. They wipe out all differences among themselves and present a united front in their war upon labor. Through employers' associations, they seek to crush, with brutal force, by the injunctions of the judiciary and the use of military power, all efforts at resistance. Or when the other policy seems more profitable, they conceal their daggers beneath the civic federation and hoodwink and betray those whom they would rule and exploit. Both methods depend for success upon the blindness and internal dissensions of the working class. The employer's line of battle and methods of warfare correspond to the solidarity of the mechanical and industrial concentration, while laborers still form their fighting organizations on lines of long-gone trade divisions. The battles of the past emphasize this lesson. The textile workers of Lowell, Philadelphia, and Fall River, the butchers of Chicago, weakened by the disintegrating effects of trade divisions, the machinists on the Santa Fe, unsupported by their fellow workers subject to the same masters, the long-struggling miners of Colorado, hampered by a lack of unity and solidarity upon the industrial battlefield, all bear witness to the helplessness and impotency of labor as at present organized. This worn-out and corrupt system offers no promise of improvement and adaptation. There is no silver lining to the clouds of darkness and despair settling down upon the world of labor. This system offers only a perpetual struggle for slight relief. Within wage slavery, it is blind to the possibility of establishing an industrial democracy, wherein there shall be no wage slavery, but where the workers will own the tools which they operate, and the product of which they alone will enjoy. It shatters the ranks of the workers into fragments, rendering them helpless and impotent on the industrial battlefield. Separation of craft from craft renders industrial and financial solidarity impossible. Union men scab upon union men. Hatred of worker for worker is engendered, and the workers are delivered helpless and disintegrated into the hands of the capitalists. Craft jealousy leads to the attempt to create trade monopolies. Prohibitive initiation fees are established that force men to become scabs against their will. Men whom manliness or circumstances have driven from one trade are thereby fined when they seek to transfer membership to the union of a new craft. Craft divisions foster political ignorance among the workers, thus dividing their class at the ballot box, as well as in the shop, mine and factory. Craft unions may be and have been used to assist employers in the establishment of monopolies and the raising of prices. One set of workers are thus used to make harder the conditions of life of another body of laborers. Craft divisions hinder the growth of class consciousness of the workers, foster the idea of harmony of interests between employing exploiter and employed slave. They permit the association of the misleaders of the workers with the capitalists in the civic federations, where plans are made for the perpetuation of capitalism and the permanent enslavement of the workers through the wage system. Previous efforts for the betterment of the working class have proven abortive because limited in scope and disconnected in action. Universal economic evils afflicting the working class can be eradicated only by a universal working class movement. Such a movement of the working class is impossible while separate craft and wage agreements are made favoring the employer against other crafts in the same industry, and while energies are wasted in fruitless jurisdiction struggles which serve only to further the personal aggrandizement of union officials. A movement to fulfill these conditions must consist of one great industrial union embracing all industries, providing for craft autonomy locally, industrial autonomy internationally, and working class unity generally. It must be founded on the class struggle, and its general administration must be conducted in harmony with the recognition of the irrepressible conflict between the capitalist class and the working class. It should be established as the economic organization of the working class, without affiliation with any political party. All power should rest in a collective membership. Local, national and general administration, including union labels, buttons, badges, transfer cards, initiation fees, and per capita tax should be uniform throughout. All members must hold membership in the local, national or international union covering the industry in which they are employed, but transfers of membership between unions, local, national, or international, should be universal. Working men bringing union cards from industrial unions in foreign countries should be freely admitted into the organization. The general administration should issue a publication representing the entire union and its principles which should reach all members in every industry at regular intervals. A central defense fund, to which all members contribute equally, should be established and maintained. All workers, therefore, who agree with the principles herein set forth, will meet in convention at Chicago the 27th day of June, 1905, for the purpose of forming an economic organization of the working class along the lines marked out in this manifesto. Representation in the convention shall be based upon the number of workers whom the delegate represents. No delegate, however, shall be given representation in the convention on the numerical basis of an organization unless he has credentials, bearing the seal of his union, local, national or international, and the signatures of the officers thereof, authorizing him to install his union as a working part of the proposed economic organization in the industrial department in which it logically belongs in the general plan of the organization. Lacking this authority, the delegate shall represent himself as an individual. Adopted at Chicago, January 2, 3 and 4, 1905. A. G. Swine, A. M. Sirwans, W. Shirtliff, Frank M. McCask, June M. Onen, Geo, Sts, Wo, D. Haywoon, Moriwer Jones, Ernest Untermann, W. L. Hatt, Kuas, H. Mover, Clarence Smith, William Ernest Troutman, Yosh, Scummiper, Johnny Gert, Dante L. McDonough, Eugene V. Des, Twoes, J. DeYoon, Twoes, J. Hesseri, Frepp, D. Henyon, W. J. Brapier, Kuas, O. Sherman, M. E. Were, Vim J. Pinkerton, Frank Craw FFs, J. E. For Sarah T.P., Frank Bone. Eugene V. Debs, Revolutionary Unionism, 190%. Debs delivered this speech in December 1905 at Grand Central Palace, New York, in the belief that the industrial workers of the world would sweep everything before it, that the unskilled and semi-skilled, amounting to 9/10 of the labor force, would join its ranks and overwhelm the AFL-X. The revolutionary movement of the working class will date from the year 1905, from the organization of the INDUSTRIAL. Workers of the world. Prolonged applause. Economic solidarity is today the supreme need of the working class. The old form of unionism has long since fulfilled its mission and outlived its usefulness, and the hour has struck for a change. The old unionism is organized upon the basis of the identity of interests of the capitalist and working classes. It spends its time and energy trying to conciliate these two essentially antagonistic classes, and so this unionism has at its head a harmonizing board called the Civic Federation. This federation consists of three parts. A part representing the capitalist class, a part supposed to represent the working class, and still another part that is said to represent the public. The capitalists are represented by that great Union labor champion, August Belmont. Laughter and hisses. The working class by Samuel Gompers, the president of the American Federation of Labor, hisses and cries, sick him, and the public, by Grover Cleveland. Laughter. Can you imagine a fox and goose peace congress? Just fancy such a meeting, the goose lifting its wings in benediction, and the fox whispering, let us pray. The Civic Federation has been organized for the one purpose of prolonging the age-long sleep of the working class. Their supreme * Eugene V. Debs, Life, Writings and Speeches, Chicago, 1908, pp. 448-455, 464-4066. Do it. The industrial workers has been organized for an opposite purpose, and its representatives come in your presence to tell you that there can be no peace between you, the working class, and the capitalist class who exploit you of what you produce. That as workers you have economic interests apart from and opposed to their interests, and that you must organize by and for yourselves. And that if you are intelligent enough to understand these interests you will sever your relations with the old unions in which you are divided and subdivided, and join the industrial workers, in which all are organized and united upon the basis of the class struggle. Applause. The industrial workers is organized, not to conciliate, but to fight the capitalist class. We have no object in concealing any part of our mission, we would have it perfectly understood. We deny that there is anything in common between workingmen and capitalists. We insist that workingmen must organize to get rid of capitalists and make themselves the masters of the tools with which they work, freely employ themselves, secure to themselves all they produce, and enjoy to the full the fruit of their labors. Applause. The old union movement is not only organized upon the basis of the identity of interests of the exploited and exploiting classes, but it divides instead of uniting the workers, and there are thousands of unions, more or less in conflict, used against one another. And so long as these countless unions occupy the field, there will be no substantial unity of the working class. Applause. And here let me say that the most zealous supporter of the old union is the capitalist himself. August Belmont, president of the Civic Federation, takes special pride in declaring himself a union man. Laughter. But he does not mean by that he is an industrial worker. That is not the kind of a union he means. He means the impotent old union that Mr. Gompers and Mr. Mitchell lead, the kind that keeps the working class divided so that the capitalist system may be perpetuated indefinitely. For 30 years I have been connected with the organized labor movement. I have long since been made to realize that the pure and simple union can do nothing for the working class. I have had some experience and know whereof I speak. The craft union seeks to establish its own petty supremacy. Craft division is fatal to class unity. To organize along craft lines means to divide the working class and make it the prey of the capitalist class. The working class can only be unionized efficiently along class lines. And so the industrial workers has been organized, not to isolate the crafts but to unite the whole working class. Applause. The working class has had considerable experience during the past few years. In almost every conflict between labor and capital, labor has been defeated. Take the leading strikes in their order, and you will find that, without a single exception, the organized workers have been defeated, and thousands upon thousands of them have lost their jobs, and many of them have become scabs. Is there not something wrong with a unionism in which the workers are always worsted? Let me review hurriedly some of this history of the past few years. I have seen the conductors on the Chicago, Burlington and Quincy Railroad, organized in a craft union, take the place of the striking union locomotive engineers on the same system. I have seen the employees of the Missouri, Kansas and Texas Railway, organized in their several craft unions, stand by the corporation as a unit, totally wiping out the union telegraphers, 1,300 of them losing their jobs. I have seen these same craft unions, just a little while ago, on the Northern Pacific and Great Northern systems. I have seen them unite with the corporation to crush out the telegraphers' union, and defeat the strikers, their own co-unionists and fellow employees. Just a few weeks ago, in the city of Chicago, the switchmen on the Grand Trunk went out on strike. All their fellow unionists remained at work and faithfully served the corporation until the switchmen were defeated, and now those union switchmen are scattered about looking for jobs. The machinists were recently on strike in Chicago. They went out in a body under the direction of their craft union. Their fellow unionists all remained at work until the machinists were completely defeated, and now their organization in that city is on the verge of collapse. There has been a ceaseless repetition of this form of scabbing of one craft union upon another until the working man, if his eyes are open, is bound to see that this kind of unionism is a curse and not a benefit to the working class. The American Federation of Labor does not learn by experience. They recently held their annual convention, and they passed the same old stereotype resolutions. They are going to petition Congress to restrict the power of the courts. That is to say, they are going to once more petition a capitalist Congress to restrict the power of capitalist courts. That is as if a flock of sheep were to petition a pack of wolves to extract their own fangs. They have passed these resolutions over and over again. They have been totally fruitless and will continue to be. What good came to the working class from this convention? Put your finger upon a single thing they did that will be of any real benefit to the workers of the country. You have had some experience here in New York. You have plenty of unionism here, such as it is, yet there is not a city in the country in which the workers are less organized than they are here. It was in March last that you had here an exhibition of pure and simple unionism. You saw about 6,000 craft union men go out on strike, and you saw their fellow unionists remain at work loyally until all the strikers were defeated and sacrificed. Here you have an object lesson that is well calculated to set you thinking, and this is all I can hope to do by coming here, set you thinking, and for yourselves. For when you begin to think, you will soon begin to act for yourselves. You will then sever your relations with capitalist unions and capitalist parties, applause, and you will begin the real work of organizing your class, and that is what we of the industrial workers have engaged to do. We have a new mission. That mission is not merely the amelioration of the condition of the working class, but the complete emancipation of that class from slavery, applause. The industrial workers is going to do all for the working class that can be done in the capitalist system, but while it is engaged in doing that, its revolutionary eye will be fixed upon the goal. And there will be a great difference between a strike of revolutionary workers and a strike of ignorant trade unionists who but vaguely understand what they want and do not know how to get that. Applause. The industrial workers is less than 6 months old, and already has around 100,000 of dues-paying members. Applause. This splendid achievement has no parallel in the annals of organized labor. From every direction come the applications for charters and for organizers, and when the delegates of this revolutionary economic organization meet in the city of Chicago, next year, it will be the greatest convention that ever met in the United States in the interest of the working class. Applause. This organization has a worldwide mission. It makes its appeal directly to the working class. It asks no favors from capitalists. No organization of working men has ever been so flagrantly misrepresented by the capitalist press as has been the industrial workers of the world. Every delegate to the Chicago Convention will bear testimony to this fact, and this is as it should be. The capitalist press is the mouthpiece of the capitalist class, and the very fact that the capitalist press is the organ, virtually, of the American Federation of Labor is in itself sufficient to open the eyes of the working class. If the American Federation of Labor were not in alliance with the capitalist class, the capitalist press would not pour its fulsome eulogy upon it. This press has not one friendly word for the industrial workers, not one, and we do not expect it to have. These papers of the plutocrats know us and we know them. Applause. Between us there is no misunderstanding. The workers of the country, the intelligent ones at least, readily see the difference between revolutionary and reactionary unionism, and that is why they are deserting the old and joining the new. That is why the industrial workers is building up so rapidly. That is why there is such a widespread demand for organizers and for literature and for all other means of building up this class-conscious economic organization. Applause. As I have said, the industrial workers begin by declaring that there is nothing in common between capitalists and wage workers. The capitalists own the tools they do not use, and the workers use the tools they do not own. The capitalists, who own the tools that the working class use, appropriate to themselves what the working class produce, and this accounts for the fact that a few capitalists become fabulously rich while the toiling millions remain in poverty, ignorance and dependence. Let me make this point perfectly clear for the benefit of those who have not thought it out for themselves. Andrew Carnegie is a type of the capitalist class. He owns the tools with which steel is produced. These tools are used by many thousands of working men. Andrew Carnegie, who owns these tools, has absolutely nothing to do with the production of steel. He may be in Scotland, or where you will, the production of steel goes forward just the same. His mills at Pittsburgh, Duquesne and Homestead, where these tools are located, are thronged with thousands of toolless wage workers, who work day and night, in winter's cold and summer's heat, who endure all the privations and make all the sacrifices of health and limb and life, producing thousands upon thousands of tons of steel, yet not having an interest, even the slightest, in the product. Carnegie, who owns the tools, appropriates the product, and the workers, in exchange for their labor power, receive a wage that serves to keep them in producing order. And the more industrious they are, and the more they produce, the worse they are off. For the sooner they have produced more than Carnegie can get rid of in the markets, the tool houses are shut down and the workers are locked out in the cold. This is a beautiful arrangement for Mr. Carnegie. He does not want to change, and so he is in favor of the Civic Federation, and a leading member of it. And he is doing what he can to induce you to think that this ideal relation ought to be maintained forever. Now, what is true of steel production is true of every other department of industrial activity. You belong to the millions who have no tools, who cannot work without selling your labor power, and when you sell that, you have got to deliver it in person. You cannot send it to the mill, you have got to carry it there. You are inseparable from your labor power. You have got to go to the mill at 7 in the morning and work until 6 in the evening, producing, not for yourself, but for the capitalist who owns the tools you made and use, and without which you are almost as helpless as if you had no arms. This fundamental fact in modern industry you must recognize, and you must organize upon the basis of this fact. You must appeal to your class to join the union that is the true expression of your economic interests, and this union must be large enough to embrace you all, and such as the industrial workers of the world. Every man and every woman who works for wages is eligible to membership. 1. Tion, whatever it may be, and when you have a grievance, your department has supervision of it, and if you fail to adjust it in that department, you are not limited to your craft alone for support, but, if necessary, all the workers in all other departments will unite solidly in your defense to the very last. Applause. Take a plant in modern industry. The workers, under the old form of unionism, are parceled out to a score or more of unions. Craft division incites craft jealousy, and so they are more or less in conflict with each other, and the employer constructively takes advantage of this fact, and that is why he favors pure and simple unionism. It were better for the workers who wear craft fetters if they were not organized at all, for then they could and would spontaneously go out on strike together. But they cannot do this in craft unionism, for certain crafts bind themselves up in craft agreements, and after they have done this, they are at the mercy of the capitalist. And when their fellow unionists call upon them for aid, they make the very convenient excuse that they cannot help them, that they must preserve the sanctity of the contract they have made with the employer. This so-called contract is regarded as of vastly more importance than the jobs, the very lives of the workingmen themselves. We do not intend that certain departments shall so attach themselves to the capitalist employers. We purpose that the workers shall all be organized, and if there is any agreement, it will embrace them all, and if there is any violation of the agreement, in the case of a single employee, it at once becomes the concern of all. Applause. That is unionism, industrial unionism, in which all of the workers, totally regardless of occupation, are united compactly within the one organization, so that at all times they can act together in the interests of all. It is upon this basis that the industrial workers of the world is organized. It is in this spirit and with this object in view that it makes its appeal to the working class. Then, again, the revolutionary economic organization has a new and important function which has never once been thought of in the old union, for the simple reason that the old union intends that the wage system shall endure forever. The industrial workers declares that the workers must make themselves the masters of the tools with which they work, and so a very important function of this new union is to teach the workers, or rather, have them teach themselves the necessity of fitting themselves to take charge of the industries in which they are employed when they are rested, as they will be, from their capitalist masters. Applause. So when you join the industrial workers you feel the thrill of a new aspiration. You are no longer a blind, dumb wage slave. You begin to understand your true and vital relation to your fellow workers. In the industrial workers you are correlated to all other workers in the plant, and thus you develop the embryonic structure of the cooperative commonwealth. Applause. Don't hesitate because somebody else is falling back. Don't wait because somebody else is not yet ready. Act and act now and for yourself, and if you happen to be the only industrial workers in your shop, or in your immediate vicinity, you are simply monumental of the ignorance of your fellow workers, and you have got to begin to educate them. For a little while they may point you out with the finger of contempt, but you can stand this. You can bear it with patience. If they persecute you, because you are true to yourself, your latent powers will be developed, you will become stronger than you now dream, and then you will do the deeds that live, and you will write your name where it will stay. Never mind what others may say, or think, or do. Stand erect in the majesty of your own manhood. Listen for just once to the throbbing of your own heart, and you will hear that it is beating quick-step marches to Camp Freedom. Stand erect, lift your bowed form from the earth. The dust has long enough borne the impress of your knees. Stand up and see how long a shadow you cast in the sunlight. Applause. Hold up your head and avow your convictions, and then accept, as becomes a man, the consequences of your acts. We need you and you need us. We have got to have the workers united, and you have got to help us in the work. And so we make our appeal to you tonight, and we know that you will not fail. You can arrive at no other conclusion. You are bound to join the industrial workers, and become a missionary in the field of industrial unionism. You will then feel the ecstasy of a newborn aspiration. You will do your very best. You will wear the badge of the industrial workers, and you will wear it with pride and joy. The very contempt that it invites will be a compliment to you. In truth, a tribute to your manhood. We will wrest what we can, step by step, from the capitalists. But with our eye fixed upon the goal, we will press forward, keeping step together with the inspiring music of the new emancipation. And when we have enough of this kind of organization, when we are lined up in battle array, and the capitalists try to lock us out, we will turn the tables on the gentlemen and lock them out. Applause. We can run the mills without them, but they cannot run them without us. Applause. It is a very important thing to develop the economic power, to have a sound economic organization. This has been the inherent weakness in the labor movement of the United States. We need, and sorely need, a revolutionary economic organization. We must develop this kind of strength. It is the kind that we will have occasion to use in due time, and it is the kind that will not fail us when the crisis comes. So we shall organize and continue to organize the political field, and I am of those who believe that the day is near at hand when we shall have one great revolutionary economic organization, and one great revolutionary political party of the working class. Cheers and prolonged applause. Then will proceed with increased impetus the work of education and organization that will culminate in emancipation. This great body will sweep into power and seize the reins of government, take possession of industry in the name of the working class, and it can be easily done. All that will be required will be to transfer the title deeds from the parasites to the producers, and then the working class, in control of industry, will operate it for the benefit of all. The workday will be reduced in proportion to the progress of invention. Every man will work, or at least have a chance to work, and get the full equivalent of what he produces. He will work, not as a slave, but as a free man, and he will express himself in his work and work with joy. Then the badge of labor will be the only badge of aristocracy. The industrial dungeon will become a temple of science. The working class will be free, and all humanity disenthralled. The workers are the saviors of society, applause, the redeemers of the race, and when they have fulfilled their great historic mission, men and women can walk the highlands and enjoy the vision of a land without masters and without slaves, a land regenerated and resplendent in the triumph of freedom and civilization. Long, continued applause. HILLQUIT versus Gompers. Double Edge of Labor's Sword * 1914. On May 22, 23, and 24, 1914, an illuminating confrontation took place between Hillquit and Gompers before the Industrial Relations Commission, presided over by Senator Walsh of Montana. They agreed to question and cross-examine each other on the relations between socialism and organized labor. The whole colloquy was published later in the year by the Socialist Party under the title, Double Edge of Labor's Sword. Mr. Gompers. Did the Socialist Party ever inaugurate a movement to supplant or to be in rivalry with the American Federation of Labor? Mr. Hicksor. The Socialist Party very emphatically did not. The Socialist Labor Party at one time conceived the notion of forming an organization of trades unions in opposition to the American Federation of Labor, and constituting a distinct socialist economic organization. This act on the part of the Socialist Labor Party brought about a split within the party, and the Socialist Party of today was organized largely on that issue and because it did not agree with that policy. Mr. Gompers. The Socialist Party which you now represent before the Commission is the successor of the Socialist Labor Party as it existed? Mr. Herzog. It is the successor of that part of the Socialist Labor Party which rebelled against the labor policy just mentioned by you. Those who were opposed to the policy seceded and formed the new Socialist Party. Mr. Gompers. The Socialist Labor Party is still in existence? Mr. Huxley. The Socialist Labor Party is still nominally in existence. Mr. Gompers. Do you think the members of the Socialist Labor *PP, 43 to 51, 64 to 69, 78 to 81, 118 to 132, party would agree with you in saying it is still nominally in existence? Mr. Hicksor. I don't know. They represent the same proportion in the socialist movement as the I.W. represents in the American labor movement. Kuerman Watsu. In round numbers, how many members are there in the United States of the Socialist Party? Mr. Hexor. About 115,000 dues-paying members. Kwarman Watsu. And how many in the Socialist Labor Party, do you know? Mr. Hitor. I estimate about 1,500. Kwamman Watts H. Where do you get that estimate? Mr. Heror. Pretty much from the Socialist Labor Party. The last time they gave out a statement of membership, it was between 2,000 and 3,000, and they have since fallen off as may be noticed by their referenda and other indications. Mr. Gompers. Who was the candidate of the Socialist Party for President of the United States in 1912? Mr. Hexor. Mr. Eugene V. Debs, Mr. Gompers, who was in 1908, Mr. Hertor. Likewise, Mr. Gompers, and in 1902, Mr. Hittegor. 1902? There was no presidential candidate in 1902, when you come to think of it. Mr. Gompers. 1904, Mr. Hittor. It was Debs, Mr. Gompers. Is it unfair to assume that the candidate of your party for the presidency of the United States expresses the views of the party? Is he the party spokesman and standard-bearer? Mr. Hittegor. It is entirely unfair to assume that, in view of the expressed position of the party itself. In other words, Mr. Gompers, when the Socialist Party, in convention assembled, officially takes a stand on its relation to organized labor, no individual member of the party, no matter what his position, can nullify or modify that stand. Mr. Gompers. Do you know that Mr. Eugene V. Debs was present at the first annual convention of the organization which formed the so-called industrial workers of the world? Mr. Hittexger. I do. Mr. Gompers. Have you read any of his speeches during that convention? Mr. Hittexouter. I have read some. Mr. Gompers. Do you regard his expressions as being friendly or in favor of the trades union movement, the American Federation of Labor? Mr. Hittexger. As I understand his position, his attitude is not friendly toward the leaders of the American Federation of Labor. His attitude is more friendly toward the members of the American Federation of Labor. But these are his personal views to which he is entitled. Mr. Gompers. When Mr. Debs says, the American Federation of Labor has numbers, but the capitalist class do not fear the American Federation of Labor. Quite the contrary. Do you regard that utterance as a friendly expression for the American Federation of Labor? Mr. Hicksroer. I do not, nor do I regard it as an authorized utterance of the Socialist Party. Mr. Gompers. Speaking of the American Federation of Labor and of some socialists, he says, there are these who believe that this form of unionism can be changed from within. They are very greatly mistaken. Do you agree with Mr. Debs on that utterance? Mr. Heroer. I do not agree. I think, on the contrary, the American Federation of Labor is being forced, and will be forced more and more to gradually change its form of organization, to adjust itself to the forms of modern industrial conditions. Mr. Gompers. I read this, and ask you for your opinion. Mr. Debs says in that speech, there is but one way to effect this change, and that is for the working man to sever his relation with the American Federation. Mr. Huxorier. I do not agree with that, nor does the Socialist Party agree with that, and, to make our position clear once for all, Mr. Gompers, I will say that it will be quite useless to quote Mr. Debs on his attitude to the American Federation of Labor. Mr. Debs took part in the organization of the industrial workers of the world. I think he has now lived to regret it, but whether he does or not, the fact is that he acted entirely on his own accord and on his own responsibility. That the Socialist Party at no time approved, directly or indirectly, of that stand, and at no time have endorsed the industrial workers of the world as against the American Federation of Labor. And I will say further that the Socialist Party at no time made fundamental criticisms against the American Federation of Labor, although I am just as frank to add that the Socialist Party, or at least the majority of its members, do believe that the present leadership of the American Federation of Labor is somewhat archaic, somewhat antiquated, too conservative and not efficient enough for the objects and purposes of the American Federation of Labor. That is the general socialist position. Mr. Gompers. Of course, as to the leadership, that must be determined. The leadership of the American Federation of Labor, I assume, must be determined by the membership of the organization, as it can best give expression to its preference. Mr. Herxor. Entirely so. Mr. Gompers. Are you aware that the leadership to which you refer has been elected and re-elected by practically unanimous vote for several years past? Mr. Hittor. We do not contest the election nor the legitimacy of office of the officials of the A.F. of L. We only wish they were a little more abreast of the time, and that they would keep pace with industrial developments. Mr. Gompers. Reverting to Mr. Debs, he does not oppose the leadership only. In his speech, Mr. Herxroer. If you will read all, you will find that his opposition is largely, if not exclusively, directed against the leadership as he sees it. And I reiterate once more that it is his individual stand. Mr. Gompers. You have said that it is his individual stand, yet the speech to which I refer and in which he asks and urges the workmen to leave the American Federation of Labor was made sometime in June or July, 1908, and Mr. Debs was twice made the standard-bearer of the Socialist Party as candidate for President of the United States since that time. Mr. Hightower. Yes, sir. He was. There was absolutely no reason why he should not be, in view of the fact that the party itself had at the same time very explicitly declared its stand on organized labor, and it did not have to apprehend that any of its representatives might misrepresent its attitude. Mr. Gompers. Do you know that Mr. Debs has, within these past weeks, issued a document in which he urges the secession of two of the largest organizations from the American Federation of Labor, for the purpose of destroying the American Federation of Labor? Mr. Hicksor. I do. May I add, Mr. Gompers, that this likewise was wholly and fully done by his own initiative and on his own responsibility, and is in no way approved of or condoned by the Socialist Party. We allow liberty of expression and opinion within the Socialist Party, you know. Mr. Gompers. Do you regard that as the individual expression of opinion, when a man thrice the candidate of a political party, urges that a movement be inaugurated to dissolve the only general federation of organized workmen that ever existed for a period of time, such as the American Federation of Labor? Mr. Hicksor. I regard it purely as the individual expression of the man. The Socialist Party never places its program or views into the hands of an individual candidate. It speaks for itself in conventions. Mr. Gompers. And the candidate for the presidency of your party does not express, then, the sentiments and the views of the party itself. Is that the inference to be drawn from your answer? Mr. Hemsor. You may draw this inference, that, whenever a candidate of the Socialist Party for the presidency or otherwise deviates from the declared principles of the Socialist Party, he does not speak for the party, but speaks entirely on his responsibility. Are you still quoting Mr. Debs? Mr. Gompers. Perhaps. Would you hold the same line of conduct to apply to, say, Mr. Taft, who was the candidate for President of the United States, nominated by the Republican Party? Mr. HRTX1 No, sir. The Republican Party has no declaration of general principles, no expressed attitude towards labor unions, no general social philosophy, and no social views of any kind. Its candidate for president therefore necessarily acts as the spokesman of his party. The Socialist Party is entirely different in this respect. Mr. Gompers. Would you say the candidate of the Prohibitionists, the candidate for president, if he were to make a declaration that was inconsistent with what his party would hold, would you regard that as simply his individual expression of opinion? Mr. Huxor. If the candidate for president of the Prohibition Party were to take a drink, I would not say that the Prohibition Party was committed to the drink evil. Mr. Gompers. I prefer not to bring in the personal habits of any man. I don't know that that is illuminating or contributory to the discussion. Mr. Hexor. I did not mean to be personal, Mr. Gompers. Mr. Gompers. The question as to the candidate for president of the Prohibition Party is nothing to me. I was speaking of personal declarations. Supposing I, as president of the American Federation of Labor, were to go upon the platform and give expression in a speech, or were to write an editorial in the American Federationist, urging the dissolution of the American Federation of Labor, Mr. Histover, of the Socialist Party, you mean, to apply your analogy. Mr. Gompers. Evidently you want to bandy words with me rather than to answer the question. Mr. Heisever. Go ahead. Queerman Watts H. Wait until the question is finished and then answer, if you can. Mr. Gompers. Supposing Mr. Gompers, president of the American Federation of Labor, were upon a public platform or in articles contributed to the labor press, to advocate the dissolution of the American Federation of Labor, would you regard that as a personal expression of my own? Mr. Herzog. I would, decidedly. If you, as the president of the American Federation of Labor, were to advocate a dissolution of the American Federation of Labor, without such a resolution having been passed by the Federation, I certainly should not say that you voiced the sentiments of the organization. Furthermore, with all due respect to you, your analogy does not apply, Mr. Gompers. Mr. Debs, a leading member of the Socialist Party, advocates certain changes in the American Federation of Labor. If you, as tilde the president of the American Federation of Labor, were to advocate a change or dissolution in or of the Socialist Party, you would be in an analogous position, and I certainly would not regard that as an official expression of the American Federation of Labor. Furthermore, you, Mr. Gompers, have very often taken a stand hostile to the Socialist Party. I do not regard that as the official expression of the American Federation of Labor, for I know that the membership, or a very large portion of it, hold very different views on the subject. That does not come within your domain as president of the American Federation of Labor. Although you, as an individual, are at liberty to hold such opinions, and the Federation does not in any way discipline you for holding them. There is your analogy, Mr. Gompers. Mr. Hilquit, these speeches which you have made 1,001 times. Kwamen Watsu. I would not get into any arguments, Mr. Gompers, with the witness, but just question him. When you go on the witness stand, he is going to ask you questions, and I suppose you can make some when you come to go on there. Mr. Gompers. All right, Mr. Chairman. Now, of course, Mr. Hillquit, you understand that the articles or editorials which I have written and published in the American Federationist, all of them have been caused by the defensive attitude which the American Federation has been forced to take against the aggressiveness and hostility of the Socialist Labor Party and the Socialist Party? Mr. Hitterger. I don't think so at all, Mr. Gompers. If you ask me about my understanding of it, my understanding is that those articles have been caused by your fear of the increasing growth of socialism in the ranks of the Federation. That is my understanding of it. Mr. Gompers. Well, of course, you would not attribute to me very great fear of anything, would you? Mr. Huxor. Of anything? Mr. Gompers. Of anything. Mr. Hemsor. If you want my opinion, Mr. Gompers, I should say you are a very brave man, but you do hate to see the American Federation of Labor turning socialistic. Mr. Gompers. The reason I do so is the result of conviction. Kuer man Watsu. Mr. Gompers, please do not get into an argument with the witness now. You can go on the witness stand and he will examine you and you will have the same latitude of stating your views. But just ask him questions, please. Mr. Gompers. Mr. Debs, in his speech, to which I have referred before, said, I appeal to you to ally yourselves with the economic organization which embraces your entire class. He referred to the Industrial Workers of the World, organized in 1905. Will you give me your judgment as to the extent to which that organization embraces the entire working class? Mr. Hittor. Of the world? Not very much, Mr. Gompers. It was the fond hope of the organizers, which I never shared, that it would, but it does not. Mr. Gompers. He says further, I would appeal to you to declare yourselves here and now, to be for once and forever true enough to yourselves to join the only industrial union that is absolutely true to you, the I.W.W. And the stenographer put loud applause. Will you give your opinion of that statement? Mr. Hemsor. My opinion is the same that I have given you before. I think Mr. Debs was carried away by his enthusiasm, when he thought he could create an artificial organization to embrace all the workers joined in one great industrial union. I think his views of trade unionism are not sound. At any rate, they are not those of the Socialist Party and they are not mine, and you might just as well read 200 quotations from his speeches on that subject as 5. Mr. Gompers. The American Socialist Party has always declared, until quite recently, for the nationalization of all of the means of production and distribution, has it not? Mr. Herzog. I don't think the word, all, occurs in any authoritative exposition of the principles of the party. Mr. Gompers. But by the omission of the word, all, and without any qualification, nevertheless no other inference could be drawn from that declaration, could it? Mr. Huxor. I would not say that was true. Mr. Gompers. Suppose I should say that this courtroom belonged to the state of New York or the city of New York, it would not be necessary for me to say that all the entire courtroom belonged. Mr. Hittor. No, not in that connection, but I should think that the comparison is somewhat unfortunate. If I should say that Mr. Gompers can be heard by the people in the audience, it would not necessarily imply that he could be heard by all. Mr. Gompers. For instance, if you put it this way, the Socialist Party demands the nationalization of the means of production and distribution. The absence of the word, all, there would not at all minimize the extent, would it? Mr. Hemsor. In my conception of it, Mr. Gompers, and I can give you only my understanding of it, I should say that the Socialist Party has always stood for the collective ownership of social tools of production and distribution. Mr. Gompers. As a matter of fact, isn't it so? We need not quibble. Mr. Hizor. Interrupting, I am not quibbling. Mr. Gompers. Isn't it so that it has been only within the past 2 or 3 years that the Socialist Party has made that distinction? Mr. Heror. No, Mr. Gompers. You may have noticed it within the past 2 or 3 years, but the entire socialist philosophy has always been based upon the conception that the tools of the work have become social in character and consequently socialism always dealt with the social tool and never with the individual. Mr. Gompers. I refer to the declaration excluding any private property. Mr. Hitrar. There was no such exclusion at any time. Private property in articles of consumption has always been recognized and sanctioned by the socialists, and as to the means of production, it is not my understanding, and I think I am more or less conversant with the literature on the subject, that it ever was intended to embrace within that category the individual tool or the individual industry. Mr. Gompers. Take, for instance, the boot and shoe industry. There are shoemakers and bootmakers who are engaged in artistic shoemaking and make the whole shoe, using but few tools. If the boot and shoe industry became socialized and owned and controlled collectively, would there be a separate arrangement for the artistic boot and shoemaker? Mr. Hitexker. Now, Mr. Gompers, I don't see any reason in the world why the artistic boot and shoemaker should not continue to be an artistic boot and shoemaker under socialism. I don't believe there would be any socialization of the individual shoe, at least, I should not wear it, if it were. Mr. Gompers. The answer, of course, is quite germane. Mr. Huxor. To the question. Mr. Gompers. Do you regard it as a fact that in the United States, the bourgeoisie has converted the position of the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science into its paid wage laborers? Mr. Hizor. Why, it is somewhat exaggerated, but substantially true. I can speak for the lawyers. Laughter. Mr. Gompers. Do you believe that the statement, quoting again from socialist authority, chattel slavery is dead, a greater slavery has grown up in its place? Wage slavery is so much greater than chattel slavery as the white people in this country are more numerous than the black people. Mr. Huxor. I think that is substantially correct. Mr. Gompers. Do you agree with the estimate that in the United States the number of men out of work are more than 5 million? Mr. Huxor. At some time or another. I believe the census of 1900 gives the number of partially unemployed during the year at 6,000. Mr. Gompers. Which authority? Mr. Hitrar. The 1900 census. The figure is based on the total of workers unemployed during all or part of the year. Mr. Gompers. Do you regard the Communist Manifesto of Marx and Engels as on the whole correct, as correct today as ever? Mr. Huxor. That was published in 1848. Mr. Gompers. Do you regard the general principles laid down in that manifesto as on the whole as correct today as ever? Mr. Huzor. The general principles, yes. The details, perhaps not. Mr. Gompers. Do you accept or repudiate the term, or the idea of communism? Mr. Hixor. The term, communist, as used in the Communist Manifesto signified something entirely different from what it signifies now. What the authors of the Communist Manifesto meant by the term, communist, is what we mean today by the term, socialist. Mr. Gompers. I should judge from the testimony you gave this morning that you do not accept the theory of cataclysm as a means to bring about the cooperative commonwealth? Mr. Herexker. I do not believe in the cataclysm theory. Mr. Gompers. Your answers would indicate that the socialist predictions of several years ago have scarcely been verified, including the inability of any government, either to destroy or regulate the corporate existence of capital, such as trusts. Mr. Hizor. The question is, whether I admit that this prediction was wrong? Mr. Gompers. I simply want, if I can, to have you verify, or rather, restate, by yes or no, or in such a way as you may care to whether there is to be in our society an evolutionary continuous improvement in the condition of the workers up to the point that may be regarded as a goal or a constant improvement? Mr. Hizwanwar. You asked two questions, there, Mr. Gompers, as to the ability of the government to regulate or destroy business. Corporations or trusts, I still believe that the government is quite incapable of doing so. As to the process of gradual improvement, I believe in it. But whether such process of gradual improvement will eventually lead up to socialism without violent, social or political disturbance, or civil war, I don't know. Mr. Gompers. Do you not see a departure from Marx's conception in the development of the joint stock company? Mr. Herger. Decidedly not. On the contrary, a verification of his theory of concentration of capital. Mr. Gompers. Then you think that the growth and ownership of the joint stock company is a refutation of the theory of the development of the capitalist classes, or Marx's theory of the capitalist class? Mr. Huxtor. I don't think so. On the contrary, I think, as I said, it is a verification of it. Mr. Gompers. Do you regard the population of the United States as divided into a small master class and a vast servant class? Mr. Hitterger. No such conception was ever expressed by any authoritative socialist author. What you read in the Communist Manifesto is an assertion that the population tends to develop into such two classes. That condition has by far not been reached in the United States. Mr. Gompers. Do you believe that the children of the working class are doomed to ignorance, drudgery, toil and darkened lives in the United States? Mr. Hitrar. Very largely, Mr. Gompers. Mr. Gompers. When you say that we have secured, or are securing, a material improvement in the general conditions of the working people, and the people generally, it does not conform to your latest answer. Which is true, your latest answer or your answer this morning? Mr. Hicksor. Both are absolutely true. We have improved conditions somewhat, but our achievements are as nothing compared with what is still to come. I presume that, as president of the American Federation of Labor, you know that we still have the evil of child labor with us in an abominably large extent. Mr. Gompers. I have been admonished that I must not argue with you, and I have no desire to do so. But I want to call your attention to the fact that you said just now that you agreed largely with this statement. The children of the working class are doomed to ignorance, drudgery, toil and darkened lives. If you say that this tilde is a fact, how does it conform with your statement this morning as to the general gradual improvement of the conditions of the working class, which, of course, includes the children? Mr. Hexor. If you will read the document further, you will get your answer. The children of the working class are doomed to the lives described unless something very radical is done to relieve them from said EA. Mr. Gompers. I take it that you are not in favor of what is generally known as state socialism? Mr. Hytraur. I am not. Mr. Gompers. Not even as a step towards a democratic socialism? Mr. Heror. If it were state socialism, it would not be a step towards democratic socialism. Mr. Gompers. Are not the present differences within the socialist parties in the United States significant of fatal differences in the management of a revolutionary society? Mr. Heroer. No, there are no fatal differences, Mr. Gompers. We have some differences of opinion within the Socialist Party, sometimes lively ones. I hope you have them in the American Federation of Labor, but we, nevertheless, manage to keep our organization and to work for a common purpose. I presume there will be strong differences of opinion, and some fights, even under socialism. I should not want it to be otherwise. Mr. Gompers. I mean as to liberty. Under socialism will there be liberty of individual action, and liberty in the choice of occupation and refusal to work? Mr. Hexor. Plenty of it, Mr. Gompers. Mr. Gompers. I take it that you have no apprehension that under a democratic socialist management, the administrators could or would attempt to exploit the workers under them, and one set of laborers would exploit another set. The lazy office holders, the industrious artisans, the strong and bolder, the weaker and more modest ones, and the failures, the economically successful. Mr. Huzor. I think it quite likely that there will be some abuses of that kind. Even under socialism men will still remain human, no doubt. But, Mr. Gompers, we have every reason to believe that they will be small and insignificant as compared with present abuses, for the system will be based on a greater democracy and self-government, and will thus provide for proper means of remedy. Furthermore, there will be no great incentive to corruption such as we have in private gain under capitalism. Mr. Gompers. In the event that the cooperative commonwealth should be established, taking it for granted for the sake of the question, that it is possible, it would have for its present purpose the highest material and social and moral improvement of the condition of the workers attainable at that time, would it not? Mr. Herxor. I think so. Mr. Gompers. And would there be any higher aim after that is established? Mr. Herger. Oh, there will be plenty more. There will be new aims coming every day. Mr. Gummers. Still more? Mr. Heror. Still further. Mr. Gompers. Still higher? Mr. Hitterger. Still higher. Mr. Gompers. November, if that is so, isn't it a fact that it is not at all a goal, but simply a transitory ideal? Mr. Hicksker. Sure, it is our goal today. It is a transitory goal. There will be a movement toward a higher goal tomorrow. Mr. Gompers. In other words, you think even if that condition of affairs should be possible, it, like the conditions of today, is transitory and continually tending toward improvement? Mr. Hytraur. Yes, Mr. Gompers. And not a goal? Mr. Herxor. Not an ultimate goal. There is no such thing as an ultimate social goal. Mr. Gompers. In the socialist state, would you have each worker rewarded by the full product of his labor, or by an apportionment of the product according to his demands? In other words, would the rule be, to each according to his deeds, or to each according to his needs? Mr. Herxor. I think neither, strictly speaking. I don't suppose his socialist regime would at once radically change established standards of compensation. I think it would have to grow up and be built up on the existing basis. And I think it will largely be a system of salaries and wages, as nearly as possible, in proportion to the usefulness of the service, but they will be larger than they are today, because they will include the profits now paid to the idle capitalists. Mr. Gompers. So, as a matter of fact, then, if the cooperative commonwealth is not a goal, is not an end, then why term it socialism, and why not term it the ordinary, natural development of the human race to a higher and better state of society? Mr. Hemzor. We may term it the ordinary and natural development of the human race to the point of socialism. In other words, Mr. Gompers, we divide the history of mankind pretty arbitrarily into certain periods. We speak of the period of slavery, the period of feudalism, the period of capitalism. Now we foresee the next step in development, and call it the period of socialism. We cannot draw a line of demarcation where it starts or where it vanishes. It will certainly not be permanent. There will be something superior to it some time. In the meantime, every stage of development is superior to the preceding stage, and by the same token as capitalism is superior to feudalism, socialism is superior to capitalism. That is all, Mr. Gompers. You simply apply it as a term, and not an end? Mr. Hator. Not an ultimate end in social development. Uozir, Hill quit now questions Gompers. Mr. Herxor. Now, Mr. Gompers, to take up another subject, is it your conception or that of the Federation, that workers in the United States today receive the full product of their labor? Mr. Gompers. I think, but I am not quite so sure, that I know what you have in mind. Mr. Herger. Do you understand my question? Mr. Gompers. I think I do. In the generally accepted sense of that term, they do not. Mr. Herrer. In any particular sense, yes? Mr. Gompers. No. Mr. Herguir. Then the workers of this country do not receive the whole product of their labor? Can you hazard a guess as to what proportion of the product they do receive in the shape of wages? Mr. Gompers. I am not a good guesser, and I doubt that there is any value in a guess. Mr. Hiroguir. You have no general idea, have you, on the subject? Mr. Gompers. I have a most general idea, but I am not called upon to guess. Mr. HMXGURR. No. Will you please give us your most general idea? Mr. Gompers. As to what proportion? Mr. Hitexaguir. As to the approximate proportion of their product which the workers, as a whole, get. Mr. Gompers. I will say that it is impossible for anyone to definitely say what proportion the workers receive as a reward for their labor, but it is a fact that, due to the organized labor movement, they have received, and are receiving, a larger share of the product of their labor than they ever did in the history of modern society. Mr. Huxor. Then one of the functions of organized labor is to increase the share of the workers in the product of their labor, is that correct? Mr. Gompers. Yes, sir. Organized labor makes constantly increasing demand upon society for reward for the services which the workers render to society, and without which civilized life would be impossible. Mr. Hitexor. And these demands for an increasing share of the product of labor continue as a gradual process all the time? Mr. Gompers. I am not so sure as to gradual process. Sometimes it is not a gradual process, but it is all the time. Mr. Heror. All the time? Mr. Gompers. Yes, sir. Mr. Hequir. Then, Mr. Gompers, you assume that the organized labor movement has generally succeeded in forcing a certain increase of the portion of the workers' share in the general product, do you? Mr. Gompers. Yes, sir. Mr. Hizor. And it demands more now? Mr. Gompers. Yes, sit. Mr. Hator. And if it should get, say, 5% more within the next year, will the organized labor movement rest contented with that and stop? Mr. Gompers. Not if I know anything about human nature. Mr. Huxor. Will the organized movement stop in its demands for an ever greater share in the product at any time before it receives the full product, and before complete social justice, as it sees it, is done? Mr. Gompers. The working people are human beings, as all other people. They are prompted by the same desires and hopes of a better life, and they are not willing to wait until after they have shuffled off this mortal coil for the better life. They want it here and now. They want to make conditions better for their children so that they may meet the newer problems in their time. The working people are pressing forward, making their claims and presenting those claims with whatever power they have. Pressing forward to secure a larger and constantly larger share of the products. They are working towards the highest and best ideals of social justice. Mr. Hicksor. Now, the highest and best ideals of social justice, as applied to distribution of wealth, wouldn't that be a system under which all the workers, manual, mental, directive and executive would together get the sum total of all the products of their toil? Mr. Gompers. Really, a fish is caught by a tempting bait. A mouse or a rat is caught in a trap by a tempting bait. The intelligent, common-sense workmen prefer to deal with the problems of today, the problems with which they are bound to contend if they want to advance, rather than to deal with a picture and a dream which has never had, and I am sure never will have, any reality in the actual affairs of humanity, and which threaten, if they could be introduced, the worst system of circumscriptional effort and activity that has ever been invented by the human mind. Mr. Hitterger. Mr. Gompers, I would like to get an answer. In your experience with the labor movement and its forward march towards ever greater improvement, and greater measure of social justice, Can you locate a point at which the labor movement will stop and rest contented so long as the workers will receive less than the full product of their work? Mr. Gomers. I say that the workers, as human beings, will never stop at any point in the effort to secure greater improvements in their conditions and a better life in all its phases. And wherever that may lead and whatever that may be in my time and at my age, I decline to permit my mind or my activities to be labeled by any particular ism. Mr. Huxerguir. I do not try to attach any ism to you, but the question I ask is whether the American Federation of Labor and its authorized spokesmen have a general social philosophy or work blindly from day to day. Mr. Gompers. I think your question is, Mr. His or, interrupting, inconvenient? Mr. Gompers. No. I will tell you what it is. It is a question prompted to you, and is an insult. Mr. HNXGURR. It is not a question prompted to me. Mr. Gompers. It is an insult. Mr. Herger. Why, Mr. Gompers? Mr. Gompers. It insinuates that the men and the women in the American Federation of Labor movement are acting blindly day to day. Mr. Huxor. I have not insinuated. Mr. Gompers, interrupting, your question implies it. Mr. Hidegor. I am giving you an opportunity to deny. Mr. Gompers. If a man should ask me whether I still beat my wife, any answer I could make would incriminate me. If I answered that I did not, the intimation would be that I had stopped. If I answered that I did, the inference would be that I was continuing to beat her. Mr. Hidegor. But, Mr. Gompers, my question bears no analogy to that story. Mr. Gompers, interrupting, your question is an insult, and a studied one. Mr. Huxor. Now, will you state whether you will or will not answer my question? Mr. Gompers. Will you repeat the question? Mr. Herger. My question was whether the American Federation of Labor, as represented by its spokesman, has a general social philosophy, or whether the organization is working blindly from day to day. Now, that is a plain question. Mr. Gompers. Yes, it is a plain question, it is a plain insult. Chairman Watsu. Do you refuse to answer it on the ground that it is insulting? Mr. Gompers. Yes, sir. Chairman Walsh. That is all, then. Mr. Hizor. Then inform me on this. In its practical work in the labor movement, is the American Federation of Labor guided by a general social philosophy, or is it not? Mr. Gompers. It is guided by the history of the past, drawing its lessons from history. It knows the conditions by which the working people are surrounded. It works along the line of least resistance copyright and endeavors to accomplish the best results in improving the condition of the working people, men, women and children, today and tomorrow's tomorrow and each day, making it a better day than the one that had gone before. The guiding principle, philosophy and aim of the labor movement is to secure a better life for all. Mr. Huxweir. But in these efforts to improve conditions from day to day, you must have an underlying standard of what is better, don't you? Mr. Gompers. No. You start out with a given program, and everything must conform to it, and if the facts do not conform to your theories, then your actions betray the state of mind. So much the worse for the facts. Mr. Hator. Mr. Gompers, what I ask you is this. You say you try to make the conditions of the workers better every day. In order to determine whether the conditions are better or worse, you must have some standards by which you distinguish the bad from the good in the labor movement, must you not? Mr. Gompers. Certainly. Does it require much discernment to know that a wage of $3 and a workday of 8 hours a day in sanitary workshops are all better than $2.50 and 12 hours a day under perilous conditions of labor? It does not require much conception of a social philosophy to understand that. Mr. Hior. Then, Mr. Gompers, by parity of reasoning, $4 a day and 7 hours of work, and truly attractive working conditions are still better? Mr. Gompers. Unquestionably. Mr. Hitor. Therefore, Mr. Gompers, interrupting, just a moment. I have not stipulated $4 a day or $8 a day or any number of dollars a day or 8 hours a day or 7 hours a day or any number of hours a day. The aim is to secure the best conditions obtainable for the workers. Mr. Hitor. Yes, and when these conditions are obtained. Mr. Gompers, interrupting. Why, then we want better. Mr. Hicksker, continuing. You will still strive for better? Mr. Gompers. Yes, I. Mr. Hidegor. Now, my question is, will this effort on the part of organized labor ever stop before the workers receive the full reward for their labor? Mr. Gompers. It won't stop at all at any particular point, whether it be that towards which you have just stated, or anything else. The working people will never stop in their effort to obtain a better life for themselves, and for their wives and for their children and for humanity. Mr. Heroer. Then the object of the organized workmen is to obtain complete social justice for themselves and for their wives and for their children? Mr. Gompers. It is the effort to obtain a better life every day. Mr. Herxor. Every day and always. Mr. Gompers, interrupting, every day. That does not limit it. Mr. Herxor. Until such time. Mr. Gompers, interrupting, not until any time. Mr. HNRXOURR, in other words. Mr. Gompers, interrupting, in other words, we go farther than you. Laughter and applause in the audience. You have an end. We have not. Mr. Herxor. Then, Mr. Gompers, you want to go on record as saying that the American Federation of Labor goes farther in its endeavors than the Socialist Party. If the Socialist Party has for its present purpose the abolition of the system of profits and wages, and seeks to secure for the workers the full product of their labor, if this is the purposes which it seeks to obtain by gradual steps, then I understand you to say that the American Federation of Labor goes beyond that, Mr. Gompers. I have said this, and I say that no categorical answer, yes or no, can be given to that question. As just indicated, as to the abolition of private profits and wages, there are a number of employers who quite agree with you. They would reduce wages or take wages away entirely. The question of the cooperative commonwealth and the ownership of the means of production and distribution is implied by it. Now, let me say, Mr. Hexor, interrupting, it is not, Mr. Gompers. Mr. Gompers. Well, all right. Mr. Washroor. I am not proposing any system. I want your aims and the limits of your aims. Mr. Gompers. By your question, you want to place me in the position of saying that I am for the system of society which some of you dreamers have conceived of, and then say that I go beyond it. Mr. Hizor. I do not, Mr. Gompers, you interrupted me. Mr. Gompers, interrupting, well, you interrupted me, so we are even, and I say that the movement of the working people, whether under the American Federation, or not, will be simply following the human impulse for improvement in their condition, and wherever that may lead, they will go, without having a goal up to yours or surpassing yours. It will lead them constantly to greater material, physical, social and moral well-being. Mr. Huxor. Then, Mr. Gompers, you would not say that the difference between the program of the American Federation of Labor and that of the Socialist Party is a quantitative one, that the Socialist Party wants more than the American Federation of Labor. You would not say that, would you, Mr. Gompers? I don't know that it is necessary that I should make the comparison. It is not interesting at all, nor is it a contribution to the subject which the Commission desires to examine. Mr. Hitor. You decline to answer? Mr. Gompers. The question is not germane to the subject under inquiry, and is not necessary. Kuer man wa atsu. I would like to hear it answered if possible. Mr. Gompers. If it is not possible for any reason, very well. Mr. Gompers. May I hear the question read? Question read, Mr. Gompers. Socialism is a proposition to place the working people of the country and of the world in a physical and material straitjacket. Mr. Hizerger. Pardon me, Mr. Gompers, I have not asked you your opinion about the effects of the cooperative commonwealth. I am speaking merely about the aim to abolish the wage system and the program to secure for the workers the full product of their labor, and I am asking you whether on these points we demand more than the American Federation has ultimately in view. Mr. Gompers. I think you demand something to which the American labor movement declines to give its adherence. Mr. Husger. Then do I understand you to say that the American labor movement would discountenance the abolition of the wage system and the freedom of the full reward of labor to the workers? Mr. Gompers. Your question is an assumption, and is unwarranted, for as a matter of fact we decline to commit our labor movement to your species of speculative philosophy. Mr. Herger. I have not introduced speculative philosophy. Mr. Gompers. If I cannot make myself clear, please tell me so. Kwaman Watsu. May I be permitted here to ask the stenographer to read that last question? Mr. Hitexor. Certainly, Mr. Chairman. The question read as follows. I am speaking merely about the aim to abolish the wage system and about the program to secure to the workers the full product of their labor, and I am asking in this respect whether we demand more than the American Federation of Labor has ultimately in view. Kwaman Watts. That is with reference to getting the full product of labor alone? Mr. Herxor. Yes, Quairman Watsu. Now, can you answer that directly, Mr. Gompers? Mr. Gompers. No, that is impossible to answer by a yes or no. Quamman Watsu. Then let it stand there, because that implies that it is impossible to answer it. Mr. Hazor. Mr. Gompers, when you stated first that the working men of today do not get the full reward for their labor or the full product of their toil, will you tell me who gets the part which is withheld from the workers? Mr. Gompers. Investment, superintendents, the agencies for the creation of wants among the people, and many others. Mr. Heror. Well, then, in your opinion those are legitimate factors in industry entitled to reward? Mr. Gompers. Many of them, yes, many of them are being eliminated. Mr. Heror. Which ones are entitled and which ones are not entitled to reward? Mr. Gompers. Superintendents, the creation of wants, administration, return for investment. Mr. Hexor. Return for investment? Does that include every kind of capital invested in industry, regardless of origin? Mr. Gompers. No, sit. Mr. Hnexor. Then what do you mean by return for investment? Mr. Gummers. For honest investment. I don't mean watered stocks or inflated holdings, but honest investment. Mr. Hixor. Honest stock investment? Mr. Gompers. Honest investment. I did not say stock investment. Mr. Hitor. Well, I am talking about stock investment, Mr. Gompers. Do you consider dividends paid by corporations as distinguished from salaries paid for superintendents and so on? Do you consider that a legitimate charge on the products of labor? Mr. Gompers. That depends entirely as to the character of the services performed. Mr. Moore. Now, I assume that no service is performed. So far as services are performed are concerned, we have classified those under the head of superintendents, management, initiation, and so on. Now, I am referring to the dividends on stock, which is paid to stockholders by virtue of stock ownership, and regardless of any activity on the part of the stockholder. Mr. Gompers. I am speaking of honest investment, too, which you did not include. Mr. Herzor. Will you please answer that question with such qualifications as you may deem proper to make? Mr. Gompers. I have already replied, and I now repeat, upon honest investment, yes. Mr. Hidegor. Mr. Gompers, assume that I purchase today in the open market and pay the full price for, say, 100 shares of steel corporation stock. The next quarter year I get my dividends on it. Am I entitled to such dividends? Mr. Gompers. Mr. Chairman, I suggest that if Mr. Hilquit is going to permit this investigation to degenerate into a question of high finance, why, we had better get a high financier here. Quammen Watson. I think that is a proper question and germane to this inquiry, but if you cannot answer it, you may say so. Mr. Gompers. I wish respectfully, Mr. Chairman, to differ from that remark of the chair. Carmen Watts H. Then you don't care to answer? Mr. Gompers. I decline to answer it on the ground that it is not material to the question, and purely a question of a financial character. It is not a question upon which proper interrogation can be made. Quammen Watsu. I have ruled that it was, but we are not going to compel Mr. Gompers to reply to it. Mr. Hytrar. No, of course not. Quam man wa ach. Go ahead. Mr. Herexker. Will you please, define what you call honest investment as distinguished? Mr. Gompers, interrupting, an honest man finds no difficulty in determining what is honest. Mr. Hnexor. Now, Mr. Gompers, that is really not an answer. You have made that statement, and I presume you mean something by it. I should like to know what you mean. Mr. Gompers. I mean honest, actual physical investment. Mr. Hytrar. Now, I am asking you, does the purchase of stock with real physical money, at the full price constitute such an honest investment? Mr. Gompers. First let me say in answer to that question, that with the manipulations of stocks and of the stock market, I am out of harmony. I am opposed to it, and have done and will do whatever I can to eliminate that speculation involved in the fundamentals of stock jobbery and stock sales. Mr. Hitor. Mr. Gompers, you are familiar with industrial conditions as few men in this country. You know perfectly well that the most important industries in the United States are managed and operated by corporations, and you know that the income from such industries is distributed very largely in the form of dividends on stocks and interest on bonds, don't you? Mr. Gompers. Yes, sir. Mr. Weishsor. Now, I am asking you this question. As the President of the American Federation of Labor, do you consider that the vast sum of money paid annually by industry in the shape of such dividends on stock and interest on bonds in the various industries are a legitimate and proper charge upon the product of labor, or do you not? Mr. Gompers. I do not. Mr. Hemzor. That is an answer. Then the stockholders or bondholders of modern corporations receive a workless income from the product of the workers who have produced it. Is that your opinion, Mr. Gompers? Unquestionably. Mr. Hator. And the efforts of the American labor movement to secure a larger share are directed against that class who gets such improper income. Mr. Gompers. Against all who? Mr. Hitexor. against all who obtain a workless income which comes from the product of labor. Is that correct, Mr. Gompers? Well, all who illegitimately stand between the workers and the attainment of a better life. Mr. Hitor. Which means, or does it not mean, those who derive an income without work by virtue of their control of the industry? Mr. Gompers. No, Mr. Hitor. Whom do you accept, Mr. Gompers? I accept, as I have before called attention to, honest investment, honest enterprise. Mr. Hisexor. Have the efforts of the workers in the American Federation of Labor and in other labor organizations to obtain a larger share of the product met a favorable reception from those who obtain what we may call the unearned part of the product? Mr. Gompers. If you mean the employers. Mr. Heiterweir. Employers, stockholders, bondholders, the capitalist class generally. Mr. Gompers. As a matter of fact, there has been very much opposition to the efforts of the working people to secure improved conditions. Mr. Hicksroer. And that opposition is based upon the desire of the beneficiaries of the present system of distribution to retain as much as possible of their present share or to increase it, is it not? Mr. Gompers. I suppose it is not difficult to determine that that is one of the reasons. But one additional reason is that there are employers who live in the 20th century and have the mentality of the 16th century in regard to their attitude toward working people. They still imagine that they are the masters of all that serve, and that any attempt on the part of the working people to secure improvement in their condition is a species of rebellion, a rebellious spirit which must be bounded down. But we find this, Mr. Hilquit, that after we have had some contests with employers of such a character, whether we have won the battle or lost it, if we but maintain our organization, there is less difficulty thereafter in reaching a joint agreement or a collective bargain involving improved conditions for the working people. Mr. Heitrar. That is, if you retain your organization? Mr. Gompers. Yes, sir. Mr. Huxor. And the stronger the organization, the more likelihood of securing such concessions, is that correct? Mr. Gompers. Unquestionably. Mr. Herzrohr. Then it is not on account of the changed sentiment of the employer that he is ready to yield, but on account of greater strength shown by the employees, is that correct? Mr. Gompers. Not entirely. Mr. Hitor. No, why not? Mr. Gompers. Not entirely, for, as a matter of fact, the employer changes his sentiment when he is convinced that the workingmen have demonstrated that they have the right to have a voice in determining the questions affecting the relations between themselves and their employers, as evidenced, if you please, by the late Mr. Baer, who, you may recall, once declared that he would not confer with the representative of the miners or anyone who stood for them, that he and his associates were the trustees of God in the administration of their property, and appointed to take care of the rights and interests of the working people. Well, he lived to revise his judgment, as many other employers live to revise their judgments and have come to agreements with their workmen. Mr. Hexor. Now, Mr. Gompers, the employers as a class, being interested in retaining their share of the general product or increasing it, and the workers, as you say, being determined to demand an ever greater and greater share of it, would you say that the economic interests between the two classes are harmonious or not? Mr. Gompers. I say they are not, and as I am under affirmation before this commission, I take this opportunity of saying that no man within the range of my acquaintance has ever been so thoroughly misrepresented on that question as I have. William D. Haywood, Socialism, the Hope of the Working Class, IGI 2. Following is a segment of a talk Haywood gave at Cooper Union in January 1912, before an audience of fellow Socialist Party members. Comrades and fellow workers, I am indeed gratified with this splendid reception. In fact, I am always pleased with a New York audience, and I hope this will be no different from the many audiences that I have addressed in this city. I am here tonight, as the chairman has stated, to speak on Socialism, the Hope of the Working Class. Applause. And there are some differences between socialists. If we are to judge socialism by the opinions that have recently been expressed in the present controversy going on in our socialist papers, and if our judgment were based on those ingredients, I am sure that we would have a mental chop suey, laughter and applause, the mysticism of which would baffle the ingenuity of the brain of a Chinese mandarin. Laughter. But not all the things that you have read from the pens of our very learned brothers are socialism. Socialism is so plain, so clear, so simple that when a person becomes intellectual he doesn't understand socialism. Applause. In speaking to you of socialism tonight, I would urge that you do not turn your minds to the legislative halls at Albany or the halls of Congress in Washington or the council chambers of the City Hall in New York. I would prefer that you turn your minds inward and think of the machines where you are employed every day. I would like you to think of the relation that you hold to society, which occurs in three distinct phases. First, the individual relation, the relation to your home and family, the conditions that present themselves there. Then the group relation, the industrial relation, without any regard to craft or trade divisions, not thinking that you ** International Socialist Review, February 1912. are a particular craftsman, but that you are working in some particular line of industry which is absolutely interdependent with all other industries. And then, having left your shop, your group or industrial relation, I would like your mind to come home again, and you will not find that home isolated. It is a group of many homes. And there you assume another relation. There you become, not an individual of your family group, nor an individual of your social or industrial group, but you become a unit in the fabric of society. You become one then of the entire working class. And my definition of socialism here tonight will be clear enough indeed to the working class and also to the enemy of the working class. But to the go-between, to the opportunist, it will not be clear, and in all probability they would ask me to define my definition. I am not here to waste time on the immediate demanders, or the step-at-a-time people whose every step is just a little shorter than the preceding step. Laughter and applause. I am here to speak to the working class, and the working class will understand what I mean when I say that under socialism you will need no passports or citizenship papers to take a part in the affairs in which you are directly interested. The working class will understand me when I say that socialism is an industrial democracy and that industrialism is Ecihide Macmes, applause, our Tao. TTMSE? And in this democracy we know no divisions. There will be no divisions of race, creed, sex or color. Every person who is a factor in industrial activity will take a part in this industrial democracy. Under socialism we workers will not be subjects of any state or nation, but we will be citizens, free citizens in the industries in which we are employed. Therefore, I want you at all times while I am speaking to keep your mind closely riveted on your own personal interests. You don't have to go outside of your own shop, the place where you are doing productive work, to establish socialism. Exploited by 334% trusts than it is to be exploited by 100% trust. And now we will keep distinctly in mind the shop. I want to say at this point, and emphatically, that with the success of socialism practically all of the political offices now in existence will be put out of business. Applause. I want to say also, and with as much emphasis, that while a member of the Socialist Party and believing firmly in political action, it is decidedly better in my opinion to be able to elect the superintendent in some branch of industry than to elect a congressman to the United States Congress. Applause. More than that, under socialism we will have no congresses, such as exist today, nor legislatures, nor parliaments, nor councils of municipalities. Our councils will not be filled with aspiring lawyers and ministers, applause, but they will be the conventions of the working class, composed of men and women who will go there for purposes of education, to exchange ideas, and by their expert knowledge to improve the machinery so that we can use it for the advantage of the working class. We will then have made machinery the slave of the working class, rather than now when the working class is the slave of the man who owns the machinery. Having established these facts, we will now begin to understand why the conditions are so much more violent in this stage of the world's history than at any previous period. There was never a time in all the history of the world but what the working class were dominated by tyrants. There never was a period so tyrannical as now. We have heard of the democracy of Athens and of that ancient civilization. All the beauties of that wonderful city of free men, with its marvelous sculptures of marble, rested upon the shoulders of the 300,000 slaves in the valley. There has never been a period in the world's history that the working class were free. They have been slaves, serfs, chattel slaves and today wage slaves. And more than that, they are being devoured today by the Frankenstein that they themselves created. The energy, genius and ambition of the working class have brought about this marvelous age of machinery and invention, until today a machine will do the work of 10, 100, 1,000 times as much work as a man could do so years ago. This then is what intensifies the struggle for existence on the part of the working class. The unemployed army is rapidly increasing, due largely to the fact that labor-saving machinery has been introduced in nearly all branches of industry. We find then that the very thing that should improve the conditions of the working class has contrived to make the condition of the working class deplorable indeed. And here tonight I am going to speak on the class struggle, and I am going to make it so plain that even a lawyer can understand it, laughter and applause. I am going to present the class struggle so clearly here tonight that even a preacher will know its meaning, applause. And this, friends, is rather more difficult than you appreciate. The lawyer and the preacher have never fought with the underdog. For the ages agone they have been the mouthpieces of the capitalist class. Applause. They are not entirely to blame. We socialists recognize that it is largely the result of environment. You can't see the class struggle through the stained glass windows of a cathedral. You can't see the class struggle through the spectacles of capitalist law, written by capitalist representatives in the interest of the capitalist class. To understand the class struggle you must go into the factory and you must ride on top of the boxcars or underneath the boxcars. You must go into the mills. You must look through the dirty windows of the working shop. You must go with me down into the bowels of the earth 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 feet. There by the uncertain flicker of a safety lamp, there by the rays of a tallow candle you will understand something about the class struggle. You must know that there are two classes in society. There are no halfway measures. Just two classes. On the one side the capitalist class. On the other side the working class. On the one side those who produce all and have little or none. On the other side those who produce none and have all. Applause. This struggle is between capitalism and socialism. Socialists are not responsible for it. We say that it exists. We know the conditions that have brought it about and we know the only remedy for it. We say that it will continue just so long as a favored few are given the special privilege of exploiting the many. This class struggle will continue just so long as one man eats bread in the sweat of another man's face. So you understand that we know the class struggle in the West. And realizing, having contended with all the bitter things that we have been called upon to drink to the dregs, do you blame me when I say that I despise the law? Tremendous applause and shouts of, no, and I am not a law-abiding citizen. Applause. And more than that, no socialist can be a law-abiding citizen. Applause. When we come together and are of a common mind, and the purpose of our minds is to overthrow the capitalist system, we become conspirators then against the United States government. And certainly it is our purpose to abolish this government, applause, and establish in its place an industrial democracy. Applause. Now, we haven't any hesitation in saying that that is our aim and purpose. Am I correct? Tremendous applause. Am I absolutely correct when I state this as being the position of the Socialist Party not only of New York, but of the United States and of every nation of the world? Applause. Well, then, it isn't only the men of the West who understand the class struggle. You understand it here just as well as we do there, Cepez. I know that the hour is getting late, and I don't want to leave you without the constructive policy of this meeting. There are many ways to describe how the socialists will get control of the industries. There are those who say that we will confiscate them. Confiscate, that's good. I like that word. It suggests stripping the capitalist, taking something away from him. But there has got to be a good deal of force to this thing of taking. You might have a majority of voters, but some of them might be crippled, they wouldn't be fighters. Remember that the capitalists have standing tonight their whole well-disciplined army of capitalism, bayonets, Maxim guns, long toms, the Navy, the Army, the militia, the Secret Service, the detectives, the police are all there to protect the property of capital. I have got a better way, so I am temporarily going to pass up that confiscation idea. Another one will say, well, competition. We could accomplish these things by competition. They look at the shop, it isn't a very big shop and they know that it was built by workers. Well, why can't we build another shop and go into competition? Build another railroad? All these things can be done. But you can't build another Niagara Falls, can you, where the power is generated to run the shops? You can't build another coal bed, can you, nor another forest, nor other wheat fields? So we will have to pass up the idea of competition. But another socialist comes along with the idea of compensation, and that is the worst of the 3 C's. Really, we have already purchased these things, and haven't they been compensated enough? They have been riding on our backs all these years, applause. They have enjoyed life and luxury. Compensation means, then, that we are to take control of the industries and relieve them of the responsibilities and pay them interest-bearing bonds, gold bonds, and that these capitalists, whom we have always regarded as exploiters, will have no harder work than to hire someone to clip coupons for them. That we will have a bondholding aristocracy in this country that will NDE is harder than the aristocracy of any country in the world. No, I say, pass up this compensation. Well, there is another fellow, the Christian socialist, laughter. He has an idea of conversion, and I want to say to you that a Christian socialist is one who is drunk on religious fanaticism and is trying to sober up on economic truth. Laughter and applause. And when he gets about half sober he thinks that he can convert the capitalist to Christianity and that the capitalist will be willing to turn over all these things to the brotherhood of man. He overlooks the fact that the capitalist is a child of the devil, and that's a poor place for a Christian socialist to proselyte. We will pass up the Christian socialist with the conversion. Here is another man. They all follow in the line of C's. I use the C's so that you can. I was speaking down in Missouri where I had to show them confiscation, compensation, competition, conversion. Now, the trade unionist believes in coercion. I like that. I believe in the strike. I believe in the boycott. I believe in coercion, but I believe that it ought to be by 2 million men instead of by a handful of men. If they are going to play a game of coercion, let that game be strong so that the capitalist class will know that the trade unionists will mean every word they say. But they don't, never did, because they no sooner have the capitalists in a position where they recognize that this coercion means something, than some of their representatives will step in with a compromise. There is another C. And then tie them up with a contract, and that contract for an indefinite period, 1, 2, or 3 years. And let me say to you that the trade unionist who becomes a party to a contract takes his organization out of the columns of fighting organizations. He removes it from the class struggle and he binds it up and makes it absolutely useless. For instance, let me give you a humble illustration. A labor organization is a fighting machine of the working class, or ought to be. If it is not, it isn't fulfilling its mission. You will all recognize this, holding up a clenched fist. As a fighting weapon, it is composed of many members of several organizations, and they can all fight independently, work independently. They don't bother each other when they're at work, but if called upon for defense they settle down in a common fighting machine. Now suppose that I were foolish enough to tie one of them up with an agreement, a contract, running for a period of 6 months, what would become of it? It would rot off, wouldn't it? Die off, decay? Not only that, but it would be useless to itself and all the others. I might better cut it off altogether. And so you might better not be organized at all than to be organized as you are now. Applause. And now we come to the constructive program, the program which every industrialist understands. Remember that there isn't an industrialist but what is a socialist, and knows why. There are many socialists who are trade unionists, but they couldn't tell you why in 100 years. They couldn't justify it in 100 years, except that they have to be to hold their jobs. Then we have the constructive program of socialism, which means that the working class can be organized in a constructive and a defensive organization at the same time. Let me show you what I mean. Now, I want to present it to you so clearly that you will take it home with you. Suppose that the United Mine Workers of America, organized as they are industrially, but let me say they are hampered with all the tools of trade unionism. Suppose that they would join hands with the Western Federation of Miners and we would cut loose entirely from the capitalist class, recognizing them on the economic as well as the political field as our enemies, having absolutely nothing to do with them. We would start a program then of organization, having for its purpose the taking in of every man employed in the mining industry throughout the United States. This work having been accomplished, or nearly perfected, is there a man or woman in this hall who believes that with such an organization we could not protect our lives? Don't you believe that if we had a class-conscious organization of the miners we could compel the mine owners to properly ventilate the mine, to remove the coal dust, to equip them with safety appliances for the protection of life and limb and to furnish a sufficient amount of timber to work them? Can we do this? You know that we could if we had this power behind us, this organization. We then could protect our lives. We would have the mines in better shape. We could produce more coal. But first, having protected our lives, we would think about our families and we would improve their conditions around the mines. We would see that there were better company houses for our families to live in, that the young men had first-class up-to-date apartment houses to dwell in, that the schools were first-class. Any reason why we couldn't? Not at all. Having preserved our lives, improved the conditions of our homes, we would become better men physically and mentally. We can produce more coal. But, you garment workers have got all the power you need, don't need any more coal. We wouldn't produce coal just for fun, nor would we let each other ever deprive us of the luxuries and necessities of life. Not at all. How then could we reduce the output of coal? We would reduce the hours of labor. If we can produce enough coal in 8 hours or 6 or 4, you wouldn't want us to work any longer, would you? Having preserved our lives, improved our home conditions, reduced our hours of labor, what does that suggest? Well, we would look around and see that the rest of the working class had kept pace with us, everyone marching in rhythm, and we would say to you, we will cut out the capitalist class now. We will lock them out. Every man that quits his job now is a scab. We want every man to work and we in turn will contribute for your labor everything that you need. This is the understanding that we would have. There would be no capitalist class in this game. There would be nothing but the working class. And this being an accomplished fact, we would say then that the socialists despise covering up their aims and purposes. We would say that it is our purpose to overthrow the capitalist system by forcible means if necessary. And I urge you workers tonight, determine upon this program. Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. You have a world to gain. Tremendous applause and cheers. Chapter X. War and Revolution. I am a socialist, a labor unionist and a believer in the Prince of Peace first, and an American second. Kate O'Hare, My Country, April 1917. Better 100 times to have two numerically small socialist organizations, each homogeneous and harmonious within itself, than to have one big party torn by dissensions and squabbles, an impotent colossus on feet of clay. The time for action is near. Let us clear the decks. Morris Heeshuier, Socialist Task and Outlook, May 21, 1919. I did not leave a party of crooks to join a party of lunatics. Louis B. Bupem, Communist, Labor, Party Convention, September, 2029. The membership of the Communist Party as well as the UCP, United Communist Party, is overwhelmingly composed of foreign comrades who do not speak or understand English. The Communist, August 1, 1920. Now we can see and feel that we are not so near the goal of the conquest of power, of the world revolution. We formerly believed, in 1919, that it was only a question of months, and now we say that it is perhaps a question of years. L. Ron Trotsky, Protocol of the Third International Congress, 1921. American socialists were staggered by the news that war had broken out in Europe. What they had feared most, what they had considered only a distant and terrifying possibility, now had come to pass. The shock and the grief was all the more profound because recent events had seemed to justify their optimism to an extravagant degree. The socialist parties of Western and Central Europe, not to mention their own, had been scoring rapid gains, and a number of them had even looked forward to taking power in the near future. Socialists in general had therefore assumed that the prevailing system of military alliances, the result of capitalist competition and mindless chauvinism, would be replaced by a socialist world order, a true universalism, arising from the solidarity of the working classes. But the socialist parties, it turned out, not only had failed to prevent the war from coming, they had warmly supported it when it came. Only a handful of important socialists, notably Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg in Germany, Jean Jaurès in France, and Tom Mann in England. Lenin was then hardly known outside Russia and besides was in exile, had unequivocally opposed their governments and their parties. The fact was that patriotism had proved to be the triumphant ideology of the masses. Socialism had been the war's first casualty. There was nothing the American Socialist Party could do but announce its strict neutrality toward the belligerents and pray that the war would draw to a speedy close. We do not presume to pass judgment upon the conduct of our brother parties in Europe, the National Executive Committee stated shortly after hostilities began. We realize that they are victims of the present vicious industrial, political and military system, and that they did the best they could do under the circumstances. A few Socialist Party members did declare their sympathy for the Allies and condemned Germany as the scourge of civilization. The war, said A. M. Simons, a prominent socialist writer, was nothing less than a conflict between progress and reaction. But, as usual, it was left to Hillquit to define the party's position. American socialists, he wrote, should not take sides with the Allies or against the Germans. The assertion that the forces of the Allied armies are waging a war of democracy against militarism is a hollow catchphrase devoid of true sense and substance. From the true socialist viewpoint, the most satisfactory solution of the great sanguinary conflict of the nations lies in a draw, a cessation of hostilities from exhaustion, without determining anything. American socialists had more than enough to worry about in their own backyard. In the spring of 1915, the Wilson administration began its campaign to persuade the American people to support the preparedness program then pending before Congress. Wilson launched the campaign. He himself went on a long speaking tour in its behalf, because he knew how much hostility there was in the country to creating a large army and navy. The socialists for their part overwhelmingly opposed preparedness. The depth of their feelings about it was reflected in the wording of an amendment to the party constitution that was passed, by a vote of 11,000 to 780, in 1915. Any member of the Socialist Party, elected to an office, who shall in any way vote to appropriate monies for military or naval purposes, or war, shall be expelled from the party. But unlike their European brethren, American socialists were in no position to affect the course of events, and they watched helplessly as the country drew closer and closer to the vortex of the conflict. By February 1917, the last hope of avoiding it had gone, for Germany had resumed unrestricted submarine warfare. Early in the year, the party called an emergency convention to take up the war question. It was to be held in St. Louis on April 8. The men who chose that date proved clairvoyant. Congress declared war on April 7. Realizing the gravity of the decision it would have to make, the convention as soon as it met formed a special committee to draft a report. It assigned 15 of the party's leading members to the committee, including Hillquit, Berger, Kate O'Hare, C. E. Ruthenberg, head of the Ohio branch, Louis B. Boudin and John Spargo, thus assuring that all sections and ideological tendencies were represented. After several days of contentious deliberation, the committee brought out one majority and two minority reports. They are worth examining at some length. The majority report, delivered to the convention by Hillquit, recommended all-out opposition by the party to the war. It was an indignant, sharply worded, and quite radical attack on the government, indicating how far left the party hierarchy had shifted in recent months. Modern war, the majority report asserted, was intolerable, first of all, because it brought wealth and power to the ruling classes, and suffering, death, and demoralization to the passion, unreason, race hatred, and false patriotism. The only legitimate conflict was class conflict. The report advised workers everywhere to resist their governments by any form of mass action, a phrase that was to haunt the party, available to them. The majority on the committee, in other words, rejected Wilson's definition of the war, now that the United States was in it, as a titanic struggle between two sovereign principles, liberal democracy and military despotism. In the words of the report, it is cant and hypocrisy to say that the war is not directed against the German people, but against the imperial government of Germany. If we send an armed force to the battlefields of Europe, its cannon will mow down the masses of the German people and not the imperial German government. The report went on to accuse the ruling class, and its servitors, the administration, Congress, the press, of using trickery and treachery to plunge the nation into a holocaust. We brand the declaration of war by our government as a crime against the people of the United States and against the nations of the world. Properly speaking, there was only one minority report, only one, that is, that urged socialists to support the war. The other, written by Boudin, agreed with the majority in all essentials and was for the most part written in the same language. The minority report bore only one signature, that of John Spargo. Over the years, Spargo had been one of the superior writers on American socialism. In numerous books and essays he had lucidly explained how Marxism could be adapted to American conditions. Of late, however, he had been moving farther and farther to the right, toward Wilsonian progressivism. In his report he advised socialists to recognize the war as a fait accompli which they might turn to their advantage. Specifically, he urged them to work for a program of democratic collectivism. Spargo set forth a new socialist theory when he predicted the imminent collapse of capitalism because of its inability to meet military requirements. The warring nations have had to give up the organization and operation of industry and primary economic functions for profit, and to adopt the socialist principle of production for use. No matter that the use in this case was destructive. For Spargo, the important consideration was that the government, with socialist support, might nationalize the means of production and distribution. The vote of the convention floor corresponded to the vote within the committee. Only 5 delegates supported the Spargo report. A total of 171 backed the reports presented by Hillquit and Boudin. Later, the party membership as a whole ratified the St. Louis Proclamation, as the majority report was called, by a vote of 7-1, approximately 21,000 to 3,000. And so the Socialist Party of America became the third socialist party among the belligerent powers, the Italian and Bolshevik being the others, to defy the war policy of its government. Yet, however one might honor the courage of American socialists, the fact remained that they enjoyed a luxury not vouchsafed to European socialists. Lacking a mass constituency, and being by and large personally independent of politics, they could vote according to their consciences without fear of reprisal. There was no huge party apparatus at stake for which they had to assume responsibility. The conspicuous exceptions were men like Victor Berger, who headed a substantial movement in Milwaukee, largely a German one, to be sure, and James Maurer, leader of the Pennsylvania AFL, men whom their enemies on the left had always regarded as opportunists par excellence. The war issue threw the ideological spectrum into disarray. Traditional conservatives now found themselves in the left-wing camp, in the company of syndicalists and other revolutionaries. The party paid a heavy price for its decision. Its best-known writers, Spargo, A. M. Simons, W. J. Ghent, William English Walling, Upton Sinclair, Gustavus Myers, Charles E. Russell, Robert, Hunter, almost all of them, be it noted, Native Americans, deserted it en masse. With one clean blow the war issue decapitated the party, severing it of its most talented journalists. These apostates, moreover, tended to be ferociously vindictive toward their ex-comrades. Spargo, for example, publicly accused Hillquit, with whom he had once been very close, of upholding the impudent claims of the guilty Hohenzollern dynasty. Myers, famous as the author of The History of Great American Fortunes, asked Wilson to investigate subversive, meaning anti-war, socialist literature. The government promptly hired Myers to do the investigating himself. Russell, who had recently run a valiant campaign as Socialist Party candidate for mayor of New York, thought his former friends should be driven out of the country. J. G. Phelps Stokes, one of the millionaire socialists and husband of Rose Pastor, went. Hours delay. Organized labor, too, defected from the party. The AFL rank and file joined Gompers and the other leaders in championing the war. Like the middle class, they were swept away by the rhetoric of patriotism. And President Wilson went out of his way to give unions a place in government-run agencies, thereby cementing the alliance between the administration and the AFL. Gompers, of course, seized on the opportunity to discredit the socialists. Hoping to root them out of his union once and for all, he helped establish, with government funds, an anti-socialist propaganda unit, the American Alliance for Labor and Democracy. No international union opposed the war. And by the time armistice was declared, the socialists had been practically eliminated from the AFL. Certainly they were no longer a threat to the leadership. The heaviest price was exacted by the government and the public at large. The country was enveloped in a deep psychosis of hatred and fear. Patriotic mobs employed mass action of their own, breaking up socialist meetings, hectoring and humiliating every socialist they could lay their hands on. To drive socialists from public life was the deliberate aim of the wartime state conspiracy laws, especially of the Federal Espionage Act of 1917, supplemented a year later, which gave government officials enormous powers to punish, with the help of jail sentences up to 20 years, anyone who dared criticize the war, it also gave them the absolute right to close the mails to anyone they deemed seditious. The effect on the party was catastrophic. Nearly every one of its newspapers and magazines was held up in the mails for longer or shorter periods, depending on the arbitrary, and usually ignorant, judgment of the Postmaster General. A number ceased publication as a direct consequence. Most of the party leaders, from the highest echelons to the lowest, were indicted under the Espionage Act. Nearly all of them went to jail. When they did not, it was because a superior court had thrown out the conviction on procedural grounds. The most famous case, of course, was Eugene Debs's. He received 10 years for allegedly using profane, scandalous and abusive language in a speech at Canton, Ohio. He went to prison 5 months after the war had ended. And he stayed in prison until President Warren Harding, who held no grudges, pardoned him on Christmas Day of 1921. Socialists, it goes without saying, were not the only victims of the Espionage Act. Its wide maw swallowed up every species of dissenter. The industrial workers of the world were virtually annihilated. Its members, given no chance whatever, were convicted in a series of sensational mass trials. Big Bill Haywood, however, jumped bail and fled to Soviet Russia, where he spent the last 10 years of his life. Countless pacifists also landed in federal penitentiaries. All told, some 2,000 persons were tried and found guilty under the provisions of the Espionage Act. Yet the news during the war years was not all bad for the socialists. They took heart from the results of the 1917 local elections. Large numbers of voters flocked behind the standard of the anti-war party, though its drumbeat was muffled, and elected, or came near to electing, hundreds of mayors, aldermen, councilors, and state legislators. It seemed like the salad days of 1911-12 all over again. And even where the party had not done so well in the past, in the cities of the Northeast, for example, it did quite well now. Morris Hillquit ran for mayor of New York and threw a tremendous scare into the other parties, forcing them to set aside their partisan differences in order to defeat him. As it was, Hillquit drew 145,000 votes, 3 times the total for the Republican candidate. Meanwhile, 10 socialists were elected to the New York Assembly and 7 to the city's Board of Aldermen, the present-day City Council. These gains, repeated elsewhere in the country, were achieved in the teeth of continuous harassments and legal battles. But the polls proved deceptive. The encouraging vote hardly compensated for the party's monumental losses, the departure of so many of its intellectuals, and the alienation of most of its trade union following. And even the vote gave an illusory index of its popularity. For what was at issue in the 1917 election was not socialist ideology but the socialist opposition to the war. Groups of people who were indifferent or unsympathetic to socialism, mainly Irishmen, Germans, and Scandinavians, voted for socialist candidates as a protest and would cease voting socialist the moment the war issue ceased to provoke them. True, the party claimed that its membership rolls had been growing at an accelerating rate. But the membership statistics revealed that an alarming shift in the party's center of gravity was taking place from the native-born to the foreign-born. 80,000 members. By 1919 they would account for more than half. There were several reasons, apart from the war, why Native Americans left the party. In the first place, Wilsonian democracy appealed most to Western agrarian interests. They re-elected him in 1916. And a good many ex-populists went over to the administration side. Secondly, socialism suffered whenever a grassroots reform movement arose in the West. The most successful of these movements was the Nonpartisan League, which had been founded by socialists in 1916. Its aim was to free the northern wheat farmers from the predatory middlemen, land speculators, bankers, terminal elevator owners, who controlled the state capitals. By 1918 the League had taken over North Dakota and made striking advances in South Dakota, Minnesota, Montana, and Idaho. In each of these states socialism fell by the wayside. Then there was the special case of Oklahoma, where socialism had always done best, where it seemed to have struck permanent roots. But in 1917, shortly after the United States entered the war, the Oklahoma Socialist Party led an abortive uprising, the Green Corn Rebellion, against the federal government, and was wiped out. It was as though it had never existed. And so, in every important respect, ethnically, geographically, occupationally, the party was rapidly contracting. It was losing its amplitude and heterogeneity and becoming sectarian in composition and outlook, taking on the characteristics imputed to it by its enemies. Nevertheless, the Socialist Party might have come back after the war. 1919 to 1921 were years of violent and protracted industrial conflicts involving millions of workers. Farmers were worse off than at any time since the Great Depression 25 years before. And the general disillusionment with the war and the administration, especially among youth, was profound. But American socialists poignantly learned that what history offers with one hand it may withdraw with the other. Their new opportunities in the immediate post-war years were more than offset by the effects of the Bolshevik Revolution. This mighty event, instead of heralding the advent of a new day for American socialism, sounded its knell. The November 1917 uprising in Russia caught the American Socialist Party, as it caught the rest of the world, and the Russians as well, completely by surprise. Even more surprising was the ability of the new regime to survive one shattering vicissitude after another: the humiliating peace, foreign intervention, mass starvation, the onset of civil war. By the end of 1918, the Socialist Party was unstinting in its praise of the Bolshevik accomplishments. Since the French Revolution established a new high mark of political liberty in the world, as one group of party officials put it, there has been no other advance in democratic progress and social justice comparable to the Russian Revolution. Hillquit remarked that Russia, once the strongest resort of the darkest reaction, is today the vanguard of democracy and social progress. It is from top to bottom in the hands of the people, the working class, the peasants. Even Victor Berger, the extreme apostle of conservatism, offered the Bolsheviks his seal of approval. All socialists, he said, are pro-Bolshevik today. But American socialists were well schooled in Marxism, and they regarded the Soviet regime as highly anomalous. Here was a self-styled proletariat government, rigorously Marxist in its principles, ruling over a country that was sunk in a pre-capitalist stage of development. Lenin and Trotsky, the two main architects of the revolution, sought to reconcile this stubborn fact with Marxist theory by maintaining that the revolution was not meant to be self-sufficient, that least of all was it meant to be an end in itself. Its historic assignment was to inspire the working classes of the West to rise up in their turn and to bring about the true, i.e., post-capitalist, reign of socialism. Whatever socialists in the other Western countries thought of this logic, the leaders of American socialism at least were convinced that the working class in their own country was not about to revolt, the government was not about to disintegrate, and the contradictions in capitalism were not about to reveal themselves. They rejected the Bolshevik example as inapplicable to the American experience. While the party hierarchs expressed support for the regime, they saw no reason to acknowledge its authority. They had nothing to learn from it. But the men who spoke for the Socialist Party of America did not necessarily speak for the rank and file. A growing proportion of party members, in fact, belonged to the left-wing faction. They believed that American socialism had everything to learn from the Bolsheviks. Once a small and submerged minority, they suddenly burgeoned into a force to be reckoned with, thanks to the prodigious rise of the foreign language associations. In the year, membership increased from 80,000 to 105,000, the second highest total in its history. Their ratio increased from 35% to 53%. More ominous yet, the largest of these groups were Eastern Europeans, Russians, Ukrainians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Hungarians, Poles, and South Slavs, who backed the Bolsheviks as much for ethnic reasons, the Bolsheviks having promised independence to the various nationalities of the Tsarist Empire, as for ideological. They determined to reshape America in the Soviet mold, and they joined the Socialist Party by the thousands in the hope of making it into a replica of Lenin's Revolutionary Vanguard Party. Other groups joined the left wing for reasons of their own. There were the young people, who contrasted the elan, heroism and confidence of the Bolsheviks with the ponderously didactic, legalistic character of the American Socialist Party. These newcomers to socialism, usually the children of recent immigrants, many of them Eastern European Jews, took the business of revolutionary politics very seriously. They brooked little levity and no compromise. Then there were the intellectuals, themselves quite young, notably John Reed, Max Eastman, Floyd Dell, Robert Minor, and others associated with the masses or liberator, who hailed the revolution as the beginning of the epoch of total freedom in art, morals, and work. Finally, there were the syndicalists, who found in the Soviets the fulfillment of their dream of autonomous industrial departments to be run by the workers themselves. It was as though the Russian communists were following the formula laid down in the constitution of the industrial workers of the world. These left-wing groups, acting in concert, used the Russian Revolution as a springboard from which to mount their assault on the Socialist Party leadership. They accused Hillquit, Berger, and the other ancient argonauts of the party of having deliberately misled the working class for decades into assuming that revolution was unnecessary, that the conservative unions would inevitably fall to socialism, that socialism would win an electoral majority, and that, in the meantime, bourgeois laws and underscore proprieties must be obeyed. The Bolsheviks had pointed out the falsity of this strategy. They had demonstrated how a disciplined revolutionary cadre of several thousand at the most could seize the apocalyptic moment, wrest power from the capitalists and imperialists and reformers, and install a dictatorship of the proletariat. It was the masses who gave the Bolsheviks their constituency and who provided the source of their legitimate authority. The dictatorship of the proletariat was the product of mass action, under the infallible guidance of the Vanguard Party. And the party was infallible because it embodied the whole of human history. To emulate the Bolsheviks, it was necessary for the left wing of the American Socialist Party to do two things: promote mass action and split with the moderates. One of the difficulties was defining the term mass action with any precision. Its most eloquent and persistent advocate was unquestionably Louis Freyne. Freyne, who had come to America from Italy as a child, was only 23 when the Bolsheviks took power, but he had already established his name as a revolutionist by his many articles in the left-wing magazines he edited. More than any single person, he was responsible for publicizing the writings of hitherto obscure revolutionists, chief among them Lenin and Trotsky. Like the rest of the left wing, Freyne looked to Central and Eastern Europe for justification and direction. Mass action, he wrote in his book on the subject, which was published within a year of the revolution, is not a form of action as much as it is a process and synthesis of action. It is the unity of all forms of proletarian action, a means of throwing the proletariat, organized and unorganized, in a general struggle against capitalism and the capitalist state. Mass action is the instinctive action of the proletariat, gradually developing more conscious and organized forms and definite purposes. It is extra-parliamentary in method and political in purpose and result. Haga. But mass action by the American proletariat did not take place. While workers struck, often violently, immediately after the war, they did not do so for political reasons. There was nothing like a general struggle against capitalism and the capitalist state. Meanwhile, the left-wingers would prepare themselves for the time when the proletariat would rise up. They would, that is, create a revolutionary cadre of their own, either by forming a separate communist party or by driving the old guard from the socialist party. Both the right and left wings knew that the split was coming. If any doubts remained, they were dispelled in January 1919, when Moscow sent out word that a meeting of the Third International would presently be convened. So far as the rival factions in the was how the break would come about and what form it would take. The conflict over the body and soul of American socialism was acted out. The conclusion was foregone between February and September 1919. Here we need present only the briefest summary of events. Early in February, the New York section of the left wing issued a manifesto and program, indicting the leaders of the Socialist Party for what was, in effect, treason to the working class and to history. After accusing them of being social patriots, supporters of the war, who had refused to unleash a proletarian revolution, the manifesto went on to demand party approval of mass action, of attempts to overthrow the capitalist government, and of a system of Soviets under proletarian dictatorship. The manifesto was a call to arms. The first objective was the party. Then would come the state. The election of the party's 15-man National Executive Committee in the spring precipitated the break. That the left wing would carry the election was apparent, since the foreign language associations held a majority of the votes. The left wing gave a hint of its power when it effortlessly captured some of the largest locals in the country. But this much was certain. The old guard was not going to yield control of the party apparatus merely because an army of aliens had recently become members. Veterans and pioneers of the movement, the National Executive Committee later said in self-exculpation, who had served the party in many ways for 10, 20 and 30 years suddenly found they had no rights within the party but to pay dues. The old guard thus declared preventive war, as Theodore Draper has put it. Without concern for the niceties of due process, it simply excised the left wing from the party. It suspended, which is to say, expelled, the 7 offending foreign language associations, deposed 3 state organizations, and cast out each of the left-wing locals. Altogether some 35,000 members were lopped off the party rolls. The left wing was divided in its response. The larger group, consisting mainly of foreign language associations, split off and established the Communist Party. The second group, made up of native-born radicals, John Reed, et al., created their own Bolshevik-style party, the Communist Labor Party, which differed only slightly from the first. The difference turned essentially on how purely Marxist-Leninist the party should be. The Communist Party held that it should be absolutely pure. It should therefore be as small and disciplined as possible, purged of opportunists and compromisers and dedicated to direct action on all fronts. The Communist Labor Party, though no less revolutionary in spirit and purpose, wanted to build a mass political base. Toward that ultimate end it was content to announce only one demand: the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Each of the communist parties denounced the other for being untrue to Marxism-Leninism. Each claimed the privilege of representing the Third International in America. The sundering of the socialist movement left a succession of humiliations, ironies, and minor tragedies in its wake. Instead of gravitating to the right after the departure of the left wing, the Socialist Party tried to steal some of the communist thunder. In its 1919 convention, the party came out for constant, clear-cut and aggressive opposition to all parties of the possessing class, and for industrial unionism. The convention also voted to ask the Russian regime to admit the Socialist Party into the Third International. Moscow's answer, presented at the July 1920 Congress of the Third International, was devastating. In its famous 21 points, the Congress declared that any group wishing to enter the Third International must submit to Communist Party rule and must repudiate such notorious opportunists, is Hilquit, who was actually mentioned by name. The 21 points further stated that the only kind of party acceptable to the Third International was one built on solid Leninist foundations. The Communist Party will only be in a position to do its duty if it is organized along extremely centralized lines, if it is controlled by iron discipline, and is fully equipped with power, authority, and the most far-reaching faculties. The Third International flung down its gauntlet. It would wage mortal combat on the yellow Second International, on all moderate and revisionist socialists, on any tendency to come to terms with Western liberal democracy. The two communist parties meanwhile had their wish. They went underground. For a little more than a year, between late 1919 and early 1921, federal and state agents, acting under the infinitely broad provisions of their respective sedition laws, terrorized American radicals. Some 10,000 of them were rounded up in their offices and homes at all hours of the night and kept incommunicado for long periods of time, without a semblance of due process. Hundreds of them were deported. But the repression produced no revolutionary cadre. If anything, it fragmented the communist parties and rendered them impotent. Leaders were jailed or were involved in endless litigations. The most routine activities were conducted with laborious difficulty. Membership dropped vertiginously. Without a sympathetic public, underground movements stand no chance. And the American public was, to say the least, unsympathetic to the communist cause. The communist parties did surface again in 1921, but not before they fell victim to a profound irony. The persistent division within the ranks of the American left exasperated the directors of the Third International in Moscow, and they ordered the two feuding parties, Communist and Communist Labor, to unite at once. The International arrogated to itself the power to issue such an order. One of the 21 points specified that all decisions of the Congresses of the Communist International, as well as the decisions of its executive committee, are binding upon all the parties belonging to the Communist International. Under Moscow's talentless prodding, the two American Communist parties did finally unite in May 1921, emerging later in the year as the Workers' Party of America. But the Workers' Party received one more order from Moscow. It was told that it must seek office like any other legitimate political party, and that it must work within, not against, the American Federation of Labor. The International insisted on this course because Lenin had come to realize that the working class in the West would not or could not revolt, that the capitalists and the Social Democrats had effectively recovered their power. The proper strategy for communists, he concluded, was to permeate the existing trade unions and seek political office by legal means. The era of conspiracy was over. In other words, Lenin was instructing his revolutionary followers in America to pursue the same policy that the Socialist Party had been pursuing since its inception in 1901 and that the left wing had all along denounced as traitorous. He was telling the communists that they must forswear, as a temporary tactic to be sure, the animosities of the past. They must speak softly on craft unionism and play the game of politics in the conventional manner. Some radicals found the change too cynical and self-serving. John Reed broke with the leaders of the Third International on the issue before his death in Russia in October 1920. Especially pathetic were the last years of Big Bill Haywood's life. As a political expatriate in Moscow, he witnessed at first hand the betrayal, by the party of the revolutionary left, of all that he had fought for. The order to join the AFL was a repudiation of the TWW. When Haywood died in Moscow in 1928, he was a sick, lonely, and defeated man. By 1922, the socialist movement in America had undergone an irreparable decline. The Socialist Party was only a shadow of its former self. Its membership, which had hovered around the 80,000 to 100,000 mark since 1910, was now down to a mere 13,000. Above all, its prospects were gloomy. Its appeal historically had been to the non-revolutionary left, but this appeal was being preempted by the liberal left. Shortly after the break with the Communists, the Socialist Party did attempt to make common cause with liberal and labor groups, including the AFL. From this coalition sprang the Progressive Party of 1924, which ran Robert La Follette as its presidential candidate. But the coalition disintegrated even before the election took place. In the years that followed, the party, now led by Norman Thomas, never attained the strength, prestige, or self-confidence it had had before World War I. Thomas, who ran for president 6 times, only once approached Debs's vote. In 1932, when he received nearly 0.00000 votes. That number, however, was only 2% of the total, as against Debs's 6% in 1912. Thomas, moreover, received it in the most critical moment of the Great Depression, when the economy was paralyzed and it seemed that nothing short of revolution could get it moving. Never again would the opportunity for democratic socialism be so propitious. The Socialist Party steadily dwindled after that, and, by the end of World War II, had practically disappeared as a political entity. The Communist, or, until 1928, the Workers' Party fared no better in the long run. From the time of its creation it suffered from 3 fatal disabilities. it favored revolution, it was subservient to the interests of the Soviet Union, and its strength rested primarily on immigrant groups. Americans regarded it as a foreign party, foreign in composition, ideology, and loyalty. So great were these disabilities that when the economy did collapse in 1919, the American communists were no more able to gather up the pieces than the socialists. In the 1930s, they managed to win over a number of intellectuals, and they were also instrumental in organizing some of the larger industrial unions, automobile, mining, steel, electric, etc. During World War II, the Communist Party acquired a measure of support precisely because of its identity with the Soviet Union. But the party's influence was tenuous and superficial. The intellectuals abandoned the cause even before the war, and the unions ruthlessly eliminated whatever communist officials had remained from the 1930s. The Communist Party suffered a succession of hard blows in the 1950s. First came the spy trials, the charges of subversion, the persecutions reminiscent of World War I, by an inflamed public. Then came the Soviet admission that Stalin, the cynosure of world communism for 30 years, had been a tyrant all along. Finally came the Soviet suppression of the Hungarian uprising. Since the 1950s, the party has been a corporal's guard of aged, dull, and intimidated men. We should add that the communist movement in America was not exhausted in the Communist Party. In the late 1920s, the party split over the Trotskyite heresy. In successive steps since 1924, Trotsky had been anathematized by Stalin, purged of his power, and finally exiled from Russia because he continued to press for world revolution. In doing so, he had opposed Stalin's doctrine of socialism in one country. In practical terms, socialism in one country meant that the Third International, and therefore every communist party in the world, must devote itself to the preservation of the Russian regime and must, accordingly, obey Stalin implicitly in all matters of policy and dogma. The Trotskyites represented themselves as the true heirs of Marx and Lenin, the purifiers of the Bolshevik creed. But Trotskyism was an unstable, radically antinomian faith, and it broke into many pieces, each quite small, each concerned to develop its own theoretical structure. All Trotskyites, however, shared the same aversion to Stalin, who had turned the revolution into an enormous bureaucratic despotism and a vehicle for his maniacal will to power. After World War II, the great issues raised by the Bolshevik Revolution and the nature of the Soviet regime receded from view in the United States, as did most of the Trotskyites. In the early part of the century, socialism seemed on the way to becoming an important force in American life, and its leaders looked forward to its triumph in their lifetime. But the fall of socialism was precipitous. The breakup of the Socialist Party signaled the destruction of the socialist movement as such. One cannot speak of a socialist movement at all today. There are, rather, congeries of sects calling themselves socialist. There are old Trotskyites, old pro-Russian communists, old social democrats, and old socialist laborites who had been unswervingly faithful to the letter of Daniel de Leon's teachings. There is also the New Left, which, as one writer recently observed, remains more a mood than a movement. It reflects the discontent with America felt by a growing host of middle-class, college-educated youth. But that discontent has not crystallized into an ideology or a coherent program. The openness and diffusion of the New Left, its refusal to be drawn into the problems that have traditionally concerned American radicals, is both its charm and its fatal limitation. Having denied the past, it denies itself the future. Toward the New Left and toward all the existing socialist sects, the attitude of the American people remains what it has been since 1919. Hostility tempered by ignorance and indifference. Street. Lewis Manifesto of the Socialist Party 101. Following is the majority report, advocating opposition to the war, adopted by the party at its April 1917 convention. The Socialist Party of the United States in the present grave crisis, solemnly reaffirm its allegiance to the principle of internationalism and working-class solidarity the world over, and proclaims its unalterable opposition to the war just declared by the government of the United States. Modern wars as a rule had been caused by the commercial and financial rivalry and intrigues of the capitalist interests in the different countries. Whether they have been frankly waged as wars of aggression or have been hypocritically represented as wars of defense, they have always been made by the classes and fought by the masses. Wars bring wealth and power to the ruling classes, and suffering, death and demoralization to the workers. They breed a sinister spirit of passion, unreason, race hatred and false patriotism. They obscure the struggles of the workers for life, liberty and social justice. They tend to sever the vital bonds of solidarity between them and their brothers in other countries, to destroy their organizations and to curtail their civic and political rights and liberties. The Socialist Party of the United States is unalterably opposed to the system of exploitation and class rule which is upheld and strengthened by military power and sham national patriotism. We, therefore, call upon the workers of all countries to refuse support to their governments in their wars. The wars of the contending national groups of capitalists are not the concern of the workers. The only struggle which would justify the workers in taking up arms is the great struggle of the working class of the world to free itself from economic exploitation and political oppression, and we * report of the New York State Joint Legislative Committee investigating sedition, Lusk Committee, Volume I, pp. 613 to 618. Particularly warn the workers against the snare and delusion of so-called defensive warfare. As against the false doctrine of national patriotism, we uphold the ideal of international working class _ solidarity. In support of capitalism, we will not willingly give a single life or a single dollar. In support of the struggle of the workers for freedom, we pledge our all. The mad orgy of death and destruction which is now convulsing unfortunate Europe was caused by the conflict of capitalist interests in the European countries. In each of these countries, the workers were oppressed and exploited. They produced enormous wealth, but the bulk of it was withheld from them by the owners of the industries. The workers were thus deprived of the means to repurchase the wealth which they themselves had created. The capitalist class of each country was forced to look for foreign markets to dispose of the accumulated, surplus, wealth. The huge profits made by the capitalists could no longer be profitably reinvested in their own countries, hence, they were driven to look for foreign fields of investment. The geographical boundaries of each modern capitalist country thus became too narrow for the industrial and commercial operations of its capitalist class. The efforts of the capitalists of all leading nations were, therefore, centered upon the domination of the world markets. Imperialism became the dominant note in the politics of Europe. The acquisition of colonial possessions and the extension of spheres of commercial and political influence became the object of diplomatic intrigues and the cause of constant clashes between nations. The acute competition between the capitalist powers of the earth, their jealousies and distrusts of one another, and the fear of the rising power of the working class forced each of them to arm to the teeth. This led to the mad rivalry of armament, which, years before the outbreak of the present war, had turned the leading countries of Europe into armed camps with standing armies of many millions, drilled and equipped for war in times of peace. Capitalism, imperialism and militarism had thus laid the foundation of an inevitable general conflict in Europe. The ghastly war in Europe was not caused by an accidental event, nor by the policy or institutions of any single nation. It was the logical outcome of the competitive capitalist system. The 6 million men of all countries and races who have been ruthlessly slain in the first 30 months of this war, the millions of others who have been crippled and maimed, the vast treasures of wealth that have been destroyed, the untold misery and sufferings of Europe, have not been sacrifices exacted in a struggle for principles or ideals, but wanton offerings upon the altar of private profit. The forces of capitalism which have led to the war in Europe are even more hideously transparent in the war recently provoked by the ruling class of this country. When Belgium was invaded, the government enjoined upon the people of this country the duty of remaining neutral, thus clearly demonstrating that the dictates of humanity and the fate of small nations and of democratic institutions were matters that did not concern it. But when our enormous war traffic was seriously threatened, our government calls upon us to rally to the defense of democracy and civilization. Our entrance into the European war was instigated by the predatory capitalists in the United States who boast of the enormous profit of $7 billion from the manufacture and sale of munitions and war supplies and from the exportation of American foodstuffs and other necessaries. They are also deeply interested in the continuance of war and the success of the Allied arms through their huge loans to the governments of the Allied powers and through other commercial ties. It is the same interests which strive for imperialistic domination of the Western Hemisphere. The war of the United States against Germany cannot be justified even on the plea that it is a war in defense of American rights or American honor. Ruthless as the unrestricted submarine war policy of the German government was and is, it is not an invasion of the rights of the American people, as such, but only an interference with the opportunity of certain groups of American capitalists to coin cold profits out of the blood and sufferings of our fellow men in the warring countries of Europe. It is not a war against the militarist regime of the Central Powers. Militarism can never be abolished by militarism. It is not a war to advance the cause of democracy in Europe. Democracy can never be imposed upon any country by a foreign power by force of arms. It is cant and hypocrisy to say that the war is not directed against the German people, but against the imperial government of Germany. If we send an armed force to the battlefields of Europe, its cannon will mow down the masses of the German people and not the imperial German government. Our entrance into the European conflict at this time will serve only to multiply the horrors of the war, to increase the toll of death and destruction and to prolong the fiendish slaughter. It will bring death, suffering and destitution to the people of the United States and particularly to the working class. It will give the powers of reaction in this country the pretext for an attempt to throttle our rights and to crush our democratic institutions, and to fasten upon this country a permanent militarism. The working class of the United States has no quarrel with the working class of Germany or of any other country. The people of the United States have no quarrel with the people of Germany or any other country. The American people did not want and do not want this war. They have not been consulted about the war and have had no part in declaring war. They have been plunged into this war by the trickery and treachery of the ruling class of the country through its representatives in the National Administration and National Congress, its demagogic agitators, its subsidized press, and other servile instruments of public expression. We brand the declaration of war by our government as a crime against the people of the United States and against the nations of the world. In all modern history there has been no war more unjustifiable than the war in which we are about to engage. No greater dishonor has ever been forced upon a people than that which the capitalist class is forcing upon this nation against its will. In harmony with these principles, the Socialist Party emphatically rejects the proposal that in time of war the workers should suspend their struggle for better conditions. On the contrary, the acute situation created by war calls for an even more vigorous prosecution of the class struggle, and we recommend to the workers and pledge ourselves to the following course of action. 1. Continuous, active, and public opposition to the war through demonstrations, mass petitions, and all other means within our power. 2. Tarry or industrial conscription. Should such conscription be forced upon the people, we pledge ourselves to continuous efforts for the repeal of such laws and to the support of all mass movements in opposition to conscription. We pledge ourselves to oppose with all our strength any attempt to raise money for payment of war expense by taxing the necessaries of life or issuing bonds which will put the burden upon future generations. We demand that the capitalist class, which is responsible for the war, pay its cost. Let those who kindled the fire furnish the fuel. 3. Vigorous resistance to all reactionary measures, such as censorship of press and mails, restriction of the rights of free speech, assemblage and organization, or compulsory arbitration and limitation of the right to strike. 4. Consistent propaganda against military training and militaristic teaching in the public schools. 5. Extension of the campaign of education among the workers to organize them into strong, class-conscious, and closely unified political and industrial organizations, to enable them by concerted and harmonious mass action to shorten this war and to establish lasting peace. 6. Widespread educational propaganda to enlighten the masses as to the true relation between capitalism and war, and to rouse and organize them for action, not only against present war evils, but for the prevention of future wars and for the destruction of the causes of war. 7. To protect the masses of the American people from the pressing danger of starvation which the war in Europe has brought upon them, and which the entry of the United States has already accentuated, we demand a. The restriction of food exports so long as the present shortage continues, the fixing of maximum prices and whatever measures may be necessary to prevent the food speculators from holding back the supplies now in their hands. b. The socialization and democratic management of the great industries concerned with the production, transportation, storage, and the marketing of food and other necessaries of life. c. The socialization and democratic management of all land and other natural resources now held out of use for monopolistic or speculative profit. These measures are presented as means of protecting the workers against the evil results of the present war. The danger of recurrence of war will exist as long as the capitalist system of industry remains in existence. The end of wars will come with the establishment of socialized industry and industrial democracy the world over. The Socialist Party calls upon all the workers to join it in its struggle to reach this goal, and thus bring into the world a new society in which peace, fraternity, and human brotherhood will be the dominant ideals. Eugene V. Debs. Speech to the Court 1918. Debs knew that he would probably be jailed for the speech he gave at Canton, Ohio, on June 16, 1918. Justice was swift. He was tried on September GTH for violating the Espionage Act and quickly found guilty. On September I-4, just before he was sentenced, he addressed the court. Your Honor, years ago I recognized my kinship with all living beings, and I made up my mind that I was not one bit better than the meanest on earth. I said then, and I say now, that while there is a lower class, I am in it, while there is a criminal element I am of it, and while there is a soul in prison, I am not free. I listened to all that was said in this court in support and justification of this prosecution, but my mind remains unchanged. I look upon the espionage law as a despotic enactment in flagrant conflict with democratic principles and with the spirit of free institutions. Percent. Your Honor, I have stated in this court that I am opposed to the social system in which we live, that I believe in a fundamental change, but if possible by peaceable and orderly means. Standing here this morning, I recall my boyhood. At 14, I went to work in a railroad shop. At 16 I was firing a freight engine on a railroad. I remember all the hardships and privations of that earlier day, and from that time until now my heart has been with the working class. I could have been in Congress long ago. I have preferred to go to prison. I am thinking this momming of the men in the mills and factories, of the men in the mines and on the railroads. Selves are being starved and stunted, body and soul. I see them dwarfed and diseased and their little lives broken and blasted because in this high noon of our 20th century Christian civilization money is still so much more important than the flesh and blood of childhood. In very truth gold is God today and rules with pitiless sway in the affairs of men. In this country, the most favored beneath the bending skies, We have vast areas of the richest and most fertile soil, material resources in inexhaustible abundance, the most marvelous productive machinery on earth, and millions of eager workers ready to apply their labor to that machinery to produce in abundance for every man, woman and child. And if there are still vast numbers of our people who are the victims of poverty and whose lives are an unceasing struggle all the way from youth to old age, until at last death comes to their rescue and stills their aching hearts and lulls these hapless victims to dreamless sleep, it is not the fault of the Almighty. It cannot be charged to nature, but it is due entirely to the outgrown social system in which we live that ought to be abolished not only in the interest of the toiling masses but in the higher interest of all humanity. I believe, Your Honor, in common with all socialists, that this nation ought to own and control its own industries. I believe, as all socialists do, that all things that are jointly needed and used ought to be jointly owned, that industry, the basis of our social life, instead of being the private property of the few and operated for their enrichment, ought to be the common property of all, democratically administered in the interest of all. I am opposing a social order in which it is possible for one man who does absolutely nothing that is useful to amass a fortune of hundreds of millions of dollars, while millions of men and women who work all the days of their lives secure barely enough for a wretched existence. This order of things cannot always endure. I have registered my protest against it. I recognize the feebleness of my effort, but, fortunately, I am not alone. There are multiplied thousands of others who, like myself, have come to realize that before we may truly enjoy the blessings of civilized life, we must reorganize society upon a mutual and cooperative basis, and to this end we have organized a great economic and political movement that spreads over the face of all the earth. There are today upwards of 60 millions of socialists, loyal, devoted adherents to this cause, regardless of nationality, race, creed, color or sex. They are all making common cause. They are spreading with tireless energy the propaganda of the new social order. They are waiting, watching and working hopefully through all the hours of the day and the night. They are still in a minority, but they have learned how to be patient and to bide their time. They feel, they know, indeed, that the time is coming, in spite of all opposition, all persecution, when this emancipating gospel will spread among all the peoples, and when this minority will become the triumphant majority and, sweeping into power, inaugurate the greatest social and economic change in history. In that day we shall have the universal commonwealth, the harmonious cooperation of every nation with every other nation on Sirthoni. 2. Your Honor, I ask no mercy and I plead for no immunity. I realize that finally the NGHT must prevail. I never so clearly comprehended as now the great struggle between the powers of greed and exploitation on the one hand and upon the other the NSING hosts of industrial freedom and social justice. I can see the dawn of the better day for humanity. The people are awakening. In due time they will and must come to their own. When the mariner, sailing over tropic seas, looks for relief from his weary watch, he turns his eyes toward the Southern Cross, burning luridly above the tempest-vexed ocean. As the midnight approaches, the Southern Cross begins to bend, the whirling worlds change their places, and with starry finger points the Almighty marks the passage of time upon the dial of the universe, and though no bell may beat the glad tidings, the lookout knows that the midnight is passing and that relief and rest are close at hand. Let the people everywhere take heart of hope, for the cross is bending, the midnight is passing, and joy cometh with the morning. He's true to God who's true to man, wherever wrong is done. To the humblest and the weakest, 'neath the all-beholding sun. That wrong is done to us, and they are slaves most base, whose love of right is for themselves and not for all the race. I am now prepared to receive your sentence. Louis C. Fraina. Revolutionary Socialism * 1918. Freina's book, published during the war, was the fullest and best argued defense of the left wing, later the communist, position. What it owed to the Bolshevik Revolution is obvious from the Bexis. The proletarian revolution, the theory of the gradual transformation of capitalism into socialism, of a peaceful, growing into socialism, depends upon two assumptions. The collectivism of state capitalism is an approach to socialism that will gradually and of its own compulsion become transformed into socialism, and state capitalism, operating jointly with an enlightened and organized working class, will succeed in limiting and restraining the economic forces of capitalism. Our analysis of actual facts and forces shows, however, that state capitalism means capitalism at the violent climax of its development, intensifying the subjection of the proletariat and the domination of the capitalist class. The economic forces of capitalism have not been limited, they have burst forth in a violent upheaval, the most violent of the ages, and these forces will burst forth in new upheavals unless directed into the channel of social revolution. Nor have the organizations of the workers succeeded in restraining the tendencies of capitalism, the imperialistic capitalism of Germany. France and Great Britain, in which operate powerful socialist and labor organizations, have precipitated the proletariat and the world into a catastrophe the agony and oppression of which are inconceivable. If all this means a limiting of the forces of capitalism and a growing into socialism, then may heaven have mercy upon the world and the proletariat. This theory often appears in pseudo-Marxian garb, It is, in fact, a distortion and a repudiation of Marxism. *pp. 204 to 221. Marxism conceives the social revolution as a dynamic process of proletarian struggles in a period when the forces of production in capitalist society come in conflict with the old relations of production, relations which develop into fetters upon the productive process. This conflict creates a social revolutionary crisis, a revolutionary situation and a breach in the old order in which the proletariat breaks through for action and the conquest of power. All the developments of bourgeois society simply produce the objective conditions for the proletarian revolution out of which emerges socialism. These developments alone never can and won't bring socialism. The process consists of two phases, the objective development of capitalism and the subjective development of the proletariat. Historically, these two phases of the process are one. Actually, they are not necessarily a unity. Germany, with an intense development of capitalism and an apparently mature proletariat, has not yet developed a proletarian revolution, in spite of the revolutionary activity of capitalistically inferior Russia. The epoch of imperialism, which means capitalism at the climax of its development, meets the requirements of the Marxian analysis. All the violence, all the upheavals of imperialism are symptoms of the revolt of capitalism against the fetters placed upon the productive forces. The requirements of developing capitalism are incompatible with the capitalist forms of production. The crisis is acute. Capitalism strives to break the fetters, annihilate the multiplying contradictions, through state capitalism and imperialism, only to strengthen the fetters and increase the contradictions, resulting in a mad, violent and destructive world war. The economic and social, the political and national bases of capitalism are now fetters upon the forces of production. The fetters must be broken, they can be broken only by the social revolution, and capitalism writhes in the agony of its struggles, a mad beast rending itself and the world. Imperialism, accordingly, introduces a new epoch in capitalism, the social revolutionary epoch. Objectively, a revolutionary situation prevails. Subjectively, the proletariat must prepare itself for the final revolutionary struggle against capitalism. It is the tragedy of imperialism that it can produce maggots only. It cannot, except temporarily, dispose of the contradictions implied in a fettering of the forces of production. The imperialistic nation seeks to broaden the base of its economic activity through conquest and the development of new territory, but in accomplishing this, the base is correspondingly narrowed for other nations and for the world. And even the imperialistically triumphant nation secures only momentary relief. The new territory is developed, and again there is a surplus of commodities and of capital, again the vicious circle of production of means of production for new commodity production, and again within the triumphant nation itself there is a crisis, supplemented by still more acute crises within the defeated nations. A new upheaval arises, new and more violent wars, new and more intense waste. War becomes the normal aspect of imperialism. There is no alternative for the proletariat. Either war and again war, or the social revolution. The world war has brought capitalism to the verge of collapse. It has compelled the state to lay a dictatorial hand upon the process of production, and the nation to negate its own basis by striving to break through the limits of the nation. It has compelled industrial necessity to subordinate itself to the overwhelming fact of military necessity. The debts of the belligerent nations are colossal, and they will fetter the nations, constitute a crucial problem in the days to come. The war has weakened capitalism while it has strengthened a fictitious domination of the capitalist class. Contradictions and antagonisms have been multiplied. War has become the normal occupation of capitalism, and the transition to peace will shake capitalism to its foundations, posing new and more acute problems for solution. Industry will have to adjust itself to a peace basis, and it will be a Herculean task. The proletariat will have to adjust itself to the new conditions, new struggles and new problems, and the experiences of war are not calculated to make it submissive. The proletariat will find upon the conclusion of peace that all its sacrifices have availed it not, and that the old system of exploitation persists in intensified form. Capitalism will equally find that war has availed it not. Its old economic problems will not have been solved and new problems have been created. Will capitalism answer with a feverish era of industrial expansion? But war debts will weigh upon the nation, and an era of expansion will simply hasten the new crisis and a new war. There is a point where capitalism comes up against an impasse in the industrial process. The forces of production inexorably generate new contradictions and crises. Capitalism verges on collapse. The fatalist uses these facts, and they are facts, as an argument for an inevitable collapse of capitalism and an equally inevitable coming of socialism. The argument is as futile as it is fatalistic. The World War, in which millions of workers have sacrificed and died in the cause of imperialism, is a warning of an alternative. The fatalist attitude in practice allows capitalism to dispose of things in its own brutal way. And instead of a coming of socialism, the world may see the coming of a new barbarism, the common ruin of the contending classes. If war becomes the normal state of society, if the proletariat as the modem revolutionary class has not the initiative and the energy to assume control of society, then instead of a new society we shall have a new era of rapine and conquest. Europe rending itself, Europe and America rending each other, and the two rending Asia, or Asia rending them all. A collapse of capitalism, in one form or another, is inevitable, but the coming of socialism is not equally inevitable. It may become a collapse of all civilization. What determined the supremacy of the bourgeoisie was its possession of actual material power, of the ownership of capital. It was a propertied class, and property as a class prerogative imparts power and ultimate ascendancy. The proletariat is a non-propertied, and expropriated class. What will determine its supremacy is revolutionary energy and integrity, and these alone. The development during the war of socialist social reformism into social imperialism is an acute expression of a danger that besets the proletariat. Is it imaginary, is it inconceivable, in view of the unbelievable events in Europe, that the proletariat, instead of an instrument of revolution, might become an instrument of imperialistic conquest and spoliation? Only an uncompromising adherence to the revolutionary task, only the conscious and definite emergence of revolutionary socialism, may avert the catastrophe. The subjective factor of a revolutionary proletariat alone will convert the objective conditions of capitalism into socialism. The proletariat will act, but its action must be directed. It may be skewed awry by petty bourgeois socialism, as was unsuccessfully attempted in Russia and as was successfully done in Austria and Germany. The shortcomings of the dominant socialism might convert proletarian action into a weapon of proletarian suicide. The tactics of petty bourgeois socialism may not completely destroy the revolution, but they may hamper it and prolong the period of agony of imperialistic capitalism. The class character and independence of the revolution must be emphasized under any and all conditions. The proletariat must not be lured into compromises either with capitalism or its own organizations, compromises that invade its class integrity and palsy its action. On with the struggle, in spite of all and everything. The epoch is an epoch of revolutionary, uncompromising struggle, and this struggle alone shall prevail. The process of proletarian struggles will, under the impact of antagonisms in a revolutionary situation, develop into the great and final struggle, an intense, violent and uncompromising struggle against capitalism. This struggle will not break out as a conscious, organized struggle for socialism. It will break out under the impulse of a crisis, through mass action. Its character, of course, will initially vary in accord with prevailing conditions, although probably, at first, animated by petty or vague purposes. And its course will be determined by the sense of reality, consciousness of purpose and power of revolutionary socialism, its capacity to propose and organize a revolutionary program around which the masses may rally for action and the conquest of power. Organizing and directing the revolution will become the supreme task of socialism, a test equally of its uncompromising spirit and its sense of reality. The policy of revolutionary phrases is as disastrous as the policy of parliamentary rhetoric and dickering with the bourgeois state. Revolutions do not rally around dogmas, but programs, and the program of the proletarian revolution must be as practical and realistic as it is revolutionary and uncompromising. Reality and the revolution are one, united and made dynamic by the class character of the proposals and purposes of the proletariat in action. The immediate objective of the proletarian revolution is the conquest of the power of the state, and this means the annihilation of the bourgeois state, its parliamentary system and bourgeois democracy, and the introduction of a new state, comprised in the dictatorship of the proletariat. In his criticism of the Gotha program, Marx projected this phase of the proletarian revolution. Between the capitalist and the communist systems of society lies the period of revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. This corresponds to a political transition period, whose state can be nothing else than the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. The alternative to this dictatorship of the proletariat is the bourgeois state, its democracy and parliamentary system. To compromise with this system is to yield up the revolutionary task and to allow capitalism to dominate. The parliamentary bourgeois state must be destroyed not simply because it is the ultimate purpose of socialism to do away with the state as constituted in bourgeois society, but because it is immediately necessary in the process of disposing of the old society and introducing the new. It is a tactical necessity. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a revolutionary recognition of the fact that the proletariat alone counts, and no other class has any rights. The dictatorship of the proletariat places all power in the control of the proletariat, and weakens the bourgeoisie, makes them incapable of any concerted action against the revolution. Organized in a dictatorship of the proletariat, the revolution unhesitatingly and relentlessly pursues its task of reconstructing society on the basis of communist socialism. The parliamentary regime is the expression of bourgeois democracy, each equally an instrument for the promotion of bourgeois class interests. Parliamentarism, presumably representing all classes, actually represents and promotes the requirements of the ruling class alone. Its trappings of army, police and judiciary are indispensable means of repression used against the proletariat, and the proletariat in action annihilates them all. In place of the army, the armed proletarian militia, until unnecessary. In place of the police, disciplinary measures of the masses themselves. In place of the judiciary, tribunals of workmen. The bureaucratic machinery of the state disappears. The division of functions in the parliamentary system into legislative and executive has for its direct purpose the indirect smothering of the opposition. The legislature talks and represents the pretense of democracy, while the executive acts autocratically. The parliamentary system is a fetter upon revolutionary class action in the epic of the final struggle against capitalism. Underscore the proletarian revolution annihilates the parliamentary system and its division of functions, legislative and executive being united in one body, as in the Paris Commune and in the Russian councils of workers and peasants. The dictatorship of the proletariat, moreover, annihilates bourgeois democracy. All democracy is relative, as class democracy. As an historical category, democracy is a form of authority of one class over another. Bourgeois democracy is the form of expression of the authority and tyranny of capitalism. Authority is an instrument of class rule. Historically, socialism destroys authority. The democracy of socialism, the self-government of the proletarian masses, discards the democracy of capitalism. Relative democracy is superseded by the individual and social autonomy of communist socialism. The proletarian revolution does not allow the ethical concepts of bourgeois democracy to interfere in the course of events. It ruthlessly sweeps aside democracy in the process of revolutionary transformation. Capitalism hypocritically insists upon a government of all the classes. The revolution frankly and fearlessly introduces the government of one class, the proletariat, through a proletarian dictatorship. The proletarian revolution is inexorable. It completely and ruthlessly annihilates the institutions and ideology of the regime of communist socialism. This problem of democracy is crucial in the proletarian revolution. Democracy becomes the last bulwark of defense of capitalism, an instrument used by dominant capitalism and the petite bourgeoisie in a last desperate defense of private property. Any compromise on the issue of democracy compromises the integrity of the revolution, stultifies its purposes and palsies its action. It is an issue pregnant with the potentiality of fatal mistakes. And yet it is all simplicity itself. In the revolution, the proletariat may depend upon itself alone. It alone is necessary in the process of production. It alone is a revolutionary class, implacably arrayed against all other classes. It alone counts as a class in the reconstruction of society, and, during the course of events in Russia, democracy was a fetter upon the development of the proletarian revolution. Once this revolution was accomplished, democracy became a counter-revolutionary instrument used by the petty bourgeois. Socialism of the Mensheviki and social revolutionists of the right through the Constituent Assembly. If the Soviet government had not dissolved the Constituent Assembly, it would have stultified itself and the revolution. The revolution declared the decree of dissolution, created the Workers' and Soldiers' Council, the only organization able to direct the struggle of the exploited classes for complete political and economic liberation. This council constituted a revolutionary government through the November Revolution, after perceiving the illusion of an understanding with the bourgeoisie and its deceptive parliamentary organization. The Constituent Assembly, being elected from the old election lists, was the expression of the old regime when authority belonged to the bourgeoisie, and necessarily became the authority of the bourgeois republic, setting itself against the Revolution of November and the authority of the councils. The old bourgeois parliamentarism has had its day and is incompatible with the tasks before socialism, and that only such institutions as the Workmen's and Soldiers' Councils are able to overcome the opposition of the ruling classes and create a new socialist state. The Central Executive Committee, therefore, orders the Constituent Assembly dissolved. DA. Accordingly, the dictatorship of the proletariat refuses political rights and recognition to any section of the bourgeois class. Through its dictatorship, the proletariat organizes itself as the tooling class, acquires social supremacy. The basis of the new state is not territorial, but industrial. Its constituents are the organized producers. The other elements of the people function in this proletarian government in the measure that they are absorbed in the new industrial scheme of things, become useful producers. The process of transformation into communist socialism is a process of the organized producers, and of these alone. The dictatorship of the proletariat, naturally, will have many acute problems press upon it. Civil war, a revolutionary war, problems of general social reconstruction, all these are problems that will call forth all of the energy, clarity and capacity of the proletarian revolution. The central problem, of course, is the problem of economic reconstruction. The particular initial form that this reconstruction assumes will depend upon a number of factors, particularly the factor of the degree of industrial development. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels said, "The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, that is, of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible." Of course, in the beginning this cannot be effected except by means of despotic inroads on the rights of property and on the conditions of bourgeois production. by measures, therefore, which appear economically insufficient and untenable, but which in the course of the movement, outstrip themselves, necessitate further inroads upon the old social order and are unavoidable as a means of entirely revolutionizing the mode of production. The proletariat, in short, lays a dictatorial hand upon production. The control of industry is centralized in the administrative norms of the new proletarian state. The proletariat's dictatorial control of production develops, on the one hand, the forces of production, and, on the other, it develops the communist administration of the industrial process. At first, the administration of control functions through general organizations, councils of workers. These organizations are gradually integrated, adapted to industrial divisions, and it is precisely at this point that industrial unionism, whether actual or potential, functions in the construction of the new society. Industry as a whole is divisible into constituent units, the production of coal, of steel, of textiles, agriculture, transportation, etc. Each industry will constitute a department of the industrial state. The workers in each industry will organize in local councils and these unite into general industrial councils coordinated with other general industrial councils into a central administration of the whole productive process. Industrial unionism, organizing the producers industrially, becomes the vital basis of the new communist society, together with other administrative norms necessary to coordinate the non-industrial active, ITY of society. The industrial administration of communist socialism institutes all the centralization necessary and compatible with autonomy, and all the autonomy necessary and compatible with centralization. The central administration is directive, and not repressive. It coordinates the whole industrial process as the General Industrial Council coordinates each phase of its particular industry. Its functions are comprised in the statistical regulation and directive control of the forces of production. The division of the product is ultimately determined on a communistic basis, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. The dictatorship of the proletariat is temporary, its necessity ceasing as the task of destroying the old order and organizing the new is accomplished. The rapidity of this development depends upon the maturity of proletarian consciousness and class power, upon the relation of social forces within the nation and upon the general international situation. The development of the proletarian revolution lets loose violent antagonisms within the nation, and the vitality of these antagonisms will affect the rapidity of development. The proletarian revolution, moreover, lets loose equally violent international antagonisms. As the revolutionary proletariat reconstructs society, it may find itself compelled simultaneously to wage civil wars and revolutionary wars. It may even, temporarily, meet defeat. The process consists of a series of revolutionary struggles. But the proletarian revolution, acting through the dictatorship of the proletariat, actual or potential, partial or complete, adhering firmly to the class struggle and revolutionary socialism, is determined in a course of action against which nothing but betrayals can prevail. Manifesto of the left-wing section of Greater New York AG. This announcement, sent out to all the locals in the country, officially launched the left-wing assault on the citadel of the Socialist Party, the National Executive Committee. By now any chance of compromise between the two factions had disappeared. Manifesto. Prior to August 1914, the nations of the world lived on a volcano. Violent eruptions from time to time gave warning of the cataclysm to come, but the diplomats and statesmen managed to localize the outbreaks, and the masses, slightly aroused, sank back into their accustomed lethargy with doubts and misgivings, and the subterranean fires continued to smolder. Many trusted blindly, some in their statesmen, some in the cohesive power of Christianity, their common religion, and some in the growing strength of the international socialist movement. Had not the German Social Democracy exchanged dramatic telegrams with the French Socialist Party, each pledging itself not to fight in case their governments declared war on each other? A general strike of workers led by these determined socialists would quickly bring the governments to their senses. So the workers reasoned, until the thunderclap of Sarajevo and Austria's ultimatum to Serbia. Then, suddenly, the storm broke. Mobilization everywhere. Everywhere declarations of war. In 3 or 4 days Europe was in arms. The present structure of society, capitalism, with its pretensions to democracy on the one hand, and its commercial rivalries, armament rings and standing armies on the other, all based on the exploitation of the working class and the division of the loot, was cast into the furnace of war. Two things only could issue forth. Either international capitalist control, through a League of Nations, * report of the New York State Joint Legislative Committee investigating sedition, Lusk Committee, Volume I, pp. 706 to 716. Or social revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Both of these forces are today contending for world power. The social democracies of Europe, unable or unwilling to meet the crisis, were themselves hurled into the conflagration, to be tempered or consumed by it. The collapse of the Second International. Great demonstrations were held in every European country by socialists protesting against their government's declarations of war and mobilizations for war. And we know that these demonstrations were rendered impotent by the complete surrender of the socialist parliamentary leaders and the official socialist press, with their justifications of defensive wars and the safeguarding of democracy. Why the sudden change of front? Why did the socialist leaders in the parliaments of the belligerents vote the war credits? Why did not moderate socialism carry out the policy of the Ball Manifesto, namely, the converting of an imperialistic war into a civil war, into a proletarian revolution? Why did it either openly favor the war or adopt a policy of petty bourgeois pacifism? The development of moderate socialism. In the latter part of the 19th century, the social democracies of Europe set out to legislate capitalism out of office. The class struggle was to be won in the capitalist legislatures. Step-by-step concessions were to be wrested from the state. The working class and the socialist parties were to be strengthened by means of constructive reform and social legislation. Each concession would act as a rung in the ladder of social revolution, upon which the workers could climb step by step, until finally, some bright sunny morning, the peoples would awaken to find the cooperative commonwealth functioning without disorder, confusion or hitch on the ruins of the capitalist state. And what happened? When a few legislative seats had been secured, the thunderous denunciations of the socialist legislators suddenly ceased. No more were the parliaments used as platforms from which the challenge of revolutionary socialism was flung to all the corners of Europe. Another era had set in, the era of Socialism accepted the bourgeois state as the basis of its action and strengthened that state. All power to shape the policies and tactics of the socialist parties was entrusted to the parliamentary leaders. And these lost sight of socialism's original purpose. Their goal became constructive reforms and cabinet portfolios, the cooperation of classes, the policy of openly or tacitly declaring that the coming of socialism was a concern of all the classes, instead of emphasizing the Marxian policy that the construction of the socialist system is the task of the revolutionary proletariat alone. Moderate socialism accepted the bourgeois state as the leaders, was now ready to share responsibility with the bourgeoisie in the control of the capitalist state, even to the extent of defending the bourgeoisie against the working class, as in the first Briand ministry in France, when the official party press was open to a defense of the shooting of striking railway workers at the order of the Socialist Bourgeois Coalition Cabinet. Sausage socialism. This situation was brought about by mixing the democratic cant of the 18th century with scientific socialism. The result was what Rosa Luxemburg called sausage socialism. The moderates emphasized petty bourgeois social reformism in order to attract tradesmen, shopkeepers and members of the professions, and, of course, the latter flocked to the socialist movement in great numbers, seeking relief from the constant grinding between corporate capital and awakening labor. The socialist organizations actively competed for votes, on the basis of social reforms, with the bourgeois liberal political parties. And so they catered to the ignorance and prejudices of the workers, trading promises of immediate reforms for votes. Dominant, moderate socialism forgot the teachings of the founders of scientific socialism, forgot its function as a proletarian movement, the most resolute and advanced section of the working class parties, and permitted the bourgeois and self-seeking trade union elements to shape its policies and tactics. This was the condition in which the social democracies of Europe found themselves at the outbreak of the war in 1914. Demoralized and confused by the cross-currents within their own parties, vacillating and compromising with the bourgeois state, they fell a prey to social patriotism and nationalism. SPARTICIDES and BOLSHEVIKI. But revolutionary socialism was not destined to lie inert for long. In Germany, Karl Liebknecht, Franz Menning, Rosa Luxemburg and Otto Rühl organized the Spartacus Group. But their voices were drowned in the roar of cannon and the shrieks of the dying and the maimed. Russia, however, was to be the first battleground where moderate and revolutionary socialism should come to grips for the mastery of the state. The breakdown of the corrupt, bureaucratic, Tsarist regime opened the floodgates of revolution. Three main contending parties attempted to MDE into power on the revolutionary tide. The Cadets, the moderate socialists, Mensheviki and social revolutionists, and the revolutionary socialists, the Bolsheviki. The Cadets were first to be swept into power, but they tried to stem the still MSING flood with a few abstract political ideals, and were soon carried away. The soldiers, workers, and peasants could no longer be fooled by phrases. The Mensheviki and social revolutionaries succeeded the Cadets. And now came the crucial test. Would they, in accord with Marxian teachings, make themselves the ruling class and sweep away the old conditions of production, and thus prepare the way for the cooperative commonwealth? Or would they tinker with the old machinery and try to foist it on the masses as something just as good? They did the latter and proved for all time that moderate socialism cannot be trusted. Moderate socialism was not prepared to seize the power for the workers during the revolution. Moderate socialism had a rigid formula, constructive social reform legislation within the capitalist state, and to that formula it clung. It believed that bourgeois democracy could be used as a means of constructing the socialist system. Therefore, it must wait until the people, through a constituent assembly, should vote socialism into existence. And in the meantime, it held that there must be established a government of coalition with the enemy, the bourgeoisie, as if, with all the means of controlling public opinion in the hands of the bourgeoisie, a constituent assembly could or would ever vote the socialists into power. Revolutionary socialists hold, with the founders of scientific socialism, that there are two dominant classes in society, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, that between these two classes a struggle must go on, until the working class, through the seizure of the instruments of production and distribution, the abolition of the capitalist state, and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, creates a socialist system. Revolutionary socialists do not believe that they can be voted into power. They struggle for the conquest of power by the revolutionary proletariat. Then comes the transition period from capitalism to socialism, of which Marx speaks in his Critique of the Gotha Program, when he says, between the capitalistic society and the communistic, lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. This corresponds to a political transition period, in which the state cannot be anything else but the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx and Engels clearly explain the function of the socialist movement. It is the moderate socialists, through intellectual gymnastics, evasions, misquotations and the tearing of sentences and phrases from their context, who make Marx and Engels sponsors for their perverted version of socialism. Problems of American socialism. At the present moment, the Socialist Party of America is agitated by several cross-currents, some local in their character, and some a reflex of cleavages within the European socialist movements. Many see in this internal dissension merely an unimportant difference of opinion, or at most, dissatisfaction with the control of the party, and the desire to replace those who have misused it with better men. We, however, maintain that there is a fundamental distinction in views concerning party policies and tactics. And we believe that this difference is so vast that from our standpoint a radical change in party policies and tactics is necessary. This essential task is being shirked by our party leaders and officials generally. Already there is formidable industrial unrest, a seething ferment of discontent, evidenced by inarticulate rumblings which presage striking occurrences. The transformation of industry from a war to a peace basis has thoroughly disorganized the economic structure. Thousands upon thousands of workers are being thrown out of work. Demobilized sailors and soldiers find themselves a drug upon the labor market, unless they act as scabs and strikebreakers. Skilled mechanics, fighting desperately to maintain their war wage and their industrial status, are forced to strike. Women, who during the war have been welcomed into industries hitherto closed to them, are struggling to keep their jobs. And to cap the climax, the capitalists, through their chambers of commerce and their merchants and manufacturers associations, have resolved to take advantage of the situation to break down even the inadequate organizations labor has built up through generations of painful struggle. The temper of the workers and soldiers, after the sacrifices they have made in the war, is such that they will not endure the reactionary labor conditions so openly advocated by the master class. A series of labor struggles is bound to follow, indeed, is beginning now. Shall the Socialist Party continue to feed the workers with social reform legislation at this critical period? Shall it approach the whole question from the standpoint of votes and the election of representatives to the legislatures? Shall it emphasize the consumer's point of view, when socialist principles teach that the worker is robbed at the point of production? Shall it talk about the cost of living and taxation when it should be explaining how the worker is robbed at his job? There are many signs of the awakening of labor. Strikes are developing which verge on revolutionary action. The trade unions are organizing a labor party, in an effort to conserve what they have won and wrest new concessions from the master class. The organization of the Labor Party is an immature expression of a new spirit in the labor movement, but a labor party is not the instrument for the emancipation of the working class. Its policy would be in general what is now the official policy of the Socialist Party, reforming capitalism on the basis of the bourgeois state. Laborism is as much a danger to the revolutionary proletariat as moderate socialism, neither is an instrument for the conquest of power. Capitalist imperialism. Imperialism is the final stage of capitalism, in which the accumulated capital or surplus of a nation is too great to be reinvested in the home market. The increased productivity of the working class, due to improved machinery and efficiency methods, and the mere subsistence wage which permits the worker to buy back only a small portion of what he produces, causes an ever-increasing accumulation of commodities, which in turn become capital and must be invested in further production. When capitalism has reached the stage in which it imports raw materials from undeveloped countries and exports them again in the shape of manufactured products, it has reached its highest development. This process is universal. Foreign markets, spheres of influence and protectorates, under the intensive development of capitalist industry and finance in turn become highly developed. They, too, seek for markets. National capitalist control, to save itself from ruin, breaks its national bonds and emerges full-grown as a capitalist League of Nations, with international armies and navies to maintain its supremacy. The United States no longer holds itself aloof, isolated and provincial. It is reaching out for new markets, new zones of influence, new protectorates. The capitalist class of America is using organized labor for its imperialistic purposes. We may soon expect the capitalist class, in true Bismarckian fashion, to grant factory laws, old age pensions, unemployment insurance, sick benefits, and the whole litter of bourgeois reforms, so that the workers may be kept fit to produce the greatest profits at the greatest speed. Dangers to American socialism. There is danger that the Socialist Party of America might make use of these purely bourgeois reforms to attract the workers' votes, by claiming that they are victories for socialism, and that they have been won by socialist political action. When, as a matter of fact, the object of these master class measures is to prevent the growing class consciousness of the workers, and to divert them from their revolutionary aim. 4. The Socialist Party would be playing into the hands of the American imperialists. On the basis of the class struggle, then, the Socialist Party of America must reorganize itself, must prepare to come to grips with the master class during the difficult period of capitalist readjustment now going on. This it can do only by teaching the working class the truth about present-day conditions. It must preach revolutionary industrial unionism, and urge all the workers to organize into industrial unions, the only form of labor organization which can cope with the power of great modern aggregations of capital. It must carry on its political campaigns, not merely as a means of electing officials to political office, as in the past, but as a year-round educational campaign to arouse the workers to class-conscious economic and political action, and to keep alive the burning ideal of revolution in the hearts of the people. Political action. We assert with Marx that the class struggle is essentially a political struggle, and we can only accept his own oft-repeated interpretation of that phrase. The class struggle, whether it manifest itself on the industrial field or in the direct struggle for governmental control, is essentially a struggle for the capture and destruction of the capitalist state. This is a political act. In this broader view of the term, political, Marx includes revolutionary industrial action. In other words, the objective of socialist industrial action is political, in the sense that it aims to undermine the bourgeois state, which is nothing less than a machine for the oppression of one class by another, and that no less so in a democratic republic than under a monarchy. Political action is also and more generally used to refer to participation in election campaigns for the immediate purpose of winning legislative seats. In this sense, too, we urge the use of political action as a revolutionary weapon. But both in the nature and the purpose of this form of political action, revolutionary socialism and moderate socialism are completely at odds. Political action, revolutionary and emphasizing the implacable character of the class struggle, is a valuable means of propaganda. TT must at all times struggle to arouse the revolutionary mass. Action of the proletariat, its use is both agitational and obstructive. It must on all issues wage war upon capitalism and the state. Revolutionary socialism uses the forum of parliament for agitation, but it does not intend to and cannot use the bourgeois state as a means of introducing socialism. This bourgeois state must be destroyed by the mass action of the revolutionary proletariat. The proletarian dictatorship in the form of a Soviet state is the immediate objective of the class struggle. Marx declared that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. This machinery must be destroyed. But moderate socialism makes the state the center of its action. The attitude towards the state divides the anarchist, anarcho-syndicalist, the moderate socialist, and the revolutionary socialist. Eager to abolish the state, which is the ultimate purpose of revolutionary socialism, the anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist fail to realize that a state is necessary in the transition period from capitalism to socialism. The moderate socialist purposes to use the bourgeois state with its fraudulent democracy, its illusory theory of unity of all the classes, its standing army, police and bureaucracy oppressing and baffling the masses. The revolutionary socialist maintains that the bourgeois state must be completely destroyed, and proposes the organization of a new state, the state of the organized producers, of the federated Soviets, on the basis of which alone can socialism be introduced. Industrial unionism, the organization of the proletariat in accordance with the integration of industry and for the overthrow of capitalism, is a necessary phase of revolutionary socialist agitation. Potentially, industrial unionism constructs the basis and develops the ideology of the industrial state of socialism, but industrial unionism alone cannot perform the revolutionary act of seizure of the power of the state, since under the conditions of capitalism it is impossible to organize the whole working class, or an overwhelming majority, into industrial unions. It is the task of a revolutionary socialist party to direct the struggles of the proletariat and provide a program for the culminating crisis. Its propaganda must be so directed that when this crisis comes, the workers will be prepared to accept a program of the following character. A. The organization of workmen's councils, recognition of, and propaganda for, these mass organizations of the working class as instruments in the immediate struggle, as the form of expression of the class struggle, and as the instruments for the seizure of the power of the state and the basis of the new proletarian state of the organized producers and the dictatorship of the proletariat. B. Workmen's control of industry, to be exercised by the industrial organizations, industrial unions or Soviets, of the workers and the industrial vote, as against government ownership or state control of industry. C. Repudiation of all national debts, with provisions to safeguard small investors. D. Expropriation of the banks, a preliminary measure for the complete expropriation of capital. E. Expropriation of the railways, and the large trust organizations of capital, no compensation to be paid, as, buying out, the capitalists would ensure a continuance of the exploitation of the workers, provision, however, to be made during the transition period for the protection of small owners of stock. Pound. The socialization of foreign trade. These are not the immediate demands comprised in the social reform planks now in the platform of our party. They are not a compromise with the capitalist state, but imply a revolutionary struggle against that state and against capitalism, the conquest of power by the proletariat through revolutionary mass action. They imply the new Soviet state of the organized producers, the dictatorship of the proletariat. They are preliminary revolutionary measures for the expropriation of capital and the introduction of communist socialism. Program 1. We stand for a uniform declaration of principles in all party platforms, both local and national, and the abolition of all social reform planks now contained in them. 2. The party must teach, propagate and agitate exclusively for the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of socialism through a proletarian dictatorship. 3. The socialist candidates elected to office shall adhere strictly to the above provisions. 4. Realizing that a political party cannot reorganize and reconstruct the industrial organizations of the working class, and that is the task of the economic organizations themselves, we demand that the party assist this process of reorganization by propaganda for revolutionary industrial unionism as part of its general activities. We believe it is the mission of the socialist movement to encourage and assist the proletariat to adopt newer and more effective forms of organization and to stir it into newer and more revolutionary modes of action. 5. We demand that the official party press be party-owned and controlled. 6. We demand that officially recognized educational institutions be party-owned and controlled. 7. We demand that the party discard its obsolete literature and publish new literature in keeping with the policies and underscore tactics above mentioned. 8. We demand that the National Executive Committee call an immediate emergency national convention for the purpose of formulating party policies and tactics to meet the present crisis. G. We demand that the Socialist Party repudiate the Bern Congress or any other conference engineered by moderate socialists and social patriots. 10. We demand that the Socialist Party shall elect delegates to the International Congress proposed by the Communist Party of Russia, Bolsheviki, that our party shall participate only in a new international with which are affiliated the Communist Party of Russia, Bolsheviki, the Communist Labor Party of Germany, Spartacus, and all other left-wing parties and groups. Morris Hillquit, Socialist Task and Outlook, Ease. This article officially confirmed what everybody had known all along, namely that the leaders of the Socialist Party would not permit the organization to fall to the left wing, whatever the consequences. It is safe to assert that at no time since the formation of the First International has the socialist movement of the world been in a state of such physical disunion, moral ferment and intellectual confusion as it is today. The World War, so sudden in its outbreak, so titanic in its dimensions and so disastrous in its effects, had placed the socialist movement in Europe before a situation which it had not foreseen as a concrete reality and for which it was entirely unprepared, and it reacted to it in a most unexpected and disheartening manner. Far from proving the formidable bulwark against war which their friends and enemies alike had believed them to be, the powerful cohorts of European socialism on the whole supported their capitalist governments in the capitalist war, almost as enthusiastically and unreservedly as the most loyal junker classes, and when, with the collapse of the war, the socialist revolutions broke out in several countries, their forms of struggle were equally startling. The bourgeoisie, against whom the revolutions were directed, made little or no effective resistance, and the fight, repressive and sanguinary at times, was principally among those who before the war called each other comrades in the socialist movement. There is something radically wrong in a movement that could mature such sad paradoxes, and that wrong must be discovered and eliminated if the international socialist movement is to survive as an effective instrument of the working class revolution. What was wrong with the Second Socialist International, and how are its mistakes to be avoided in the future? This is the main question. New York Call, May 21, 1919. Which agitates and divides the socialist movement today, and upon the solution of which the future of our movement depends. It may be somewhat premature to pass conclusive judgment upon the contending views and methods of contemporary socialism or to attempt to formulate a complete revision of the socialist program. Socialist history is still in the making, and history has recently shown an almost provoking disregard for preconceived theories and NGID formulae. But enough has happened since August 1, 1914, to justify several definite conclusions, both as to the wrongs and remedies of the situation. Why did the Second International fail? Some of our neo-revolutionary ideologists conveniently account for it upon the theological theory of lapse from grace. The socialists of the pre-war period had become too materialistic and constructive. They paid too much attention to political office and reforms. They were corrupted by bourgeois parliamentarism. They forgot the teachings of the founders of scientific socialism. How reminiscent of the familiar ecclesiastic complaint. They abandoned the faith of their fathers. Marxian socialists, accustomed to look to material causes for the explanation of political events and manifestations, can hardly accept this explanation, which after all only reiterates and describes, but does not explain, and furnishes no guide for correction. It asks sternly, what were the economic causes which deflected the socialist movement of Europe from the path of revolutionary, proletarian internationalism? And the answer is as startling and paradoxical as the entire recent course of the socialist movement. It was the economic organization of the European workers, and the pressure of their immediate economic interests, as understood by them, that broke the solidarity of the Socialist International. It was not parliamentarism which was primarily responsible for the mischief. Excessive parliamentarism in the socialist movement of Europe had undoubtedly contributed substantially to the disaster, negatively as well as positively, but on the whole the socialists in parliament expressed the sentiments of their constituents pretty faithfully. The social democratic deputies of Italy, Russia, Serbia and Bulgaria knew how to use the parliaments of their countries as revolutionary tribunals, and so did Liebknecht, Rubel and Ledebour in Germany. The parliaments of Germany and France were the scenes of socialist betrayal. Its mainsprings lay much deeper. The countries in which the socialist movement failed most lamentably are precisely those in which the movement was most closely linked with organized labor, while the principles of international solidarity were upheld most rigorously in counties in which the economic labor movement was either very weak or quite detached from the socialist movement. In the United States, where this detachment was more complete than in any other modern country, the American Federation of Labor, under the leadership of Samuel Gompers, outdid all Jingos in the orgy of profiteering, while the Socialist Party adopted the St. Louis platform. The bulk of the social democracy in Germany was made up of workers organized upon the same structure and looking to the same immediate ends as the American Federation of Labor. The German workers were more progressive than their American brethren. They acted politically within the Social Democratic Party. They had their own representatives in parliament, and their social patriotic stand found parliamentary expression, just as the social patriotic spirit of the non-political American Federation of Labor vented itself in extra-parliamentary action. What is true of Germany applies also, though perhaps in varying degree, to Austria, Belgium, France and Great Britain. Conversely, in Russia, Italy and the Balkan countries, in all of which the element of organized labor was a negligible factor in the socialist movement, the socialists have on the whole successfully withstood the wave of nationalistic reaction, and when the first break came, it was Karl Liebknecht, Rosa Luxemburg and Franz Mehring in Germany, Fritz Adler in Austria, Lenin and Trotsky in Russia, and Jean Longuet in France, all intellectuals, that led the socialist revolts in their countries. What, then, is the inference to be drawn from these facts? Shall revolutionary socialism hereafter disassociate itself from organized labor? By no means. A socialist movement without the support of the workers is a sort of disembodied spirit, in fact, a spook. Socialism must remain the political and spiritual guide of the working class, but it must reorganize and re-educate the working class. The fundamental weakness of the organized labor movement has been that it was a movement of a class within a class, a movement for the benefit of the better situated strata of labor. The skilled workers. As such semi-privileged class, the economic organizations of labor had attained large power in the leading countries of Europe and in the United States before the war. They enjoyed a sort of government recognition and had accumulated considerable material wealth. They had certain vested interests in the capitalist regimes of their respective countries. In addition to this basic shortcoming, and largely because of it, the workers were organized along the narrow lines of separate trades and crafts. This form of organization naturally limits the efforts and activities of the workers to the petty struggles and interests of their own special trades. It creates a psychology of craft solidarity, rather than class solidarity, and deflects the workers' attention from the ultimate goal to immediate benefits. In such conditions, the parliamentary activities of labor's political representatives cannot but reflect the narrow economic policies of their constituents. The petty political reform measures of the pre-war socialists correspond to the craft organization in the economic field, and the striving of the organized workers to preserve their economic position within the industrial system of their country and to protect it against the menace of enemy capitalists as the basis of the war patriotism of their parliamentary representatives. The first task of the post-war Socialist International must, therefore, be to organize and reorganize all grades and strata of labor on broad class lines, not only nationally but internationally. Not as trade unions, nor even as mere industrial unions, but as one working class union. This first lesson to be drawn from the recent experiences and failures of the old international applies, of course, mainly, if not exclusively, to the countries still remaining under capitalist class control. In the countries that have passed, or are passing, to a regime of communist or socialist government, the problem presents itself in a different and more advanced form. Shall the socialization of industries and national life be attempted by one master stroke, or shall it be carried out gradually and slowly? Shall the working class immediately assume the sole direction of the government as a working class government, or shall it share governmental power and responsibilities with the capitalist class, at least during the period of transition? While the question involved is primarily one of power, to be determined in each country according to the conditions existing. At the critical moment, there can be no doubt about the stand which the Socialist International must take on it. In all cases in which the proletariat of a country in revolution has assumed the reins of government as a pure working class government, determined upon the immediate socialization of the country, the true socialists of all countries will support it. Whether we approve or disapprove of all the methods by which such proletarian government has gained or is exercising its power is beside the question. Each revolution develops its own methods, fashioning them from the elements of the inexorable necessities of the case. The socialists of the foreign countries are faced by an accomplished fact and by the simple alternative of supporting the revolution or counter-revolution. It is thus quite evident that no socialist or socialist party that makes common cause with the ultra-reactionary elements of bourgeois and C2 Tsarist Russia in supporting foreign military intervention against the Soviet government, or in any other way actively opposes that government in the face of its life and death struggle with international capitalism and imperialism, has a legitimate place in the international socialist movement. The same may, of course, be said of the socialist attitude toward Hungary. In countries like Germany, in which the struggle for mastery lies between two divisions of the socialist movement, one class-conscious and the other opportunist, one radical and the other temporizing, the support of the Socialist International must, for the same reason, go to the former. Such, it seems to me, must be the main outline of the guiding policy of the new international. Upon such or similar general program must the Third International be built. For the Third International of Socialism has not yet been created, nor have its foundations been laid, either at Bern or in Moscow. The Beer Conference proved hopelessly backward and totally sterile, although some elements in it showed a distinct understanding of the new order of things. The Communist Congress at Moscow made the mistake of attempting a sort of dictatorship of the proletariat in the Socialist International and was conspicuously inept and unhappy in the choice of certain allies and in the exclusion of others. It has not advanced the process of reorganization of the socialist movement of the world. The task of organizing the Third International is still before us. It must be accomplished on the basis of principles and conduct, not on that of personal likes and dislikes. It is the common task of all international socialists. The attitude of the Socialist Party of the United States toward international problems is thus clearly outlined. From the temper of its membership and from the official utterances of its administrative bodies, fragmentary as they necessarily had to be under extraordinary restriction, there can be no doubt about the party's advanced and militant position. How is that position to be translated into a domestic program? The platform and the policies of the Socialist Party must be revised in keeping, not only with the development of socialism abroad, but also with regard to the changes wrought by the war in the United States. The United States emerges from the war the strongest capitalist country in the world, not only because of the superiority of its material and military resources, but also because the power of capitalism has been less shaken in the United States than in any of the advanced countries of Europe. Our liberal administration has turned to the lowest depths of reaction and repression without effective resistance or opposition on the part of any considerable section of the population. The progressive elements in politics and social reform have collapsed like a house of cards, and organized labor has so far remained inert and passive. The only voice of protest and the only vision of progress have come from the Socialist Party and a negligible group of industrial workers and radical individuals. But the Socialist Party is as yet an insignificant factor in the political and social life of America. The importance of American socialism lies in the future, probably the immediate future. The futility of the war, the failure of peace, the governmental persecution and repression, the stupid obscurantism of the press and the terrorism of countless private and public agencies are bound to cause a reaction of revolt, and a period of unemployment and intensified exploitation will arouse the American workers from the narcotics of their leaders' empty phrases. Then it will be that the workers of America will look for a new light and guidance, and then the socialists of America will have their hearing and their opportunity. To prepare for that period, and to hasten its coming, is the present task of American socialism, and that means primarily two things: propaganda and organization. Propaganda and international socialism in the modern and advanced meaning of the term. Propaganda of new class line unionism, systematic propaganda through all methods available, including political campaigns and legislative forums, and organization of all effective organs of such propaganda. At no time was a comprehensive and harmonious plan of action along such lines so urgently imperative for the socialist movement in America as it is just now. All the more unfortunate is it that the energies of the socialist Party should at this time be dissipated in acrimonious and fruitless controversies brought on by the self-styled left-wing movement. I am one of the last men in the party to ignore or misunderstand the sound revolutionary impulse which animates the rank and file of this new movement, but the specific form and direction which it has assumed, its program and tactics, spell disaster to our movement. I am opposed to it, not because it is too radical, but because it one's essentially reactionary and non-socialistic. Not because it will lead us too far, but because it will lead us nowhere. To prate about the dictatorship of the proletariat and of workers' Soviets in the United States at this time is to deflect the socialist propaganda from its realistic basis, and to advocate the abolition of all social reform planks in the party platform means to abandon the concrete class struggle as it presents itself from day to day. The left-wing movement, as I see it, is a purely emotional reflex of the situation in Russia. The cardinal vice of the movement is that it started as a wing, i.e., as a schismatic and disintegrative movement. Proceeding on the arbitrary assumption that they were the left, the ingenuous leaders of the movement had to discover a right, and since the European classification would not be fully reproduced without a center, they were also bound to locate a center in the socialist movement of America. What matters it to our imaginative, left-wing leaders that the Socialist Party of America as a whole has stood in the forefront of socialist radicalism ever since the outbreak of the war, that many of its officers and leaders have exposed their lives and liberties to imminent peril in defense of the principles of international socialism. They are right-wingers and centrists, because the exigencies of the left wing requires it. The left-wing movement is a sort of burlesque on the Russian Revolution. Its leaders do not want to convert their comrades in the party. They must capture and establish a sort of dictatorship of the proletariat within the party. Hence the creation of their dual organization as a kind of Soviet and their it. So I.y. refusal to cooperate with the aforesaid stage, centrists, and right-wingers. But the performance is too sad to be amusing. It seems perfectly clear that, so long as this movement persists in the party, the latter's activity will be wholly taken up by mutual quarrels and recriminations. Neither wing will have any time for the propaganda of socialism. There is, as far as I can see, but one remedy. It would be futile to preach reconciliation and union where antagonism runs so high. Let the comrades on both sides do the next best thing. Let them separate, honestly, freely, and without rancor. Let each side organize and work in its own way, and make such contribution to the socialist movement in America as it can. Better 100 times to have two numerically small socialist organizations, each homogeneous and harmonious within itself, than to have one big party torn by dissensions and squabbles, an impotent colossus on feet of clay. The time for action is near. Let us clear the decks. Bibliography. Anyone interested in reading further on American socialism is advised to consult Donald Drew Egbert and Stowe Persons, editors. Socialism and American Life, 2 vols, Princeton, 1952. Volume 1 is nothing less than a 510-page bibliography of the subject. It is exhaustive to a fault. One other book is indispensable, even though it was written more than 60 years ago. Morris Hillquit, A History of Socialism in the United States, 2nd edition, New York, 1909. For the rest, I shall list those books that have proved helpful to me and that are reasonably accessible to the general reader. The chapter by Stowe Persons, Christian Communitarianism in America, in Egbert and Persons, Volume 1, cited above, is a probing analysis of the subject. Alice B. Tyler, Freedom's Ferment, Minneapolis, 1944, provides a warmly appreciative account of the religious sects. So does Franklin H. Little in his prefatory essay to a recent reprint of Charles Nordhoff, The Communistic Societies of the United States, New York, 1965. Nordhoff's book, first published in 1874, is a series of his own eyewitness reports on some of the religious communities. For a detailed study of the Shakers, see Edward D. Andrews, The People Called Shakers, New York, 1953. The literature on John Humphrey Noyes and the Perfectionists is enormous, but only a few works seem reliable. Nordhoff, cited above, and R. A. Parker, A Yankee Saint, John Humphrey Noyes and the Oneida Community, New York, 1935. A sound discussion of secular communitarianism may be found in T. D. Seymour Bassett's essay, The Secular Utopian Socialists, in Egbert and Stowe, cited above, Volume 1. See also Alice Tyler, 3 cited above, and, for descriptions of New Harmony and many of the copyright Owenite and Fourierist settlements, John Humphrey Noyes, History of American Socialisms, Oneida, 1870. The definitive work on the Owenite movement in America, and a pleasure to read as well, as Arthur E. Bester, Backwoods Utopia, Philadelphia, 1950. Volved in it, e.g., Horace Greeley, George Ripley, Albert Brisbane. Theodore Parker, et al. Noyes, cited above, devotes considerable space to associationism. And Redelia Brisbane, Albert Brisbane, A. Mental Biography, New York, 1893, traces its genesis, rise, and decline through her husband's life. On Cabot and Icaria, the only thorough study in English is Albert Shaw, Icaria, a chapter in the History of Communism, New York, 1884. Very little has been written on German socialism in America. Hillquit, cited above, furnishes a fine, though all too brief, survey of the early period of the Socialist Labor Party. So, too, does Nathan Fine, Labor and Farmer Parties in the United States, 1828 to 1928, New York, 1928. An old book, Richard Ely, The Labor Movement in America, 3rd edition, New York, 1890, is still useful in making one's way through the ideological thickets of the 1870s and 1880s. Volume 2 of John R. Commons, et al. History of Labor in the United States, 4 vols. New York, 1919 to 1935, covers the relations between the socialists and labor very thoroughly, thoroughness being the chief virtue of this thick and compendious work. Carl F. Whitke, The Utopian Communist, a biography of Wilhelm Weitling, 19th-century reformer, Baton Rouge, 1950, gives us some idea of what the German socialist community in New York was like in the 1850s. David Harashoff, American Disciples of Marx, Detroit, 1967, has ample chapters on Weidemeier, Sorge, and the American branch of the International. There is no work on American anarcho-communism, and the pamphlets by or about such men as Parsons and most are hard to find. For anyone interested, however, see the bibliography in Egbert and Persons, cited above, Volume 2, pages 167 to 168. Nor is there, apart from doctoral dissertations, a full-length critical study of Delian, but he receives a great deal of attention in a book that concentrates on the years 1886 to 1901. Howard H. Quint, The Forging of American Socialism, Columbia, 1953. Practically nothing has been written on Lawrence Gronlund, and probably most students of American history have not even heard of him. The introduction by Stowe Persons to a new edition of the Cooperative Commonwealth, Cambridge, 1965, sheds a bit of light on him. Most of Bellamy's papers perished in a fire many years ago, and so we are compelled to rely on Arthur E. Morgan, Edward Terriel, but is otherwise undistinguished. One would be better advised to read about Bellamy and Howells as apostles of socialism in several first-rate general literary studies. Walter Fuller Taylor, The Economy Novel in America, Chapel Hill, 1942, Daniel Aaron. Men of Good Hope, New York, 1951, and, of course, Vernon Lewis Parrington, The Beginnings of Critical Realism in America, New York, 1930. A number of books deal with Christian socialism. The best of them is Henry F. May, Protestant Churches and Industrial America, New York, 1949. Two others worth consulting are James Dombrowski, The Early Days of Christian Socialism in America, New York, 1936, and Charles H. Hopkins, The Rise of the Social Gospel in American Protestantism 1865 to 1915, New Haven, 1940. See also Quint, cited above, for the political aspects of the Christian Socialist Crusade in the 18 Goths. The last 3 chapters of this book, all of them on the Socialist Party of America, may be treated as a single unit in the bibliography. Quint, cited above, is important for the period just prior to the party's birth. David Shannon, The Socialist Party of America, New York, 1955, is comprehensive. It carries the party's history beyond World War II, but is too sketchy and peremptory for the task he assigns it. Much more detailed, within its limited scope, is Ira Ney, The American Socialist Movement, 1897 to 1912, New York, 1952. A useful corrective to Kipnis's thesis, that the party sealed its own doom when it put down the left in 1911-12, is James Weinstein's penetrating study, The Decline of Socialism in America 1912 to 1925, New York, 1967. Certainly the most brilliant and influential piece of writing on modern American socialism is Daniel Bell's essay, Marxian Socialism.in the United States, in Egbert and Persons, cited above, Volume 1. Bell, too, maintains that the Socialist Party began its downward course in 1912, though he and Kipnis differ radically on the reasons for it. Bell's essay, it should be mentioned, conveys a tone of brusqueness and disdain, almost contempt, toward its subject. David Sappas, Left-Wing Unionism, New York, 1926. Though dated, is still valuable for an understanding of the relations between socialism and labor before World War I. So is Fine, cited above, Commons, et al. cited above, Volume 4, and a recent work, Mare Carson's, American Labor Unions and Politics, Carbondale, 1958. On the disintegration of the socialist move _ meant after 1917, Shannon, Bell, Fine, and Weinstein, all cited above, can be recommended. One book, however, towers above the rest for its profundity, scholarship, lucidity, and style. Theodore Draper, Pike Roots of American Communism, New York, 1957.